Alrighty, greetings, esteemed faculty members, chit-chat chatters. It is February 22nd, 2026, 2222026. So this is going to be a little test run. Alrighty. So greetings, everybody. I should have probably changed that. Redeem your promote coupon to get more viewers. Yeah, no thank you. Earth Angel. Greetings. Who is that? Bunny Party. How are ya? I think I recognize the name. How's it going? What is your TikTok live experience been like on this fine Sunday in February? Thank you for the hearts, Bunny. I appreciate the interaction, the company, the support. If you want to come up, some good, some bad. Hey, take the good, take the bad. What's the Facts of Life song? Take the good, take the bad. Dun, 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 dun. Now you have the facts of life. The facts of life. So can I ask you, Bunny Party, what is your personal metric that kind of, if I may, just do you use to, gauge a good or bad live experience, if that makes sense? Irfan, welcome. Huey, welcome. L, greetings to you. Yeah, so we're just kind of starting off the live. Bunny Party, I don't know if you're still here with me. Yeah, I gave you a guest invite if you'd like to come up. And
hello.
All right. What up? How are you?
What's up? Good.
Thank you for accepting the invite and keeping me company.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. You're a welcomed life preserver in this situation. So, were you able to hear the question that I was asking?
I was typing it out.
Oh, perfect.
But sure. Good as in like just nice people. Bad as in like there's some TikToks that will have like some wild stuff up on the as like the prompt that they believe in. I'm just like, okay, that's a wild take. Like two prompts ago, I saw someone was like, the South will rise again. I'm like, wild.
Are you serious? Like,
yeah.
So then, what was that? What was that live like? Like, were there a lot of guests in support of that? Were there a lot?
From what I saw, there was only like two people who were like actually like arguing against it, and that was just like two women, like two women. It was just a weird take to have.
I mean, that is a bold prompt. I'll tell you that. Jenny, welcome to the panel. Bunny, this is Jenny.
Hello. Hi.
So,
Hello.
Jenny, I don't know if you heard, Bunny just came off a live that was asking, or not asking, it was stating that the South will rise again. What do you think of that? Your initial.
The South.
It's just like the Southern Hemisphere. The
Southern Hemisphere. What do you
Yeah.
mean by that, though?
I
They
think it's
they
more
meant
like an American history thing, like like the
yeah,
Confederacy.
the Civil War.
Oh, okay,
They're gripping
okay.
on the idea that the South was fighting for anything good.
Uh-huh.
Don't get me like
Okay.
it's weird.
No, no, nothing's weird. No, no. I don't believe anything is weird. I just didn't I've never heard that, you know? So I'm just trying to I think that's a maybe like a very uh I mean,
It's a
I think
conversation
that's
starter, like definitely,
It
yeah,
it's
and
is.
like
oh
It
yeah,
is.
and I also think it's there's some passion behind that, right? Some
Whether that
uh
passion is good or not. There was passion in the Civil War too, but
right.
doesn't mean
Yeah.
that it was a good thing.
and
Yes.
that is where, like,
Okay.
when I hear like Americans like claiming that America was founded on Christian values and now we've gone in this direction
Ha!
where we're like losing that like core. But then I ask myself, just like,
Oh,
where is the like defense during like our Civil War? Like, what is the Christian value for, I guess, those human beings who see, I don't know. I don't even know what they mean by Christian nation. Like what? So
we
I
There's
don't
so
know.
America's
many
net.
different, you know what? There's so many different cultural, influences in every area. And some are really, I mean, unknown, right? Um,
Yeah.
yeah, so I mean, even like I'm in Canada, so even in Canada, there are, there are other, like there are Native Indians, right? And they have a
Hmm.
whole different way, right? But it's interesting because I believe, when you talk about Christianity, for example, it seems to be that throughout, like over a period of time, this Christianity has been made kind of very well known, I think, sort of well known to the peoples of any, not, I mean, I haven't been all over the world, okay, so I can't, but, there's
So can I ask you, Jenny?
Well,
Then, like,
like,
when you
look, it's
say
just,
they made like Christianity has been made pretty well known, what have they made themselves well known for? Right? Like it should
yeah,
be
just
loving your
see,
neighbor and right?
no, no, no,
No?
no. See,
Okay,
that's the
okay.
thing. Well, I mean, that's the thing, okay, because you see, for example, when you say Christian, what that is it's a belief in Christ, right? It's a belief that Christ, well, I guess, is the Messiah. Now that's a whole different concept because people believe that you can interact still in these times, right? Now that's very challenging. Some people, I mean, what they say, it's like they say, just go to Christ, go to Jesus. It's like, well, this is like, a concept. This is, I mean, I'm
You
starting to
need
try and figure
Jesus.
that
It's
out.
just like,
But yeah,
I know. Like, you tell me
where you'd say where, right?
where,
With your
and
eyes, you
I will
can't.
go
Yeah,
right
I'm
exactly.
there.
supposed to be looking.
Yeah, he's just like,
You guys lost him again.
is he in the
But
South?
yeah,
Is that why the South is gonna rise again? Like, it's just like,
but the thing about it, is that um that's what it is when you say Christian, right? And over the time, over the history, you know, um, people have different interactions that, cause them to hear about this. And, some of them are, they say indoctrinated or whatever, and some of them are in the families, and some of them choose, so that's what it is. But, in different areas, we have so many different, you know, different ways, different beliefs. And it's not only Christian, we have so many, we have, it's very complex that people don't, they make it very basic, okay? Because you have Jewish Christians, you have Native Indian Christians as well. I mean, this is it's kind of very broad, and really, it's just when you say Christian, all it is it means that you believe that Jesus Christ, really was a real person that died on the cross and is the Messiah. That's all.
Yeah.
people really
Not
stay try they
some
get into the
people.
Bible. They get they lately what I've been seeing, is people have been really weaponizing with the Bible as well. They're
Yes.
using the Bible, and they're trying
Weaponizing
to kind
how?
of hit
Like
people.
weaponizing in.
Well, they're using different parts of the Bible to have debates and try to minimize people's belief in God. They're using.
Hey, Dad. Dad.
Hey, can you send the text one?
Yeah.
Everything's okay.
Yeah. I'll text him. I haven't texted him
Yeah.
yet, but
Just what?
okay. Yeah. I'll let him know. I'll follow up.
Okay. All right. Okay.
If you understand like the history of like the, how it's read, they went around the world and basically trying to destroy any other religion that they interacted with. I mean, with North, like take North mythology for example. Everything we know about North mythology is they wielded it down to just a book of second-hand accounts of the original stories. So we don't even know if the stories that we know about North mythology are actually the original North mythology.
What is it? Are you saying North or Norse? As in like the Norse. Oh,
Norse,
okay, okay.
like the gods,
Yeah.
Odin,
Thor. I mean, now it's
Thor.
making a comeback,
Yeah,
right? Marvel has brought all these
yeah.
like different kind of belief
Well, that's
mythologies.
the thing though. With Norse mythology specifically, like I said, Christianity destroyed so many of the temples and so many of like the books and everything that we only have one book from second hand accounts from people whose grandparents told them the stories. So we don't even know if these are the original stories or if these are just like filtered stories.
Or maybe watered down, kind of like
Yeah,
a game of telephone,
yeah,
like how like
yeah.
accurate in
Exactly.
that chain.
How
So then,
accurate these are, and
oh no, continue,
they've done
continue.
this with most religions. Like even Native Americans, most Native Americans originally were not Christian. They were their own. They had their own belief systems, but after a while, when settlers came to the Americas, they forced them to basically become Christian. It was like it was a mandatory thing in the schools that they had to go to.
Kind of like an assimilation choice, right? It got to a point
Yeah,
where it's just like, hey, your belief system, keep that on, I guess, like the reservations that we pushed you into. But if you want to
yeah,
be part of the majority, you have to adopt, assimilate, and embrace this
yeah.
ideology, right? So then I ask us, like as humanity, is that the purpose and intention of Christianity? Christianity being defined, as Jenny said, believing that Jesus Christ was a real person who lived and was crucified and resurrected, and even more miraculously, ascended to the heavens, right? And is going to come back, right? Here's the thing with the Christianity kind of what I would say, they have made themselves well known to be, right? But then I asked them just like, once like somebody, like an Indian, a Native American Indian, or some Viking or something like that says, okay, I actually
Yeah.
do believe that and I embrace that. Now what? We just go around and just push this upon everybody, and maybe that's what was supposed to be. But then, like I believe currently in our present like time and all of our generations here today, we are at the next level of that, right? Like, and I believe that many of our fellow human beings are kind of, I don't know, I guess weaponizing or being used as weaponizing pieces to just like cause kind of more division or more like
Well,
separation.
this is
Yeah.
the word that I've been learning. I've been learning the word, okay? I've learned it from two people now.
What's the word?
The word is called distortion.
Distortion.
That's
Okay.
the word I've been learning, yeah. And it's a new word, okay? But it's a word that is a You know, it's a word that seems to be an element of possibly these discussions and our societies. It seems to be, you know, but the thing is, you know, what you're saying is about the history, right? The history. I believe that there are many human beings that come in many different, like, costumes, masks,
Veils, disguises,
yeah, many things. Yeah, they come in uniforms also,
right?
and they come in categories, you know, and it goes with every different belief. And so we do see the element of good and evil in our world here, and that, you know, we cannot attribute all of the bad things, you know, that human beings have done in different parts to like
Like
to people
judge.
as a whole.
Right, right.
Yeah, it's very,
Like
I
make
mean,
them
you
a
know, see, the thing is,
representative. Like, right, is what you're
yeah.
saying? We can't distort what one little group of humanity does as like all of, I guess, humanity, or you know, like, is that what you're kind of talking about, sister? You know, like,
Well, I'm also talking, yeah, also about like how it seems that people, you know, I'm learning like that with our beliefs, you know, people have to find their way, and it changes often, right? So what you believed maybe quite a while ago is you know, there seems to be some kind of like pressure and pushing with it as well. It's not free. It's not, you know, people are like putting themselves like pushy onto other individuals, you know, in a way that's a strong opposition. And we all are free in this world to be where we are. With many different things, whether it be our beliefs, or it be our, you know, even for me, for example, my grief, you know, related to my, because yeah, I've told you my situation. I have a right. You know, it takes time to understand this, that I have a right to be where I am. I don't need to be where someone else believes I need to be, right? But I've had to learn this, and that was a hard lesson to go through. I'm still learning it. You know, I'm surrounding myself with other individuals who promote this and promote the greater good for the people that really have authentic, genuine care for one another. You see what I'm saying? But I'm noticing that there are people who seem to be with strong opposition to other people. They're okay. I learned the word today or yesterday as well. They're manipulating, influencing. Does that make sense? Does that
yeah,
make
manipulating
any sense
through
to you guys?
distortions. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
like
you know, but the
manipulating,
thing is, it's
distorting,
unfolding, right? So,
yeah,
pardon?
unfolding, like unfolding, especially
Yes,
here on
it's
TikTok.
unfolding. So,
It's unraveling
yeah,
on TikTok, especially. That's why I believe,
unraveling. It's
like,
unraveling in many places. Yes, not only TikTok, and you know, it's quite significant. Actually, I will say as well, it's quite significant. Very significant what's happening. You know, it can really affect the people. You know, it happened with me, and so yeah, but you know, it's not. I feel like it's not black. Oh, there's some stuff in the chat that I didn't see that. Reinforcing a distortion,
or
or I wasn't looking at
manipulation
the chat.
that creates a feedback loop. Yeah. So,
Reinforcing a. Oh,
yeah, I mean,
oh, this
like,
must be a different. Oh, I know this person. Yeah, I just joined on this. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't looking at the chat there.
Crown, welcome. So forgive us.
A
Forgive me.
feedback
Yeah,
loop.
thank you.
Yeah,
Hey,
like the feedback
hello.
loop just being
Let's
like,
hear what he has to say. That's
yeah, yeah,
interesting.
yeah. Could you
A
explain? Like,
feedback loop. I want to hear about this. A feedback loop. Okay,
Oh no,
please.
I know who you are, Jenny. You came up a while back on Calls Live, and
Okay.
I'm glad that you're out here, you know, pointing these things
Yeah.
out. Do you want me to answer the prompt, or do you want to continue on the same?
Both.
I think we should continue for sure.
And before you do,
Yeah.
Crown, I just gave you a follow. So, this is probably the first time maybe you and I have gotten to sit together. So, thank you, God, for
Oh
your
yeah.
divine plan for bringing us all together here. Could you just give me like a quick introduction about yourself? And then if I could have you, either answer the prompt or explain kind of like that manipulation feedback loop that you were talking about. Either or.
So yeah. Okay. Um, I go by Crow, not Crown.
Oh, Crow.
But in real life, my name is Daniel.
Daniel?
Okay, not to give out too much information, but I picked Crow named Mole because they
Crow
are
named
crows are very
Mole.
harmonic. Crows are very harmonious. They don't repeat patterns, but they observe and they learn and they share this information with everyone. And then a mole, right? The same time as a crow flies in the air, a mole flies in the dirt. If that
Right?
makes sense.
So
Now,
you're
with
you're
that being said,
heavens and below, right? You got the above and the
yeah,
below.
and it's it's a wild thing, but
I love it.
I picked the symbol of a plague doctor because it's this the whole suit thing is more of an embodiment, as in you know a way to see past the manipulation, to see past the distortion, and to actually it's like many people. Actually, I'm not gonna say many people. Let's just say, for instance,
Those people,
back then
the people.
there were these individual not individuals, but there was this disease back then, and plague doctors wore this uniform that protected them from this decay, this disease, all these different things, right?
Okay.
So all this like it's not really a mask. These things symbolize, but nowadays people put too much weight on it, so it's not really a mask. It's sort of to say, hey, look, bringing it to awareness, but it's not my identity. Okay, but past that, okay,
But it
I
does
was
kind of
born
like
Christian.
reflect like your identity though, right? If I'm getting a sense like crow, mole,
Internally, yeah.
right?
Internally, it's like, internally, yeah.
It
And
is
I
it is
definitely,
putting like
I
a picture of like who you are in a sense where my name Chaplain Charlie P. It's not just something I came up with out of thin air. Like
yeah.
there's a lot
And I
of
put crow named
meaning.
mole because it's like me. I like to dive all the way down deep into the dirt, right? I'm talking about go as deep as you can get because guess what? That's where seeds grow. That's where roots grow. And guess what? When you dive into those things, you get the whole meaning, not just above, but also the below. So,
mm,
with
From the
that
root,
being said,
from the root up, right? Okay.
I was born and raised Christian in a Christian family,
Okay.
but whenever I actually started looking within the Bible and looking within, different things, I saw behind the scripture. I saw the code, I saw the information behind it, and on the surface level, you've seen a lot of missing things. You've seen a lot of manipulation tactics and a lot of distortions with inside it because if you really think about it, would it raise the question why certain books weren't released or put into it?
Or
If you
maybe
look at
hidden.
through history, yeah, hidden. And why does something need to be hidden? I mean, it's not really hidden if you see through it.
If you see through it, or if you seek for it, like I guess maybe both. And this is where
you know what? I can understand exactly what he's talking about because you know, when I go into some of these different discussions, I hear the people talking about the Bible in a certain way. They're
Hmm.
speaking about it. Looks pretty brutal on some of these passages. And they talk, but if you look a little further, if you study, the history, the time period, and when this thing was written, you know,
And
and
here's
then
the crazy part.
I bring up these points. Like there was one that they kept on talking about it over and over about this Samuel part where the child was struck or whatever, and that was God that did that. And so I brought up good points. I said like that's the author that wrote that. Like, and maybe the author felt that God had because I'm a person that's experienced grief, right? I know what it's like to go through those initial first years where you feel guilty, where you feel that you've been punished for bad things and that's why this person's been taken from you, all these things. And so when I read that, I think, maybe this individual felt this way, that God had struck, now the child has, but that's why I'm saying to look at the thing with a proper lens and be open, because maybe in fact it had nothing to do with God. It could have been natural causes, or something happened with that child. But what happens is people are not open anymore. They're not, and you might bring up some other open suggestions, and people seem to be just like wanting to push their own strong opposition on absolutely everything. And I'm
It's
not even saying that is the case.
the
I'm just
whole
offering
the
an
whole
idea.
word the
Thank
whole
you.
word God is like a box trying to fit something in a box, right? And then getting people to see this image, right? And by seeing this image, it's like God is a egregor. I don't know how to pronounce the word, but it's a shared mass consensus where people put all this energy and it creates an identity itself, and people put so much belief into this thing. And with this belief, it can either, well, let's just say it's makes decay. It continues to lead people on as if, okay, boom, here's hope, here's belief. You need a savior. Okay, but here's the thing. You put so much into that, but at the same time, at the end of the day, it's not going to be what someone told you or what you heard. Because at the end of the day, you have to save yourself. If you can't save yourself, then how can you? Because if you look at that one little verse in the Bible, it says, before you take out a log in somebody else's eye, take out something out of your own eye first.
Right, like you got
Okay?
to see the plank in your own eye, right? Like it's not a speck, it's a plank, like in our
So
own eyes,
I
right?
look at
Like,
I look at belief and religion as a tactic to separate people who are stuck in a pattern, and then those who are don't look at the Bible more than just, hey, look, I see the manipulation, I see the pattern, I see the distortion, I recognize it for what it is, and I move past it.
okay, so like,
Because
can I ask you that,
people,
Crow? Like, instead of like moving past it, as you say, like right here, you, and I'm not trying to throw any shade on you or anybody. It's, like if anything, it's all of us who do this, where we recognize the distortion, manipulation, or whatever it is that I would say is a feedback loop, right? Like everybody just starts doing like a feedback loop of whatever distortion or whatever. So that's where I would kind of connect that. But then I ask ourselves, just like once we recognize and see this, is it just move past it or try to bridge a gap or, bring that separation
You know,
together? Does that make sense? And I believe that
see, I
that
see
comes
these
through
things,
our language.
Yeah, social media has an influence on all of this too. Like you read what's in the
Oh.
chat even right now, right? And you see like laughing faces and skulls and that he's ignoring whatever. All these different type of things, okay? I don't want to say anything about that person also. But what I'm saying is that at the end, we are all our own person,
individual, yeah.
and we are all allowed to believe what we want, and we are allowed, the most important thing inside of all of us that is within all of us and accessible is love. And I don't know, but
So,
our world has gone away from that. Our people have, not all, but
I would say that
why is
love
it
is
so
also one of
challenging
those
to
words.
love one another today?
Because I think that
so
love, like that
I'm
word
not very
God, is
fond.
this like powerful energy. Like just wouldn't you say, Crow? Just like that word God. Like just that 3-letter word for us in English. Like you
So
see
the
that word and it
word
just
God
holds so much.
requires is a condition. Just like love, it has conditions. The word
Right.
God and belief has conditions. So you have to believe, and if you don't believe, then guess what? It's either you're going to be in number one, hell, or B, heaven. But then what I'm saying is, how about the word acceptance, right? Acceptance. More than just love. Love doesn't require conditions. No, the love requires conditions. Acceptance, it says, hey, look, if I were to say, I love you, but I'm only going to love you because of this. But if I accept you, then I guess what? I'm allowing you to do you, learn from your mistakes without trying, but at the same time, have accountability, have responsibility, integrity, honesty. Because look, at the end of the day, this is what I know. Truth is harmony. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
And
that's
from
Is it
right.
harmony,
though?
there are 12
It's truth
qualities.
harmony because I believe that is what is kind of, especially on TikTok, I want to stress, I'm like specifically talking about how humanity is kind of just like unraveling like on TikTok. And so when you say acceptance and truth is harmony, I have people on like Christian panels who tell me that all they're doing is speaking the truth in the Bible, and Jesus is like the like type thing. So this is where I have to stay like, we have to think about just like we have our truth, our own belief, our
I
own.
think. Yeah.
I honestly believe
So
Christians that are
let me
like
give
that.
you for instance, I'm gonna give an example. Okay. Truth is neither objective or subjective. If it's either objective or subjective, then you are in a feedback loop. You are within this loop of this is your narrative, this is how you see things.
You're
I
just going
understand
around
that.
in circles,
Now,
right? Like you're just
now you look at, for example, the thermometer, the thermostat says in the room it's 73 degrees, right? The other person says, oh, it's hot. And the other person says, oh, it's cold. But then those two individuals are going to argue and conflict. Well, it's hot in this room. And the other person says, oh, it's cold in the room. But if you see on the thermostat for what it is, right? It's 73 degrees.
right. It's
You
just
look
like
beyond the narratives. You look beyond of what people say. Oh, this is how it feels because this feeds my narrative, or this is how this feels because it feels my narrative. So
okay. So
seeing things
Crown
for what they are, yeah.
is what like truth, right? Like the thing. Like I'm sorry to cut you off there, but that was a very like brilliant for me like analogy. Okay, right? Like we're in a room where we know the thermostat is set to 73 degrees, and we have two human beings. One who says it is like scorching in here, and the other is just like, I'm freezing, dude. Like I need another blanket, right? So we like
My
all,
mother was like that.
right? It's just like
Yeah.
this is where like
We used to fight
relationships.
over the
It's just like
thermostat.
just you gotta fight. You gotta have a compromise and
That's
just like
true.
work that out. Like in a marriage, that's like the advice I give. Just like make sure you guys work out whatever temperature you're gonna keep the room set at together.
That is a good analogy, actually.
Right?
That is such
But-
a good analogy.
Okay, now
That
on
was
that
actually really
analogy,
smart. I like that analogy.
like Jenny, like Bunny, Crow, like when we see this argument, what is our role in this like experience, right? Are we just supposed to move past it and just be like those guys are a married couple or whatever, or do we try to bring some kind of like superposition is the word I would call it scientifically, right? Like it's like that thing about Schrodinger, like proposing like a cat being put in a box that you can't see through, and like with the cat, you put a little bit of radioactive material and then you close the box and you ask everybody, is this cat going to be dead or is it going to be alive in 10 years or like a year or something like that? And all the students say, oh, it's going to be alive or it's going to be dead, right? That is what quantum entanglement is, right? It's just whatever one side says, there's going to be a side that says the opposite. Does that make sense? And this is where like superposition comes in. We have to know, what is it? What is the truth? You got to open up the box.
Well, the truth
So
is within us.
The truth is we're
we
not.
can keep our. Yes, there can be this quantum entanglement, as you say.
Yeah.
But yeah, there can be this, but
It's not that
but
there can be.
We can
There
learn.
is.
Acceptance. He's right what he says. Acceptance. We can learn that. We can accept ourselves as well. We can also walk away. We can learn to walk away from the quantum entanglement.
Right.
Right?
But then
These
But
are
then,
these
that's
are
almost
12
like
qualities.
a feedback loop. Like I would say
Yeah.
that is what
One thing-
continues.
I want to bring up
Uh-huh.
as well is when it comes to this is having emotional regulation and being able to regulate your thoughts without being driven by by
Emotion.
emotional reaction, because sometimes our emotions drive us to put belief into something or to follow some type of distortion, and sometimes distortions can feed your narrative, just like AI. How you if you're not in harmony, right? If you're not being truthful with yourself, if you're not having acceptance or emotional regulation or accountability or authenticity or having equality or equity, all these different, these are practices, by the way. Um, if
Virtues,
we
I would
don't
say too,
practice
right?
these and stay
Like these are virtues.
consistency in all of the above, those
Correct.
12 qualities right there, if you don't stay consistent with that, right, it's not about belief. It's either you know or you don't. And if you have belief, it means you don't know, but then therefore you put your sole existence into, okay, well, I believe that God, or I believe. Well, think about this. Every religion, right? If you look at the patterns throughout history, kingdoms have failed, kingdoms has risen, but they always set up this image. Believe in this or you're wrong. They set up these gods. And they different names. It's just borrowed and reinforced. Borrowed,
Ball,
reinforced, and reshaped.
ball road? What? I've never heard that term before. Ball road? Is that like a?
Borrowed as in
Oh,
they
borrowed? Like, did
don't
you say
learn
borrowed?
from the past. They use the past, but they
It's a
don't
regurgitation, right?
change.
It's a theft.
Yeah,
You said borrowed. I thought you said a ball road for some
yeah,
reason.
borrowed,
Forgive me.
borrowed,
I'm old.
reinforced, reshaped, and then guess what? It's to control the masses. Think about this. Why do they have freedom of religion? We should look at it as freedom of shackles, as in, if you don't, they allow you to have your belief, right? Because this belief feeds your narrative. And then from this belief feeding your narrative, they allow to everybody to be themselves, right? But at the same time, it's shackles. Freedom of religion is a form of shackles. It's to be able to control the masses by saying, we're allowing you to have your belief, we're allowing you to do this, we're allowing you to do that. But at the same time, what are you without those religions? What are you without the identity? Because nowadays we have we see each and every single religion. What are they fighting over? Well, my God is the truth. Well, my God is the truth. Or so on and so forth. This conflict.
Just
And then with that even
defending
being
our
said,
like one's own truth or something like that. Oh, Bunny, I don't know if there was like a disconnection. Yeah, continue. But yeah, I agree with you. But like Crow again, let me ask you, like in that hypothetical, like with the two arguing, like hot cold. What do you do? Like, how would you approach bridging this dispute? Like do you nine out of 10 just walk away from it and just let them work it out themselves, and you're just looking for like-minded like individuals who are past that, right? That it's beyond that, right?
You want to know something else that's really interesting? I like what you're saying there. This is really interesting that I've been finding. This is kind of on a deeper level. You can actually find individuals that align with you really strongly in one way that gives you something that you really need, you know? And then at the same time, they completely don't align with you in another way. But, and then that's where it comes back again to love, is because in a way, or I'm not even too sure. I'm just don't mind me, both of you, because as we're talking about this, it's like I'm learning as I go. You know
Of
what I mean?
course,
So
as
when
we
I
all
speak,
are.
sometimes, yeah,
Hopefully.
people feel like but this is what I've been discovering lately as well, that there are, so there's a connection basically, and the barrier that can break, or the wedge that can come in between people, is when they want to again push, or you know they have one belief and you might have another belief, and they're not able to just let you be where you are at, because you people may all come to the same place eventually. We don't know what the future holds, right? None of us know. We might all come to the same place eventually, even though we're all on different paths, right? But we have to be able to allow each of us to travel that road, right? on our own timing and experiences to get to the end destination.
The finish line, right? Like there is one ultimate
Yes. Although we don't
finish
know
line.
exactly what it
That,
is.
right.
sometimes.
We don't know what happens after we cross that finish line. You know, like maybe you get Gatorade poured on you, maybe you get a medal. But you know, like ultimately, like you know, like as we are living beings on Earth, essentially, just you know, like in a broad kind of language sense, you know, like we are all on a like people may call it a race, but we're all like on a journey that all requires like individual like paths that all end up at the same finish line. Death, right? Essentially is like the ultimate finish line that we are all going to share as human beings, right? But
Yeah, that's true.
until
is
that
true.
moment, we are all
I don't know
on
if you
our
can say that
own
on here.
path. I said it. Like
I'm not
that's
sure
the
if you
thing.
could say that on.
That's
I
the
think
thing
you have to
about
say
like
unalignment.
no, you don't.
But
That's the thing, Jenny. Like
you
that's what
you can
TikTok
say
like
death.
people like.
Really?
That's the like proof that I'm trying
Oh,
to
I
show
appreciate
people.
that.
The
Yeah.
experiment is just like what does it take to get these like adult by age, right? But by
Yeah.
like actions and behaviors, they are clearly children. Just like yelling at one another, just being like, no, my way, just you know, like it's just absolute like a classroom just with a bunch of children like out of order.
Really?
So like the like TikTok.
So you
And this
can
is my
actually
theory.
say the word
This
death.
is my theory.
You can say
We're
death
saying
on
it right
here.
now. It's how you
Yeah.
use it, right? If you're just
Right.
like right, you know. But that's the thing. People are like, oh, you got to say unalive. No, you only have to say
I'm
that
very
if you
thankful
are
for this. Thank you.
scared
Because
of
it's
getting
because you know what?
striked.
Yeah.
I mean,
really
like, I'm not
thankful for
condoning.
this
I'm
because
not condoning going around like you know, but just know that you know, like it's that you can say the word rape, right? No, nothing happens. It's how you're going to talk about it that is going to get like
Yeah.
observed. Does that make sense, Jenny?
yeah,
So
yeah,
this is
that's
where,
important,
right?
because I've been feeling very, and I'm very happy to be able to come into this space here and be free and be myself, because I've been feeling very restricted and having to, in some spaces change. For me, the word death is an important word, and I have to be able to say death.
Unalive, it's just like
It's let
unalive.
instead of saying that, say that you're going through a shedding process because each individual is going through a consistent growth. Everybody is consistently growing. It's either they're
Yeah.
reinforcing the what's it called? There's certain I don't know. It's either
I mean,
they're reinforcing the shadows on the wall or they are actually stepping out the cave. If you want to look at the Plato's
Okay.
cave allegory and how some people are still stuck looking at the
turning around and turning
shadows on the
around to
wall.
see like the
Mm-hmm.
light that's
And then
casting the
here's the
shadow.
thing. Here's the trap. Here's the trap, right? You think you need to save the individual. You think you need to, hey, let's go help. But in reality, you can't help those who don't want to be helped because they have to help
Who don't
themselves.
want to turn around. Just like even when you're tapping them on the shoulder, like
And
behind
that's
them, just like, you know, they just won't turn around and look, right? Like essentially
and
in
that's
that
the hero
allegory.
complex. That is the savior complex. It's not about saving the individual. We can sit there and spit the truth and speak about, certain things, but at the end of the day, just what has happened to every single individual that has came to try to save them. They were unalive, they were flogged, they were spat upon, and guess what? It's just a trap. You can't help those who don't want to regulate and actually see it for what it is and not their own identity. Because guess what? Look at this. When you look in the mirror, what do you see?
This image that you guys see right here. You
Okay, but you
know?
don't see the mirror. So you see. Guess what I see? I don't see myself. I see them. I just see the mirror as it is. The
What do you
mirror doesn't see
mean?
me. I just
Hold
see it.
on. Okay, but you see the mirror like you know, but that's the thing when you say like you don't see yourself, you just see the mirror. You know, like
I
that's
remove my identity from the mirror, and I just see the mirror as itself without putting my suppose. Because why am I going to let something external, right, tell me who I am, right? Okay.
But I mean, okay, like
Because
this is
it's like
where
so somebody externally has to tell you, well, I have to. It's look. I can't save you. You can only save yourself. But if you need to put so much energy and time into a savior, then it's like, hey, look, are you really taking accountability, or are you really just saying, hey, you have to be dependent on something in order for you to change? You
Okay,
need someone to save you.
like no, you need to realize that it's only up to
But you're
us,
a
right?
participant.
No, no,
Yeah,
like
you
you
have to be a
are, you
participant.
are the, you are the controller. Like,
Participant
I mean,
in
like,
all of it. Yeah.
I mean,
You have to
that's the thing,
participate.
right?
Yeah.
Like
In order for
participation.
yes.
What do you
Yes.
mean by
Yeah.
participate? Like that's the thing where like on the mirror,
Like
like
accountable.
I'm
I
with you.
see I hear what he's saying. You know,
So
I
Right.
hear
I've
it.
heard
Yeah.
people
You got
say
to be participating. If you don't participate, there's not going to be any change towards anything
it's like I
specific.
said, you
You
can't
know?
participate in distortion. You can't participate in reinforcing this feedback loop. Because think about this. You look at AI. Now, if the person is not operating from authenticity, then the person is operating from identity. Okay, the identity is a person that is, well, let's say, okay, identity. Okay, the person,
Authentic
it's
is the
like an
person
ident.
that is versus identity. You know, like I get what you're saying,
Yes.
but like it's how we
Okay.
use these words. Like Crow Jenny. Like if I told you like in your mirror, right? Like I know like Crow, when you say you just see the mirror, right? You've taken yourself out of kind of like that, you know, like world, the manipulation of just like the reflection that they want us to see of ourselves type thing. But you know, like if you, all three of us, like go into our bathroom and look at our reflection and we are just sad or we are angry, you know, like how do we
I
change
don't. You know what?
that?
Okay. I'll really look.
Does that make sense?
I'll get really deep with you. Okay. I'll get really
Let's
real.
get
Really
deep.
real.
He's the
Yeah.
mole.
When I
You know,
go to the
let's
mirror.
dig to the roots. Okay, you
When
go
I
to the
go to the
mirror.
mirror. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. When I look at myself, it's not me anymore. It's no longer me.
Who is it then? If
Because
it's
yeah, that's gonna
well,
be hard to understand. I'll tell you why. Because when my partner left in 21, I transformed so greatly, and physically included, that's a real thing. That is something that is a part of me, like in a way that has changed me spiritually as well.
You
You
didn't
know,
react to the situation. You regulated. You understood what was going on. You took accountability, and
yeah,
instead of
yeah, yes.
feeding, the narrative that was not narrative, but the identity that was, oh well. When you look in
Hmm.
the mirror, some people, well, maybe I'm not good enough, and maybe he just, da 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 da
You're right.
da, taking, But you didn't
Yes.
let that happen. You didn't let
No,
that control you. You took
that's right.
accountability. You're like, you know what? I accept myself. I don't need his validation, because truth doesn't need my validation. Truth doesn't care about my feelings. Okay.
Well, no, not really. It's not.
yeah, yeah.
It's no. It's not to do. So that's not to do with my partner. Actually, he's very much still very very special to me.
Of
But
course,
I
you
what?
accept him, but you
Yes, but you're
regulate and
right.
you
You're
release.
right
You
on everything you
regulate and
say.
release.
Yeah. Listen, you're right on everything you said there. This took a while, okay, to understand that the physical self of me is like going through, I guess, some kind of a process that is actually difficult for me to kind of control, because the spiritual side of me is going through some kind of transformation that I can't even totally explain, but I'm just going through it. But I did have to, like you say, I had to make a choice as I was going through this, right? I had to decide, like, along with it, which is like the very very hard. Nobody understands this. Like, I had to decide like how I could do this. Did I want to just be like the way of the world and just okay, like you say, accept, should like not accept this as it's as for what it is, you know like it seems like it's unhealthy, but it's actually healthy. Like people would say, have you gone for counseling, or, maybe because they look at this situation of mine and a level of suffering, yeah, because he's not here in the physical world, and they see that as like
Pain.
that I need to, like, get, but it's not. This is a part of life.
Right.
What I'm experiencing is normal. This He died. He died, and that's real. And what's happening to me is supposed to happen. Like, if I look in the mirror and I don't recognize myself, and like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I gained a lot of weight. I'm about 150 pounds right now, but I used to be quite, fitness and exercising and healthy. But and that's been hard for me to look at that, but I embrace that, because I say, you know what? That is because he's not here physically. That's normal. Like, these are.
Okay. I
But
mean, like you're
anyway,
right. Okay, but you see like the same like beyond just like the flesh, right? Like that's what I'm talking about, Jenny.
yeah,
Just
it's,
like
you know
you
what? It's
see
me. Like
this like
it's the past and the and the and,
the
and it's the
growth.
past and the present, and the future goes with us all, right?
Right.
So the past part of it are things and people who have been here in this physical world and are no longer here. So we don't just like throw them out and be like, and no, that's a part of the whole big picture. We carry that and we can learn from it. We can change whatever we're doing. Right now we're in the very now moment, but it all is like one big package, right? Then we're going towards a destination. We're going somewhere, which obviously we haven't been there yet, but we put the whole thing together, right? And then that, like he was talking about, acceptance helps us to accept what it is right now. Like it's still unfolding. But anyway, it's just, it is really hard though. I will say that. Whatever I am going through is freaking hard.
I mean, like this is where Bruce Lee's like,
Okay.
quote, just like, don't pray for an easy life, pray for the strength
Yeah.
to endure a difficult one,
easy
right?
life.
Like that's the thing.
No,
everybody
that's
would
not
love the
happening for
easy
me.
life, right? Nor should it be, and that's where you should feel
No,
blessed.
I've come to terms
like,
with that.
right? But that's the
That's
thing,
not
Jenny.
happening.
Like that's where,
Jeez.
like we talk about like our past and our present and the future, right? Like these are things that are entangled within all human beings, right? Like I'm going to keep kind of using this term entanglement, right? And superposition is a term that refers to like unraveling that entanglement or just seeing the truth, right? And the truth is, like we do have, all of us, like loss and, like pain that we as human beings all experience or are experiencing or all haven't yet realized we are going to experience. Does that make sense? So it's like these like known kind of
But
checkpoints.
you know what? That we have to, the thing is, we have to allow other people to be where they're at, because
Of course.
you see, I've had conversations, for example, okay, this is an example with atheist individuals, okay, who have experienced similar in the way that it was a child, okay? So that's actually, to me, actually very much more difficult, right? And in that case, I was told by that individual that she felt that, because she didn't believe in anything after, she felt that basically the way she thinks of it is that that person doesn't exist anymore. That's her. But for me, I've had like supernatural kind of like incidences that show me that my partner does exist in some way. So, so that's been hard for me to kind of balance that out. So I've had to like live with that and kind of carry that. And so I don't like say anything to her when she tells me that, like my circumstances are totally different. But I kind of just let her be where she's at, because like, does that make any sense?
Is it different though, like sister? Because this is where again, like the entanglement is here, right?
Well,
like
I guess
she's
he
saying,
doesn't exist in the physical
she's saying
world, but
he
does
doesn't
I don't
exist
know.
anymore,
We
right?
don't
Like
know.
her friend. That's the thing though. Like listen, like to her when she says her friend that she's lost, like doesn't exist anymore in the afterlife, because she doesn't believe in an afterlife. So she says he doesn't exist anymore. You say, well, I also have lost somebody very special, and I believe he does exist in the afterlife, right? here's the same thing about like the 73 degrees. Somebody saying
Right.
this and
I mean,
somebody
see, if
saying
you look,
this, right?
if you look, if you look at the chat, someone just wrote there, they live in the memories of those who knew them. So, like that, we don't know that individual's situation, that person, the circumstances, or even if that person is talking about their personal experience. But we don't say to that person, no, they don't live in the memories of those who knew them. No, because we don't. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like we are all having our own personal experience while at the very same time also having a like
Human.
collective experience
A human
as a whole.
moment,
We're
right?
having
Like,
both
yeah,
simultaneous.
like, and that
It's
is
kind of weird.
that is
Very
what
weird.
is called a quantum state, where we exist in just like these, like multiple
Speaking
kind
of
of.
quantum.
I mean, that's my like favorite, one of my favorite words. Like quantum versus classical. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this kind of comparison, right? And like like here's the thing, like it's so easy. Like classical, like consciousness, classical state is strictly binary. It's 1 or 0. Yes or no. Type thing. Where the term quantum is now adding like the possibility of just like like a third option, right? Like almost like trans like is used for
You,
like
as the individual, are the programmer and the individual at the same time. Now, most people think
Absolutely.
there's a wall in between that. And that wall is the belief. The wall is saying, hey, look, well, here's this. For me, I came to the point because, I do a little bit of programming and stuff like that, where it's like, you know what? Being the programmer and the individual at the same time means we are accountable for ourselves, right? And with that being said, we also, when it comes to dealing with certain situations or interactions in life, we can either react and be controlled by the situation, and it's like, for instance, okay, now, you have discernment, we all have the ability to discern. Now, the difference between discernment and undiscernment is the person that's reacting and the person that is regulating.
let me mold that around.
Reacting
So
is-
you said discernment versus like not having discernment is reacting versus not having control. Like this is the kind
So
of
emotions are okay. Emotions are okay.
inevitable
But whenever-
in the sense, right? Like emotions
Yes,
Yes,
are
but it's
are
how
okay.
you. Yes,
Yes.
it's each
But
person
when
must
we
use
don't
their
regulate
emotions.
them,
Right.
those reactions, those emotions can also
Be harmful. Yeah.
be harmful to you if you do it. Because it's like, for instance, it's either your emotional deregulation is moving you, or you are moving you by being regulated.
So I would say it comes down to
Vulnerability.
this world, right? Like it like leaves us open to our vulnerability, right?
As humans, we are fragile.
We're
Yes,
vulnerable.
As humans, we are.
like we are vulnerable human beings, and that's where
We're
when I
more
hear
fragile. Yes, we are more fragile than people realize. We are so fragile. Yeah.
like, and that's
People
the thing.
don't
Here's the
even
thing.
know even how
Here's the thing.
fragile we are. Yeah, they don't. That's true.
You are vulnerable, but you have the ability to become firm. You have the ability to become regulated, to have emotional regulation. It's literally to the point of, if you see the patterns of the distortion and the manipulation throughout history, and you recognize the patterns of the past, and you do what you need to do today so that the past does not continue to exist in the present moment. Because if you still see friction today, if you still see suffering today, then that is because we are reinforcing the past instead of fixing it, instead of holding ourselves accountable and having integrity, instead of manipulating it, instead of using the past to validate people's narratives. Because it's like when I would rather somebody make a statement instead of ask a question. Because if a person comes over here to ask a question, it means within inside of them, they want you to prove something or to give you an answer that would feed their narrative. I don't know the narrative
Okay.
that's within inside of you.
So this is where like Bunny brought me a prompt where he said somebody just posted the South will rise again. So you're telling me you like actually prefer somebody just making like a statement or a claim rather than just be like, do you guys think the South is rising again? You know, like that thing, right? Like just say what you believe and
Say
you know,
what you
like,
know. Say what you know, not believe. Say what you know.
Okay,
If you have a belief is stating that I don't know, therefore, okay.
Well, okay,
so if you
okay,
don't
so then
know, you sit there.
But
don't
okay,
know
so then
something, you observe.
somebody who says the South is rising again knows that or believes that or you know like that's the thing where like Crow, I hear you just kind of
We
like
know that the sun is gonna rise. We know that the moon is gonna. It's just we know these
okay,
things,
right,
okay.
right, like
if we
like
don't know them, then we sit back and observe and listen. But if we asking a question, then we're trying to fill our narrative.
control,
Well, I'm
right?
right.
We are
Controlling-
trying to take a control over a situation, right? As opposed to just like you said, the other
Do you hold a
discernment part.
conversation of what you know, or do you hold a conversation by asking questions? And asking questions is like, well, I'm right, you're wrong type deal.
Ah,
It's
depends on the question, right? And that's the thing where, like,
the question
like when-
is to ask within yourself: do I need to observe, or do I need to validate my question and prove myself right? Okay, if you know these things, then you don't. Therefore, you're going to talk about them with certainty, with integrity. But if you're going to ask a question, you don't need to ask a question. Just sit there and observe. You learn more by observing than asking questions. Because if someone to ask questions, then guess what? Guess what I can do? I can literally reach into you and I can indoctrinate you, manipulate you, right? It's like reverse psychology. I can validate your question.
well,
I
okay,
can
so then
validate it.
here is where, like, as the observers, right, like the ones who choose to be the ones that observe, right, like we have a question here. The conscientious and conscious, like, observer, again, like recognizes this pattern, this feedback loop, and has to, like, in the ourselves, make a choice. Like, what are we able to do for this situation, right? And that's where I believe, you know, like TikTok can be used to really try to hone that in like the individuals and also allow those who have like gotten to like different levels to then look out for the level below and help them level up, right? Like I believe like this is how humanity loves one another and accepts like our roles.
You know what's interesting? Yeah. See, I've been on this TikTok for maybe 4 months now or so, and what I'm noticing is that with the TikTok, you know, what I'm finding is that you know, just to comment on what you're saying about the leveling up and all of that type of thing. I think that people are sort of what's happening as well is that people are challenging people much
Hey,
more,
Miranda.
you know, and
Difficult.
pulling people out of their comfort
Difficult.
zones, right? Yeah, they're putting people out of their comfort zones. And so, you know, you find yourself sometimes in these discussions, and this piece about regulation is a great point. But also, you know, when you're finding yourself in these situations where it's like, it's almost like another language. I mean, it's people are I don't know what it is. It's the time we're in is where people are having quite opinionated, opposing, and different type of, not that anybody's right or wrong, but it's really some sort of a push out of your comfort zone is what's happening.
I put it in
people,
that.
I think, are just.
What do you think of this, like, this kind of metaphor? You know, like everybody talks about, like, oh, like he's gonna cook you or something like that. This is the like language that people are like use as like kind of like a finish line on
Right.
TikTok, like where like
Those are
my
just
father.
mind games that people play.
It's
Debates.
just
Debates.
it's a mind
Yeah,
game, but
debates
then you
actually.
like recognize those who
Yeah.
continue to use this language, this encoding, are the ones who are I
Language.
don't know, like so it's just like right, like words. My father
Yeah.
told me languages are like they all have like a unique flavor to them, and he told me like the
Right.
American language and the South Korean language don't really fuse well together in kind of
Mesh.
there's some
Mesh.
there's like a lot that gets lost in translation, that term, what gets lost in translation. But as
Yeah.
being our authentic, or learning how to be, or like even learning who our
Speak
authentic
out of the
selves are,
language.
right, is
Yeah.
how we
Speak outside the
begin
language.
to use
The
our
language barrier.
right, and
Right.
just
Language
recognizing
can be a
the
barrier.
language.
Right.
It is our barrier, right? Like you have to recognize,
Yes, that's
like,
true.
yo, man, I don't know what that word means.
That's
like
right.
type
Yeah,
thing, right?
sometimes you're right. Sometimes we're able to actually have some type of a unspoken communication. Absolutely. Between
You can be
someone.
like, "What up,
Even on
bro?"
TikTok,
versus
even
just
in
like
regular life.
greetings, right? Like
You just have this I don't know, connection between you and that person. You're like, you just know. And it's like you don't have to say a darn word. You don't have to say a darn word. There's no language involved. I don't know what
and
that is, but yeah.
that is what's like amazing for me personally about just humanity and just like human connection, right? It's just like how we can just hear like our like language and just like our just communicating, like, and it brings us closer. And this is where Einstein talks about love being gravity, because it's what connects us to something or someone else, right? Like this kind of figurative language that even Einstein was trying to like get his brilliant scientific colleagues to just like accept that, yo, man, we shouldn't be trying to make like
Hey, I
better
got something
weapons.
for you.
Like, we have to work towards some kind of purpose where we have to have love, right? If we can accept that the energy needed to save our planet and every living creature within it is love, then we will have reached the like ultimate answer. And that
Hey,
is
I
God.
have. Hey, hear me out. Hear me out. So, you know who recognized when the apple fell from the tree and recognized gravity, right?
Steve Jobs. No, Newton.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when the apple fell from the tree, we learned about it was gravity, right? Okay. How many bodies have to fall until we stop participating in false agendas, false manipulation, and so on and so forth? Hello? I'm confused. What happened?
Sorry. I was trying to
Fre-
get a different background. I have a background of like the tree falling, right? And
Okay,
this is
so
where
we found gravity by an apple just falling, right?
no, I mean
But
like
think
it
about this.
wasn't
Think about this.
that the apple
If
falling
how
on
many
Newton's
times
head
do we
is
have to
what
go through wars?
inspired.
How many times does something have to repeat itself in order for us not to participate in the distortion? How many bodies have to fall
Do you
until we
guys want to let
recognize not to
the new lady
participate
the new
in
guest
these
have a
false
chance too?
agendas, these false identities, these types of wars, right? How many
Yeah.
bodies have to fall? If we recognize
Well,
gravity
it's
the first
yes, a
time, and we
repeat,
recognize
a
for what it
repeat of
is,
history over and over and over and over. But I
but
don't
how
know.
many
Do you
bodies
guys
have
want
to
to let the
fall?
lady? There's a new
No.
lady here.
Oh
She
yeah,
has
go
a
ahead, Miranda.
chance.
Miranda,
Yeah.
thank you for just showing your patience, right? And this is where, like, again, like Miranda came up and, like she said hi and then, like muted up. Like, to me, these are the like patterns that I recognize. It's just like, here is somebody who is respectful and just has etiquette and control, right? Versus the people who will just come up and just interrupt and force whatever it is that they want to say. So with that, like Sister Miranda, I appreciate like that demonstration. And please, if you don't mind, could you just tell us just a like introduction of yourself? Like what are just important bits that we should know about you? And you can take that any direction you want to, if you may. And again, thank you.
Important bits about me, huh?
Maybe that
I
might be
d-
something lost in
no,
translation
I'm trying to think. I'm like,
there.
well, I guess I think more intellectually than I would feeling based, and I try to speak more from not my experience, but from a viewpoint of what the facts and the evidence leads to, and then
Okay.
typically based on that, I'll judge if my feelings are even valid, so that way I don't mislabel them. A lot of people mislabel their feelings. Like what people are calling love is actually limerence. It's an attachment, it's like an addiction. But
Limerence.
love itself is an
Limerence.
action.
I've never heard that word. Limerence. Can you? What is limerence? It is a detachment,
Limerence is
or
like no, it's like whenever you have a crush on somebody.
almost
Like
like
that's all you can
lust,
think about.
like
You know,
like a
you
love
obsess about
lust
them.
kind of like difference.
I
In
mean,
a
yeah, I
sense.
guess it could be. It depends on your age. Like as a teenager, they might not be thinking. Well, as a teenager, they might
Depending
not be
on your
thinking about
state
sex. I
of.
mean, you know.
Right,
Well, I mean, think
right,
about
right,
it. In
right.
middle school, back then, you might not be thinking about sex, but you're just thinking about how you want to hold their hand or you want to, kiss them or whatever. But it's like, it's whenever people sit there and they imagine scenarios with a person over and over and over again until the mind actually believes it's real.
Okay.
Our mind can't tell the difference between something that we like. If your body has a reaction to something that you're watching on TV, you're living it vicariously. Your subconscious thinks that it's actually real and actually experiencing it.
I would agree with that. Just like how reality shows like here on like American TV is just like people who like the Jersey Shore and the Kardashians and just like it's just like this like thing where they portray I guess like the high life being just like you get a posse together who all just kind of know how to like work and manipulate whatever they need to and then like all just fall like and I'm just like I don't know, like like, and then even shows like The Bachelor, Bachelorette, and like all these things. Like
Well,
it's
yes,
just
the anticipation that you have. You pick a favorite character because you either relate to them or because you like whatever it is about them, and then you hope that they win, or you think that you make your pick for it. And that's what we do. We apply meaning to things. Everyone applies meaning to things. Like if I say I used to have a black car, every one of you could picture a black car in your head, but I bet you each one of the black cars is different.
right.
And that's an
Like
example of how we might not all
I'm
how we
I'm
place meaning
thinking
on something. Like
a
I have a
nice
Honda
little
Civic, yours could be a monster, yours could be a
I was
mom.
thinking like a nice little like two-door like Mercedes like convertible. I sense
And that's what
that.
I'm saying. So that's what you thought of when you thought of black car, and I thought of a Honda Civic. So you see what I mean? So it's like
Right.
even though they're both black cars, the meaning that we placed on it was different. So we each get a different meaning that we place on things, and this is part of where it makes each one of us individual and unique.
And I believe like that is a superposition, correct? Like the black car right there. I don't know if you heard me talk about Schrodinger's like cat, like
Mm-hmm.
about like quantum entanglement. But that's a beautiful
Well,
like also kind of a substitute. Like
Schrodinger's
we
cat's
are
little
talking
different.
about. I mean, but
It's talking about
in
both
what
realities
context?
existing at the same time. Because until you
Okay.
know, you can only theorize if the cat is alive or if it's not alive, because you're not going to know until you actually open the box and look. Now, I mean, common sense can state, if it's been a certain length of time, of course, what's going to happen. But regardless, you still don't know until you look. And so it's both alive and unalive in the same time until you've actually verified that evidence.
Right. So if you were telling us a story about just like, hey, Miranda used to have a black car, and then you just kind of go into it. You just say, I used to have a black car, and blah, 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 blah. Right? And everybody who hears black car in that story is in a state where they're either thinking like a Honda Civic, whatever it is, right? It could be anything, right? And this is where it kind of goes beyond just the two states of the cat being alive or dead. It's just like, we're in a quantum like entanglement where we all think about this. And then like, let's just say somebody asks you just like, Miranda, what kind of car did you have? Like you say, and then my new car, I got like a Audi or something like that. And somebody asks, what kind of car was the black car before? And you say, oh, it was a Honda Civic. That puts all of us who heard that thinking just like whatever black car we envisioned in a state where you get what I'm saying? You've opened up the box and showed us
So I get what you're saying.
the
So you're
cat,
talking
right?
exactly. So you're talking about like so at that point, whenever I say black car, there are multiple possibilities that now exist, multiple like timelines or bubbles, whatever it is you want to call them.
You've
And then
created a quantum
and then-
like box,
yes,
right?
so
Like
until I
thing.
verify that, they all stand, but as soon as I verify that it's acidic, all other possibilities collapse.
Now it's in position. Right, they collapse into superposition, right, and then you observe what happens at superposition. Is it just like acceptance? Just like, hey, I was thinking it was this, or I was thinking it was that, or it's just like, I can't, like, I can't believe you drove a Honda Civic, type thing, where you will see another spooky science from a distance, right? And that's the thing where I believe Einstein, Schrodinger, all these like minds recognize this amongst like their peers, where all their peers were just studying from whatever their teacher was teaching them to be the truth, and no longer were they really thinking outside of the box until Einstein had this theory of relativity, and Schrodinger was like one of the minds that understood it and was able to propose like a worded thought experiment, and Einstein like recognized it as like, you're absolutely right, and this is spooky science at a distance. Watching this group of students, like this group of students, spooky action at a distance, right? Thank you, sister. It's spooky action because they're arguing about a cat being put into a theoretical box, and nobody's asking just like, why does it have to be a cat? Like why? Like
why couldn't it have been a mouse or something? I'd be like,
not even a mouse. Like, why are we even doing this? Like that thing. But you're right. It could have been a mouse. But ultimately, one would have to ask, just like, what is the benefit of risking these lives for our enjoy? Like that's the thing where I believe humanity, in a biblical sense,
human. Well, there was a point in time where humans switched from a heart-based, quote unquote, mindset to a brain-based mindset, and that's where we've kind of screwed up. That's also just around the same time that romantic love became like
don't forget the gut based, right? I would say we trust our gut, we trust our heart, we trust our head, right? Like, so here is like this thing, but that's where
the gut is more of a like a receptor of like the signaling from your neurological system, like that sets things off your nervous system. So
okay, so would you be
have neurons that are exactly the same that hold memory? Like a person that gets a heart transplant can actually pick up the memories of the person that
the donor type thing. Where okay, but I've heard of that theory, and that's fascinating too. But like again, like you talked about just like the head and the heart, like like just consciousness, or I don't know what I forgot.
That's the interesting part. Is there's the element of consciousness that's completely outside the physical.
I mean, like it's
consciousness.
Like, right, like
I haven't studied a lot on this. I've just been. People are very.
You're in the thick of it right now, Jenny. Like that's the thing. You're not studying it. You are being involved. Like Ben Franklin says. Like tell me, I'll forget. Teach me, and tell me, I forgot what it is.
Yeah,
but if you involve me, then we will learn. Right? Like it's this thing where like I could tell you.
Yeah, there is no like the place I'm at. There's no going back. I don't know if anybody has experienced a significant loss like that. I've spoken to other people who have as well. It's like people don't want me to talk about it because it's like
too vulnerable.
I don't know. It's uncomfortable. Yeah.
It makes us
the
vulnerable.
The thing is, I have
like...
no choice but to talk about it. Yeah, I have no choice but to talk about it because it's like
your
I don't know. It's a major part of my human experience. Like it's very significant, and it's also guiding me and like helping me figure all this out and find my way.
Amen.
So it's It's also, as you can hear when I talk, like sometimes it's hard. Like the way I talk, it's very kind of. If you listen to me, I talk slow. Like you can tell that I'm really thinking, about what I'm saying, and that's because
you are in the present.
This is a transformation that's happened. Yes, there's so many things I can tell you that stemmed from this loss, which was terrible and devastating in ways. But on the other side of it, I am now a person that is very careful about what she says. I think I try to really word things. I always check in with being authentic, and I am very careful about how I speak. I want to make sure that when I'm communicating, I'm really truly communicating the truth, and also like how I feel. I never did that before. I never did that. I mean, I'll tell you something. I wouldn't be here on this live with all of you if it hadn't been what happened with him in 21. I wouldn't, because and that's that's not a bad thing. I'm learning from other people. I'm more open. There's things that are happening like with us right now as we speak, you know growth, learning, all these different things, listening to other perspectives. So every single thing in this life, not every single thing, but I think you guys understand what I'm saying, right? Do you?
Every single thing. That's the thing.
No,
Like,
that's cause and
don't
effect.
backtrack from it. You said every single thing, and then it's like, well, not every single. This is where we have to recognize. It's
Well,
like,
that's because there are some things that are, you know, very,
and that's where,
very
like, this is where
horrendous
when
type
I
things.
when I
Yeah.
find myself in a situation where like I label it as like every single thing, as opposed to just like some things, right? This is where I like have to be like in a state where it's just like, Charles, you just said every single thing, and now don't try to like rebuild that. Stand strong. Don't doubt yourself, right? Listen to your heart, listen to your head, and then
True,
like
true,
don't try to
but also,
like
yeah,
like
but no, that's true. Yeah, you listen to your heart for sure, but also at the same time, we also need to be able to accept that we can change our minds at any
okay.
time, within seconds or within weeks, and then that's another thing I'm finding, that many people, human beings, are at points are unable to um make
Accept.
room for people to make their own choices. Yeah, choices they might say, well, that's not what you said, or that's not, you didn't say that last time. Also, I don't know if you guys noticed, but on TikTok it seems like everyone's on trial. You notice? You go into these like certain debates,
I even
and
got
it's
my
like you
little
go
like
up.
Judge Hammer. I
You
have
better
to
be
like put
careful
down
which
the.
one you go up,
I know, but
because you're on trial there by
yeah,
these
you,
people who all of a
you,
sudden
Test
became
everybody's
judges, and
credentials.
and I hope like I didn't
yeah,
mean
and
to like come off
they're not, by
as
the
one
way,
of
they're
those.
not going to be, they're not fair judges either, let me tell
They
you.
want to test everybody's
Yeah,
credentials.
you're up for big time penalties.
What are you, professor?
Yeah,
You're
You
going
have
to
a
be
degree?
penalized.
I'm gonna need to see your resume. Like give me your
And by
like
the way,
qualification.
oh yeah, by the way, you don't know who they are either.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? But
they could
Right.
completely be
but they
blowing
seem
smoke
to
up
know
your
you,
ass
and
you
you're on
wouldn't know.
trial, and penalties are happening.
That just I didn't
Yeah.
know I did something wrong. But again, I didn't mean to kind of stop what you were saying. But Jenny, you said
Yeah.
every single thing, but then you said not every single thing, right? And I just wanted to kind of, for just all of us here in the present, just like this is where I would say I see as just like which one was starting off with saying every single thing, and then which one said, well, not every single thing. Was it the heart that was leading, or was it the
You're
head?
really gonna get me,
that kind of
okay.
thing, right? Okay, so then now,
Okay,
just with that
then,
said, what were you gonna say about
Right.
every single thing, or not every
It
single
was
thing?
the one.
Do you
So
remember?
it was the one that. Okay, I'll explain that. That's awesome. So the one that said every single thing was the one that kind of is aligning with this experience and letting it unfold and seeing everything. But then the other part of me, we'll just say part of me, because it's different parts of us, or me. So the other part of me then stopped myself, because I recognized that there are things in this world, some I've experienced, but even what other people have experienced, that are very, very horrific. And so then that's why I say not every single thing,
Okay.
And I
Okay.
don't think it would be fair. It's like almost the same as when I used to pray, right? I used to pray at the table sometimes and say, thank you for this meal, thank you. And I used to pray many different types of prayers. Over the years, things have changed, it has, okay, it happened after I lost my partner, some change in awareness for me. But does it have to do with my partner? No, it doesn't even. It just so happened that there was transformation that had to be had after that point, in such a way that I will no longer pray, thank you. Like I can be grateful for food. Yeah, but I'm not going to pray in a way that says thank you for this food when somebody else in the world, and especially a child, is starving. I don't feel that that's what. Why should I be thankful and thank you for this food? When somebody else in our world is starving. And that's why I say also that we have plenty of food to go around in this world for all people. This we have plenty of food here, abundance of plenty of food for all.
Okay.
And then we,
So then, are
and
you
then
are you
get
saying,
yeah.
like, if I'm tracking correctly, like this is kind of a like explanation of just like why you stopped like praying before a meal, just saying just like thank you for this food, right? Like just a quick
Yeah,
simple
I
thing
can be
before
thank
every
you, but
meal.
yes, I can be thank you, but I also recognize at the same time, I
Right.
don't deserve this food any more than somebody that's a child that's starving. I don't deserve
Okay.
to have this
So
food.
it's
Why
that
should
kind
I?
of
You
it's
know?
that kind of like talk, right? When we start kind
Hmm.
of really working, like that's the shadow work, right? It's just like we are wrestling with just like our heart, which is like grateful, right? And then our head, which is just, whatever, just telling us like, yeah, we're good with it. But then when our head or heart just like begins just, like I would say like it becomes like a routine where people just pray and it's just like Heavenly
Yeah,
Father
yeah,
and they
yeah.
just do the
A
Lord's Prayer. It
routine.
doesn't mean anything. It's just a habit, right?
Hmm.
A
That's
routine,
right.
right? And
Yeah. Hmm.
it
That's right.
doesn't hold any kind of value anymore. The same
It
that it
loses its
did,
its sanctity.
Yeah.
right? Like it's sanctity, right? Like the power
Yeah.
or the
Its
purpose
sacredness.
of what it is,
It
right?
loses
So,
its meaning.
right, like, and that's the
Yes,
thing
it takes
where
effort. It takes
ah,
part, like I said before, it takes participation, right? It takes participation.
beautiful,
It takes
beautiful.
openness.
We have
Openness.
to we have to
We
be
don't why should we
participating.
shut the door? Why close the door? We
My
can
question
in our
to
own
you
time
is,
leave the door open and we can look a little, explore
why
a
do you
little, right?
why do
If
you
you
think you
close
don't
that
deserve food?
door, you won't be able to see some certain things, right?
And that's
So,
where Helen Keller had a
yeah.
beautiful quote where it's just like so many people focus on the door that has closed and fail to be able to see all the doors like opening for them. Does that make sense? And I was just like, this is a blind woman saying this like wisdom, just
Yeah.
like think about that. And I'm not saying like, like just it's a closed door, but like you just have to recognize that, this door, kind of like in that movie Monsters Inc., it's just like that door is closed and now right, like once it's been like shredded so that we don't see it anymore, it's just like, do we just move on and forget that door existed and try to
I
get
can't, you know
ourselves
what? I
further,
can't do
further?
that.
Right.
There's something
Nor,
else. I mean,
I
there's
believe,
something
should
else.
we. It's to be able to
Yeah.
carry what was behind that door with us, like, in our hearts, in our memories, and
I'm
in
not, you know what?
our.
I'm not made that way. I'm not made. You know what? As much as I could even try to be doing that, closing the door and looking at things just like one way without any type of like openness to something else that is giving me intuition or uh, you know I can't really put it all into words, but I can't. It doesn't work for me. It's the
Okay.
things that come that are that the meaningful things that and they just come and I'm open and
Right.
I hear and I
So
see them.
this would be
You
like
know?
the opening doors in front of us in that quote, right? Would you agree?
Yeah.
Like if we just focus on that door that's closed, just like I lost my partner, and I know, like that's the thing. We could just focus on, just sit there, like focusing on that door, or open our eyes, as like Crow was talking about in Plato's cave or whatever. Like where it's just like everybody's just looking at a shadow casted on the wall, and nobody turns around to see what is behind them. They're just in this state, and like, so this is a
Yeah.
beautiful thing, Jenny, that I recognize from the start with you. Like you are somebody who is like learning quantum like theory from my own personal, I call it my
Yeah,
big bang
thank
theory,
you.
right? No, thank you. Like this is what I needed. I needed to see if I can kind of teach like my theory here about like all this scientific language that already like separates, I guess, those who know science versus those who think just like yo, man, I'm not like a whiz kid type thing, right? Like we've already put ourselves in one of these states, but then like this new term, quantum supremacy. I don't know if you've ever heard this like term being thrown around, but again, it is a state
Another
of
term.
consciousness. I mean,
many
it's
are
all
there?
language, as many as
Jeez.
we
Yes.
speak, right? Like that is the thing about
Millions,
language,
yes.
right? And there's a new movie called Hail Mary, where it's just like, what if we only had 250 words that we could choose for our own language, right? To be able to speak
Yeah.
with anybody else. Everybody has their own 250 words. How hard or what would that process be for each one of us to be able to kind of understand one another, right? Like that, it would be a different experiment. But again, that's just a movie based on what I believe people observe. Like, you never know what inspiration caused whatever we experience, right? So this is where everything is connected. It's called the butterfly effect, right? You go back in time and you step on a butterfly and you come back and the dinosaurs are still like ruling the world. It's just like, you've heard that term, right? Like the butterfly effect. But I take that term where I would ask all of us here, I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Back to the Future with Marty McFly and Doc Brown.
May I bring
And
some up?
yeah, Crow, yeah, please.
So Genesis chapter 11, verse 7.
Okay, I know 11:5 is when the Lord came down and saw what mankind was doing and said, indeed, they all speak one language, and this is what they do, right? And then
And
the
go,
Lord
let us go down.
and confuse their language and scatter their language so
Yes.
that they can't understand each other, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is where like those verses. My birthday is November 5th, right? So 11:5, like that's like my reference point. So thank you for bringing up Genesis chapter 11, verse 5. But what was your like takeoff like with that scripture? Like,
Okay, so everybody at one point, right, could speak from what? What were they speaking from? They acknowledged that there were different languages, okay? But what language was the one that they were speaking from that made everyone in harmony? Okay, who was the we that divided and confounded their languages in order to bring confusion and distortion?
the
Who was
Jews.
the we?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but this is hold on, nation. This is okay. So this is the thing I was mentioning before. How we have to look at the whole thing because this is So this is I'm looking here. This is Noah. So this is past the creation here. Now I'm gonna just let you guys know. I don't believe this is just I'm not putting this on anyone else. This is just me. I don't believe the Adam and Eve story is true. I believe it's a fictional story to give people some sort of reference point. I don't believe that there is really a man and a woman who reproduced with their children, and that there was a
that
serpent.
were all of
So
us, right? It's just like we are all.
that's just me. Noah here. Noah in this. Yeah, I believe this story of Noah too. I don't believe that there is really a man who had every single animal on a boat. So that's just, but I do believe in the historical time that this piece was written here. And I believe that if you look at it, possibly, I don't know, because I haven't looked at this chapter 11, but I do know that the reason why apparently in this story where there had to be a boat is because of what people were doing during that time, right? So is that related to that possibly? Like that it says the Tower of Babel. So now the whole earth had one language and the same words. Like, does this have to do anything possibly with what was happening at the time, right? Where the world was in a very bad, chaotic state. And I think there was many different things happening, a lot of killing at the time, a lot of, things
Error,
like,
right? You're absolutely
ethical
what?
Problems, very bad, moral situations.
Okay, so are you talking about like
Immoral
pre-flood
situations.
or post-flood or both? Like, right?
Well, I'm just speaking of, this. Do we really know what's being spoken of here when we're talking about, this language?
Okay. Okay.
Because does it have something to do possibly with what's happening here historically in this time? And I don't even know specifically. See, I've only started, okay, I'll be honest with you. I have started with Genesis, and I'm on the very beginning because I decided to go right back. And I'm looking at many things in Genesis, kind of like I'm looking at even before, I don't know if you know this, but there were lots of stories prior to the story of Moses as well with babies in baskets. So it's not a unique story of that happening with babies in baskets on the river. And there was also a lot of writings about floods. So there were other stories about floods before this story of the flood with Noah.
Even
And
with arcs and stuff
so
like that, like plans for building some kind of like vessel, right? So sorry to interrupt there.
yeah.
Like,
So
right?
so we really have to like it. It's hard work, but we have to really look at all of these dynamics. That the timeline of when it was first written. Because they did all those tests to find out. We have to look at what's happening for those people at that time. Why this story would have been written. And all the different things, and then we have to come up with it for ourselves. So I don't really know specifically. We'd have to go and research it and find out chapter 11.
Well,
Exactly
let's.
chapter 11. When was it written? And how does it? So
It was written
it's
after chapter
you're-
10, right? Which was written after chapter 9. Like, so this is where,
No,
like,
no,
Jenny,
but you know what I mean, though.
I do
Yeah,
know
know
what you mean. So, like, this is where I believe, like,
Mm-hmm.
so many of our fellow human beings have found themselves in a position where they are in a state where they examine this same kind of like discussion topic. Like, what is all of this about? As just like, I know it's because like humanity was evil and God flooded the earth, except for Noah, who, and you're just saying, just like,
Yeah,
I don't believe
so
that. I don't believe
everything's
that.
going under a microscope, right?
Right.
In a way, but which is good to be finding out the timelines and the history and all that. But what's happening is everything is being put on trial. Everything.
Superposition.
Including
try to adopt the the
different
word
sections.
superposition.
Yeah.
Right? Like just
Different
everything
sections
is
of this book.
everything is being examined and
Yeah.
thoroughly
Yes, it is,
challenged
very
and
much so.
debated
I'm not
and
sure.
like type thing,
We're
right?
going through a major shift. We're going through a major shift, humanity right now. Major.
Right. A
Some
grand
type of shift is happening
reset
in
is
our
what
time.
a term
Yeah.
is, right? A grand reset where it's just like, yep, we are going to start back from I don't know, like sticks and stones.
Maybe
type
a
thing.
flood.
Maybe
a
that's the thing.
flood.
That's the thing, though. God in the Bible
Something's going on.
promised that He will
Something
not
crazy.
flood
Something
the
really
world
crazy.
again. Right? No, I mean that's the thing. What's the crazy going to be? Right? The rapture,
I don't
World
know.
War III.
Yeah.
Cleansed by fire.
I mean
What's that,
that's
Miranda?
Cleansed by fire.
that is
Pardon?
the scary part. Fire. It's something.
No, I wanted to hear what Miranda said. What did Miranda say?
It's supposed to be cleansed by fire. Is the next time that it's supposed to? Yeah.
And that's why maybe we were
Really?
so focused
That's why
on
everything feels like
global
it's on
warming
trial.
and climate
What's
change.
that? Crow?
And that's why everything feels like it's on trial. That's why everything feels like it's on fire. And with that
Lovely.
fire, man, fire is like purification. Fire is a form of
Ooh.
purification.
Refinement,
It's just,
refinement,
okay.
it's
forging.
testing. It's testing. It's like, hey, look, if you're gonna wear a mask, let's test how long it holds. Look at religion. Look at all these titles and identities, and you see toxic tribalism and so on and so forth. Let's see how long that lasts until the dust settles. And once the dust settles and everybody's on the same page, guess what? When all the masks and identities are stripped away, then we can have an actual conversation in harmony without anybody getting offended, without anybody taking offense. You know what I'm saying? So
We can show our nakedness, as the Bible would say, right? Just like we can be like naked in a sense where, like some people are actually like literally physically naked in front of each other. So this is where it's just like, like the spiritual, authenticity and like
Authenticity,
vulnerability,
yeah.
right? That's it. Authenticity and vulnerability that, like we are able to just at our own pace show the entire world, a candid world, especially here on TikTok, right? Like I'm here on
Right. And you
camera
know what?
because
And yeah, and you know
I
what?
see the reflection and
Yes.
I'm okay with it. I love the reflection that I
Yeah,
see
that's right.
because
Oh my gosh. And
you
that's the
know,
big part of it. You know what? Yeah, you guys hit it on spot on. You know what? It's also about doing it. And guess what? We're not afraid. We're no longer afraid. We're in the middle of some kind of I don't know what you want to call it.
awakening,
I guess you could call it a
awakening.
cleansing. You know, where something else is happening here, and it's like we're shutting it off, and we're like, you know what? We're not going to be afraid anymore. We're going to tell the truth. We are going to tell the truth now. We've been you know, it's unfortunate though, for a long period of time, you know, many of us. And that's where we have to protect the youngsters. We have to protect our youngsters because
But
you
what does that
know,
mean? How do we protect the generations below us? Like, you know, the children, right? Like the children are the future. Is it by keeping them like isolated and just like you know, like parents, or is it the phrase "it takes a village"? You know, like to raise a child, right? Like an entire village
it's many
has
things. You know what? It's many things we have to do. It's many things, and
and
part of it
levels,
is
right? Like
teaching them that they can be authentic. You know, that they can be who they are without. You know, it's part of that. Yeah,
what do you?
it's really
And I'm not a
it's
parent,
hard.
but
This
like
is all
Jenny, I know
terrible
you are
hard
like
stuff. Yes.
as parents. Like I don't know if you are Crow or Miranda, but you
I
know,
have two
Jenny, I know
daughters.
you. Okay, so like as
Yeah.
parents yourselves, what do you think? Like children think of their parents when they see their parents like on TikTok live crashing out, just like you are the devil, you are going to hell. You know, like I see kids just like kind of walking around in the background. I'm just like, do you see your kid? You know, like
As a
does that make
baby
sense?
growing up and growing up to a toddler, they're witnessing preconditioning and they're getting accustomed to how because it's like when a kid is with their family or with their mom and dad, it's like a lot of that stuff lingers, right? And that's pre-programming, as preconditioning and a lot of customs that are built, right? And then later on, you're
Sometimes the
having
parents don't even do
to
it on purpose.
Exactly.
They don't.
That's the spooky action where it's
Yeah.
just like, do you not realize
Yeah.
your kids are like sponges? You know, they see
Then you feel so
their
guilty
parents.
later. Yeah, you feel so guilty later because
You
know?
feel guilty later because
like,
you
I really didn't mean
feel
it.
guilty, just like seeing your kid in the background of your
that's the
TikTok.
density. That's the density of it because once they actually do a deep dive into the programming that was implemented into them, it's like they have to come back to baseline. Okay, what is all this fragmented information that's not supposed to be there? What's all this distortion that's
Come
not
on.
supposed to
Go
be there?
ahead,
Do I
Alex.
fully understand? Am I seeing things for what they are, or am I seeing it from my own identity that I've witnessed of how people wanted me to be?
My answer to that, Crow, is it's all of them. Everything that you stated is for you personally, every possibility, right? Like that for me, it's just I know I'm at a state where I see information and I try to be in the present moment so that I can like process the information in real time coming to my consciousness in a way where I'm able to re-output it back that is like positive, like
I call it regulating and releasing. Regulating and releasing. It's like running a diagnostic. It's whenever you're doing programming and coding
a
and stuff like
diagnostic
that,
check, right? Like
an error
right, like
shows up.
or a software upgrade. It's just like, hey,
And if
we
you're
have a software
experiencing
upgrade for
resistance,
you. Do you want to accept or not accept? Right? That's
it's
the
like
thing.
this. You have the path of resistance or the path of least resistance. No.
You
Hear me
got
out.
left
Okay,
swipe
if you're-
and right swipe, right? Just like
Okay,
scroll up.
so with
scroll
that being
up.
said, now least resistance, right, and experiencing resistance is like, for example, okay, if I'm not in harmony, if I'm not operating from baseline of where I was when I was a baby, okay, I accepted everything. There was no arguing, no complaining, no nothing. I was just simply just observing and looking and seeing everything and just taking all of it in. but at the same time, I wasn't processing or regulating. It was just pre-programmed. Now, growing up, when you experience that resistance and that friction, it's because we're not operating from regulation. We are operating from reacting, and then we're reinforcing and continuing to take on that path of resistance. The not path of least resistance, but the path of resistance. The least resistance is whenever you're operating from integrity and emotional regulation. And with that being said, when your internal is operating from baseline, when all the fragmented information is understood and it's, you recognize the distortion, you recognize the manipulation, and so on and so forth. You know what it is, right? But you regulate and release it, and you don't allow that. So once you're in harmony on the inside, you can function as the calm eye within the world storm, because outside of you, consistently, it's always going to be chaotic. But whenever you see
it's a
things
hurricane
for what they
everybody,
are,
but I'm just like, dude, it's so
when you see
peaceful.
things as they are, when you see things as they are and regulate and release, you're no longer giving that reaction to the world. Okay, cool. The world is going to be chaotic, but hey, eventually the dust is going to settle and they're going to be in harmony like I am. Now, of course, I'm not going to sit there and. Here's an example. One day, I went to a convenience store, and there was this guy. He's like, hey, man, can I get $1 so I can buy myself some alcohol? Okay, now think about this. For me, holding myself accountable, knowing that I don't drink, why am I going to go pay for someone to go drink, knowing that it could do harm's way? It's like heaven, no, hell is also paved with good intentions. Okay, and hell is just a
So
shadow of heaven. That's why hell
did
is
you?
just a shadow of heaven, and the new heaven that is being made means this heaven and hell that is there has to go away. The dust has to settle for everybody to be in one accord, to be in harmony. As of
Okay,
right
so
now,
what did you do in that
it's this
situation?
entanglement, huh? So
What
in
did you
that
do in that?
situation,
You gave him $1,
in that
or you
situ,
were
no,
like, okay,
I was
good.
like, look, man, I don't drink, so why am I gonna not stay within authenticity and hold myself accountable and have integrity to myself? Do unto others that you would do for yourself. If I'm gonna hold myself accountable and not drink, I'll be like, hey, look, bud, you know, you're already in a rough spot, and I already know that you
I don't
have
even
other
buy beer for myself, bro. I'll buy you like a Pepsi or something like that. But I cannot
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
like
I'll do that, but then nowadays it's like people will go out and look with where I'm at. People will literally take that soda, sell it, and go buy a piece of substance that
right.
they can continue to do what they want to do. So I'd rather, instead of feeding them, I'd rather say, hey, look, take this as an experience. I'm not going to feed, so that you can go, because of course people know how to barter and trade and do what they can do so they can get the next high.
It's just like, how big of a hustler are
Serious.
you,
I would
man?
have given him the
That
money.
reminds me of a
I'd
story.
have given him money to get his beer. It's
That
like that's
reminds
what
me
he
of a
wanted. It's like, who
story.
am I to tell him what he can or can't do? It's like, what's he gonna do? Go buy like an IKEA furniture and assemble it next to his cardboard box? It's like, let him, if you wanted to.
I mean, if he was
You know
asking
what? That
for a
reminds me of a
dollar,
story.
but what
I
is
have
the
a
story,
great
Jenny?
story to share. I'd
Okay,
love to
what?
share it. I I really try to do something for. I feel this is my own personal thing. I feel like whenever I come across these situations, and I have something that I can offer, I feel like it's, for some reason, this is my own personal thing. I feel like I'm really supposed to do something, not just walk away. And that's my own personal thing. So, for example, there was a kind of like a younger guy. This was the strangest thing. And I noticed as these interactions that I have with people, like there was one man on the side of the highway when I was driving by, and I was busy. I didn't have time to get a little bit of money. But then it clicked in my head again about that, what I feel, So I went, I looped around. I had words with him. I said, I'm really sorry. I don't have any change here. But I explained a little bit about my situation. I say it about me, I'm on my own right now, and I've lost someone, and but you know what I mean? So it's basically it's hard for me too. Let's just put it that way. Very hard for me as well. But I drove away, and then I was busy. I had somewhere to go, but I took the time to go get a little something, and I drove back. I drove back, and I honked the horn and gave it to the person, right? And that interaction was a very meaningful interaction with that person. Like, it was something, he said something, like, he was so appreciative, like, that, because he knew that I actually turned around and came back to do this, and I saw the
You didn't forget
but
about
not
him.
only that, now, yeah, and it's always at the wrong times, like, it's at the time when I'm like so stressed out or just whatever, like, but the other day I saw this guy, younger guy, outside the grocery store, right, with a sign, and like, this is what I'm talking about. It's like there's something beyond this place that these experiences are happening, I feel like, for me, beyond this world. Like, it's so anyway, I said, I asked him, what does he want? He was so like humble about it. He's like, oh, I don't know, just a bun, like a hot chocolate milk. And I said, a bun. And he goes, okay, yeah. Like, it wasn't like, because I said I would get food, So anyway, then this other lady, she said, what are you getting there? I said, I'll get him a bun and a chocolate milk. And then she said, she would get him a hot meal, And this was the strangest thing, okay? Like, listen to this. Then there was another man as I was going through there, and I mentioned about it. Like, I was at the bun area, and I said, I'm just grabbing a bun for the guy, whatever. I went through my whole groceries shopping, right? Like, just listen to the way this played out, okay? I did my whole grocery shopping and everything, and I went to the thing, and I brought the bun out. I went and gave him the bun and the chocolate milk. I went to my car to put the things in the car. Literally, when I turned around, he was gone with his bag, with the hot meal, that he would have got from the person, and that, like, it's like I turned and the guy was gone, like, disappeared. I drove a little. He was like nowhere to be seen. And so anyway, I mean, I could have just been, but I just really think that for me, I just wanted to share the story. That's all I wanted to do. I just think that, there's something bigger to all this. And, about the thing about, I only caught the last end of it because I had to mute, but I heard what Crow was saying about a little bit about the Pepsi,
Well,
And
look, there was this one girl.
yeah.
This has happened multiple times. When I walk to this convenience store, there are those that actually are thirsty, that actually want
Right.
something to drink, but at the
Okay.
same time,
Yes.
you know,
They don't
you
know what
give
they're
it
thirsty
one
for,
time,
right? It's just like,
and if you give it one time, they're gonna see you as a gullible or vulnerable, and they're gonna continue to take advantage of you. But if you give from a point of perspective, like, hey, look, I care about you, but I'm not gonna continue to, if they have the ability to do something, then do it. But this is me. I would rather take them into my house, right, and actually
If it,
help them and be like, hey,
yeah.
look, I've been there. I've seen that situation. I know what it's like. Because, look, I was previously incarcerated. Okay, I was incarcerated for 3 years, 8 months, and I worked as a chaplain clerk inside the prison.
really?
And
Like, hey,
yes,
awesome.
so
Like, I'm a chaplain as well. So, like, that's what I don't know what a chaplain
Oh.
clerk is. Like,
Oh.
were you,
well,
Yeah.
it's a being an inmate, you can actually have a job inside there. You
Oh.
get to actually, you know, help people with their religious practices, give them books that they request, and you give them letters so that they can write to their family and stuff. And it was really neat. And so, whenever I was worked as a chaplain clerk, I would have all these, questions, and I would ask myself that. And then I would also go to, my chaplain and be like, hey, there's so many religions. How do you know which one's the right one? They're always in conflict with each other. So then, it's like, so I come to the realization, it's like, so it pointed everything back at myself. Well, the only person that you're responsible for is yourself. And there is this one saying that I heard, so within Islam, there's this one verse that says, if you red rum a person, it's as if you red rum the whole world. I can't say the word murder.
murder?
I
You
just
can
said
say
it. Never mind.
that's
Okay.
I can't say that.
If you
But
hurt
again,
one
I've never heard
person,
anybody.
it's as if you
Everybody
hurt
says
all
I'm
the world.
alive.
Now, if you
But
save one
like,
person,
Crow, I
as
want
if
you
you
to
saved the
know.
whole world.
Just
Okay.
be your
Now,
authentic self.
That's
Don't
a
present to
lovely
yourself.
saying. I've never heard that. That's a lovely
Hold on.
saying.
I was
isn't it?
muted. Crow, but Jenny, you see what I was talking about earlier? Crow, you can say murder, and you did say murder. Like that thing where like, if you're gonna say it, but say it authentically, not for
yeah.
Yeah. shock and awe type thing, right? So this is where don't
And that's the
feel
thing.
like break that firewall that has been built in front of all human beings who use TikTok, who feel that they need to censor their language when they're talking about something personal. Just like I lost a friend and he die or unalived himself, I'm sorry, or it's just like this thing where it's just like, I had a shmortion and I'm just like, what are we?
Yeah, you know what? It's a form of control as well. It's a form of control, isn't it?
And it also takes away from like the authenticity, just the true.
Yeah, I get it.
You're having a hard time with that word.
Yeah, the true source.
Authenticity.
Authenticity. It's tongue twisters for me, right? But it's
Yeah.
just these kinds of barriers that I recognize it in myself when I'm
That's
just
good. We're all
like
going to
going
make a
with
pact
something.
here, all of us.
We
We're all
are.
going to
Yeah.
say these words. We're going to go in the lives. We're going to say death. We're going to say.
But here's
Whatever it is.
But then
and here's
watch
the thing.
They don't
how
like
they will like punish you, or
No,
they
no,
will
no,
criticize
no,
you,
no,
or
don't
they
say
will
that.
drop you.
You can't
They'll be
say
like,
that.
you keep saying that. I'm sorry, you can't say that. I gotta drop you. And then you come back and it's like, dude, I've done it on Chaplain Charlie's
Okay.
thing. I said death. It's just like, no, you said it again. They refuse to accept the consequence that they've already experienced. Like they can't get another strike, or they don't want to lose the lie, rather than just realizing that is like God telling him, just like, who told you were naked type thing. Right? Like
Yeah, and that's crazy, and that's definitely crazy. So, with that being said, and how I said
This
that,
guy's great. I swear. Yes, I love the. Yeah,
I love the
your
feedback here.
personality.
It's the Charles, Jenny, Miranda, Crow show, right? We got it all, right? Like just
Yeah.
but
hey,
right.
look about this. For instance, there was this one thing. It's called Plato's cave allegory. Okay, everybody's stuck in the shadows. Well, here's the deal. Okay, I'm gonna be the individual that doesn't have to do anything. The cave is gonna float on its own, and it's either you sink or swim, or you climb out the cave.
What are you talking about flooding? That's just something that Ka added onto it. That's not actually part of Plato's allegory.
yeah.
I know, but what I'm saying is, like, at the end of the day,
What if you had a choice?
Sense?
Why is it the flood? Like that's the thing. Going with the actual like allegory, like the cave is just a shadow, right? Shadows require light to be able to cast a shadow, and a shadow is casted by something that stands in between the light and the end, right? Type thing. So this is where in that allegory, like those who turn around and choose to exit the cave, that is what essentially humanity should strive to do. Just not be stuck standing in one place, staring in one direction all our lives and never questioning.
It's like this. This is something that everyone can take away from this, that we'll always remember this from this discussion we had together, is that in the dark, okay? If you're in the dark, if you're in the light, okay? If it's light, you cannot put dark into the light. You cannot change the light into dark. But if you're in the dark, you can change that dark with a light.
At the end of the day, look. This is what I say. You see the dark, and you see the dark, and you see the light. But once you climb out the cave, it's no longer light. It's no longer dark. It's just clarity.
Well, once you come out the cave, then you see the light. You're just like,
it is
what
it
is that?
It's clear.
Like I can't.
Am I gonna argue? Am I gonna argue about? Oh yeah, what's okay? You got the sun, you got the moon. Am I gonna argue about what I think the moon is? No. It's clear. It's clear as it already is. Once you see the light, you recognize the light. Once you recognize the dark, you recognize the dark. And guess what?
Yeah.
You operate with clarity. You function with clarity. You don't go about
Harmony.
arguing about the
Also, right?
darkness and arguing about harmony. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right. Truth is harmony in that sense. But when you said like the moon, right? Like this is where Bruce Lee, again, you're going to hear a lot of Bruce Lee quotes from me. Like, so you, but he said, it's like a finger pointing at the moon. Concentrate on the finger and we miss all the heavenly glory, like happening.
Even
right?
the dark can be disguised as light. Just look at the moon. Even the light can be disguised as dark. Guess what? Am I going to continue to look at the light? Am I going to continue to look at the dark? No. I'm going to be like, hey, look, that is what it is. That is what it is. Guess what? Be like water. Flow, my friend. Guess what? Everything's clear. You get stuck on one thing. Guess what? You're not in the present moment. You're just stuck. Repeating the same thing
you
over
become
and
that
over,
thing,
clashing
right?
and clashing.
You put water into a teapot, you become the teapot, right? You put it into a bottle, it becomes the bottle, right? But running water can flow or it can crash. But running water never goes stale, right? Like you just keep on flowing, right? Like type thing. So beautiful with that, like, another Bruce Lee fan right here. But if I may, like just going back, like quickly, like Jenny, like I wanted to ask you because you said you turned around and he was just gone, right? Like just like gone.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you,
Yes.
what do you think happened? Do you think that was like a like not real thing,
Yeah.
or do you think it was just like, whoa, that guy
Yes.
moved quick,
I
or
did.
like which
Nobody,
one?
look, nobody, of course, I have to be in a space to say something like that. People, of course, I can't say these things. People they won't listen, but yeah, it was something. It was one of those things. And the way it happened, I only know because like I've had them before. I've had them. I've had like, and they're all different. Like I had the one on the road with, like I said, out of the tire tracks, there was a literal heart made out of tire tracks and an arrow pointing to my house. I've had a
You never told me about
lily
that
like
one.
grow out of
That
my
one's
front lawn. Yeah, I didn't tell you about I have so many I could tell you. I told you about the movie. Like, so this was one of the, as it keeps on happening, then you start to like know it. It's like, it's like the way, it's everything. It's like you pay attention to the timing, pay attention to there's like, it'll be like sometimes something symbolic for you. If you pay attention, then it just, like he's talking about, it flows. It also flows. Like I will turn and there he's gone. He's gone. It's like, that's, it's done. Like what you were supposed to do is done, like it's just, yeah, it's like something, I can't really put
So
the
what
words
would
into, but
what would the crash
yeah,
aspect?
it's one of those
like,
things,
You can flow or you can crash. I would say like you went with the flow, right? You turned around, you recognized what
I went with the flow.
it was, and you just kept going in the current.
Yeah.
Like that you see,
That's
right? Like the
right.
currency, right? Rather than
Yeah, it's
crashing
all
out
these
being like,
things.
what?
Yeah.
Did anybody see the guy that I gave like soup and stuff like that? And everybody is just like, who the hell is this person? Like, like normally I
Yeah,
see
but
Girl Scouts trying to sell
it
cookies, not
keeps
like people
happening,
like screaming.
It's
Yeah,
all
so
these
it's just
little
like,
things in our life. Yes. It's
And
for all
I
of us in
believe-
our life. Each of us, it keeps happening, these little things.
And that's
these
where
little things. And as
we
keep
think
going,
that
it's
once we just like keep kind of like holding that in, just being like, like I will only be able to share those experiences with those who are able to listen type thing, where it's just like, and unfortunately there are less, so far who just want to listen rather than want to like talk type thing, right? Like that's the thing about just like,
yes,
it's just tick talking, right? People are just venting or just getting ticked off or gaslit or something like that, where one has to get in a position just
it's
like
not
Crow
only
was
on
saying.
TikTok.
I mean, that's the thing.
It's not only on TikTok. It's in our
real
society.
life. Right, that's the thing. Where
Yeah,
is this?
people- you
Is this the
cannot have real
person
conversations with
behind,
people.
like our neighbors' doors?
Yeah.
Right, like our neighbors come out
Yeah,
and
you
they
cannot-
portray
you know what?
themselves to be this thing,
It's-
but you
How
see them on
many
TikTok.
people-
It is
look,
just
how
like
many people can you go out? Yes, how many people can you go out? Okay, all of you, and have a real conversation with somebody out there? Like,
None.
yeah, it's so sad. I went to, you know what? This is another thing that happened. One of these realizations. This is interesting. This happened too. One of these things. It's like that prayer thing I told you about. Like these things just kind of come to me. This one time I was at the park, with kids. I was at the park and I just watched for a minute. You know, it's like all these people come. They bring their kids to the park, and they look like zombies. Like nobody talks. It's like all the
Especially
kids are
they're
just
on their
playing
phone.
at the park.
And the parents are on their
Yeah,
TikTok lives.
or they
Just
just don't
like
even. Yeah, no, they treat people. No, honestly, if you actually watch it, like they treat people like garbage. Like they don't even look at them. Like they walk in there, their kids are playing there. I mean, not all of them, but this is the general way it goes down. Like they're like all a bunch of strangers, and the kids are there playing, and everybody's like just like. But they'll come with their own people though too. They'll come with their own people, and it's like they stick with their own people, and they might talk with their own people, but nobody talks with the other people. It's like, you know, people are
tribe.
not even
It's
aware of
tribalism.
other people's. It's so weird. Like other people are not even also aware of other people's genuine, authentic feelings, like suffering, or like they just don't even care. Like you could be sitting there crying, and or not even just like you could tell that somebody's stressed out, or like this is where we're going. Like something is happening, shifting in like this way. And the other thing is, what's really crazy? People aren't even noticing this either. They're just going along like this is normal. That's just,
Like I'm,
Like
I
horses
get
with
that.
blinders. It's just like they are focused on
yeah.
some. My father always like told me, just like, son, what is the carrot on your stick that like you are only like looking at? And I'm just like, I hate carrots, Dad.
But
can
you know
put-
what? We can
but
change it though.
I mean, that's the
We
thing.
can all change this.
Like
Yeah,
you guys
you know
have heard
what? If you
the
notice-
phrase, it's like you can
If you
lead
notice,
a horse to
if you guys
water.
notice, yeah. If you guys notice, for example, if you go to the grocery
snap.
store,
I got something
right?
for you on that.
If you go to the grocery store, right, and you're like going through the thing, and you like really truly talk to the person there, make a like good conversation, have like a good, when as you're doing your groceries, or even if you're at the park and you see this, and you kind of change it, and you bring something different, and you get people and kids playing together, you will watch how that whole thing changes. You will start to see the people. I've done this. I try to do this as much as I can. You will see all of a sudden the people, their like true selves come out. They
It's a
start like
ripple
smiling.
effect.
It's like,
You're like a
Yeah.
stone being tossed into like
we can do
like a
this.
stagnant pond where now this, like we were talking about in that, Bruce Lee metaphor where water can flow and it'll never go stale. But then if water just like collects in one stagnant place, it gets like, like undrinkable. It becomes poison, right? And so this is in that analogy, like people like that, Jenny, like the stone that comes into those bodies of water, right? And in this sense, water is just a group of humans who are just like collectively like in this together, but not in it together, right? They are all just kind of collecting with
That's
one
right,
another,
yeah.
or just separated. And you come in and you put yourself as a stone into this thing where you're just like, hey, she looks like she needs to talk to
And
somebody.
it's also
right?
not conforming.
Right,
Yeah,
like it's
also
just
not
kind of
conforming.
I'm upon just throwing
Refusing
myself
to
in your
conform.
water, and
Yeah.
you can just like accept me as whatever it is, or you can let it ripple, right? And like that's the thing. Somebody
Right.
observes, like, whoa,
Yeah.
somebody's actually talking to that girl, just like I've been meaning to talk to that
But
girl,
it's
right?
also,
Like
yeah.
you never know the
But it's also,
influence,
you know
right?
what?
Like
Yeah.
yeah. The butterfly
It's also
effect.
the other thing is it's also the other part of it too is these like systems as well, and it's also not conforming. This is what I've also learned, and that is uncomfortable. So this part that I mentioned before is a little easier. It's a little easier, but there's other elements of this too. There's elements where we've been put in a situation now where like it's been like this for so long, and or it's kind of like it should be like this, or it's like I don't know, kind of pushing things on us. So that's where there's some fear, actually. There's some fear in the people to do something like totally different, to rock the boat, I guess, or whatever. Like, But we
rock
but
the
we
boat, don't rock the boat, baby. Rock the boat, don't tip the boat over. This is why human beings have written those songs to inspire human beings. It's like, dude, you got to rock the boat.
Yeah.
Like type thing. So again, not to kind of do that thing, but
Yeah.
you can continue. Sorry.
Yeah, but anyway, but I mean it's with
And
yeah.
that's so crazy. A lot of these ponds and streams eventually go back to the ocean, go back to this big. And when you look at the boat, and then you said, whenever Jesus was walking on water, it's because he was within everything. He had everything that was there. He
He's just
didn't need a
sleeping.
boat.
He's just like sleeping restfully, like while like there's a hurricane going on, and Peter and all the apostles are just like,
And he's
how the hell
walking, and-
is this guy just sleeping? Type thing, right? Like that's where the Bible,
But what's
I
so
believe,
crazy
is
is
that deeper kind of just like spiritual kind of like awakening, where
And
other
you
people
see
are
the
just
boat?
like, the boat is what?
boat right
Essentially
there,
a
right?
ship. What is a ship? A friendship, warship. Like is that
And this is
like your relationships?
When I used to go to
Friendship.
church, right? I
Yeah.
used to look at the church as a boat, but when everybody step outside the church, it's them drowning or either swimming in the ocean that they can't, or the storm,
Yes.
for instance. You get what I'm saying? Because
It's just
why
kind
do
of
you
like
need it? The
they're
church
on
is
the
a
beach.
boat.
It's like the beach, right? And then once they like go out into the ocean, it's just like help. Sharks.
Okay,
And then
there you go.
They go back to the beach, and it's just like like again. I love that analogy right there. But
No, it's really true. You know what? Have you guys been to church lately? No,
No.
he's really right. You know what? If you go to church, just take a look around, Matt. Okay, those people, they are looking terrible. Their faces are like, yeah, if you just go to church one Sunday and just sit there and look at the people, they are not looking well. Yes, he's right. They are drowning.
That's
They're
why I
drowning.
had to
Guess what?
step
They're-
out of that
Yes.
like that beach, just like that beach of lepers, where I'm just like every time
Yeah.
I come to this like
It's I
sermon
like to
and
go,
stuff.
but
It's just like, but what do I do?
It's
I
because
leave
our society
conquer.
is very stressed out. You know what? The people of our world are very, very stressed out in these times. Very
And
stressed
what are they
out.
That's why
doing
I tell people-
in this like time of stress?
The
They
financial, the government,
They are attracted.
the governments are pinching our pennies.
Whatever it
it's
is, whatever
they're charging
the
us
factors of the
$6
stress.
for a box of strawberries.
Are you
know,
serious?
good luck. Get a box of strawberries for $10.
That's the thing where what if humans just build
And guess
their
what?
own
And they
networks?
made
It's
it
just
so
like,
we can't
I
grow
will
our
send you
own.
strawberries that
Yes.
cost me $1.
Can't even grow your own.
Like we start doing some
Oh,
kind of
wow.
mercantile like thing. But again, that's another ship.
Yeah.
That is a like whatever. Like that's the thing. Like this term about ships. But again, like just not to lose track. But we were talking about like rocking the boat, right? Like sometimes you got to rock the boat, like to get people to like recognize and just like accept that they need to change, like because if they don't change, they're going to get left behind, right? Those who don't survive and adapt get left behind essentially, and everybody
Well, actually,
essentially
not
is
only.
worried
It's not
about.
only for them. Ultimately, it's for you. It is ultimately for you because
Us,
like
that's the
I
thing.
mean,
It's
yeah.
ultimately for us.
Yeah.
Right? That's the thing. Instead of
Yes.
using the
Yes.
language, it's like it's ultimately for you. Change it to train yourself to substitute that with us. It's ultimately for
Yeah,
us.
but it is
right?
also
Like,
right. But it's also it's like I said before. Us individual personal experience, and then there's the whole thing of the collective at the same time simultaneously. But like for example, when I'm in my own environment, in my physical environment, and I have a situation, for example, maybe anywhere, like just out of school, like this is crazy what people are doing in today's times, and then I rock the boat, I guess you could say, or I just don't conform and I do something and sometimes it steps on their feet, but who are they to tell us that we can't do something so simple? It's like simple things. They're trying to tell us that we can't do. You know what? This is, for an example, I went to the swimming pool and I went with one of the youngsters in the family, right? This is just an example. And I was showing them how to swim at the swimming pool, right? And they came over and said that I could not coach at the swimming pool. I could not coach the child like how to swim. You know,
Your
I mean,
own?
it's kind of like little
Like your-
things like that.
This is
It's
my
crazy
nephew.
things.
And
It's
like, who
control
are you to
in our
tell me,
society.
right?
Control.
It's just invasion.
Yeah, but it's everywhere.
right?
It's
It's like a
schools.
virus.
It's
It's
in
like
our
a
schools.
virus
It's in our
that's trying
jobs.
to
It's
infect every little
community
system
centers.
and every
Yeah,
little
it's
bits of
everywhere
information,
now.
right? So
So
what
it's
does a
our
virus
job.
like need? It needs McAfee, like virus, like whatever it is. So we can be the malware.
It
We,
needs
in
we
this
have
thing.
to we have to do
Need
the
the
right
host.
things. Yeah,
Be the what, Miranda?
we have to
I
do the
said
right thing.
Viruses need a host.
I mean, like, I'm
Pardon?
talking like computer viruses, right? Like, so I mean, like a host in a computer virus is
It still
the
needs something
programmer.
to infect it. Instead of it being blood cells, it's just an
Right.
algorithm at that
Okay.
point.
Right. Oh, beautiful. So the host in a computer, like in this analogy of just like how do we eradicate just these
It's the
like
programming.
right that
Programming's
programming?
important.
How do we just completely put that programming that whole file into the trash bin and empty and delete that trash bin from like the entire like that's the thing about black holes where it's just like like once information goes into a black hole it's like gone, but then there's the theory where it's just like nothing that
Think of it
like
this way. Do you know what malware is?
in a sense like that's the thing where it's just like I know it
So like you can download something off the internet or go to a website and it says accept the cookies or whatever, and the cookies can have malware in it, which is kind of like a type of virus, but it basically ends up flooding your everything with like these pop-ups or your email or whatever. Like it starts putting all of this stuff into your programming, like it's a back door to like get them all in there.
and they
so what
prey
ends up
on our
happening
like
is you can delete- hold on, you
basic
can delete
like
all
it's
of these emails. You can delete all the spam. You can hit unsubscribe to all of it. But until you find that cookie in that part of the program that it's attached to in the browser, it will continue to reemerge. The problem is people are messing with the symptom. They're not going to the root. And that's what their issue is. And then if they do this enough times, they end up failing enough times because they're not going to the root. They're just messing with the symptom. That they give up and they decided that this is how life is. And that's where that like dead feeling or dead look is coming from.
hence just like are you like alive inside here, man? Do you need a hug type thing? That's a beautiful kind of like take on
They're
that
defeated.
They're surprised. They have no
Or
idea what to
infected.
do when you talk to them.
at this
They,
point, right?
they don't even know what talking is. If you try talking to them, just watch what they do. Well, sometimes, you know what I mean? It's like
It's like pop-up ads, like bam, 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 like just like stop. Like I can't close all of these pop-up ads. Like, like,
yeah, it's unbelievable. Nobody's talking anymore. I don't understand. Yeah,
I mean,
it's,
like again, like that's the thing where I hear you, Jenny. You're just like I like nobody's doing this, and that's where it's just like I recognize that too, and that's what I've been trying to just like oppose or like be the opposite. And that's why when I got your voice messages today, it was so just like edifying for me to just kind of hear somebody else who is on that same mission, that carrot that I started
Yes.
TikTok on. And that is somebody that I immediately recognize. It's just like God putting under, dare I say, like my wing. They say birds of a feather flock together. But like I want to like show people humanity. I want to show what humanity means is like taking care of our brotherhood, our sisterhood, and the cooperation and the harmony between those two dualities, right? Those dualities will always exist. That's the thing about the binary thing. There are things that will always be binary, but because they began binary doesn't mean that everything within it has to be a binary coding or whatever. It can be, but when a new language or upgrade or, like malware is conducted that takes all of that. Again, like she was talking about cookies, and the thing that I wanted when I interrupted you, and forgive me about that, sister, about when you were talking about the cookies, is that the hosts or the programmers, even use just innocent terms like cookies. Like, would you like to turn all cookies on? Like it's just like, yeah,
People don't
who
even know what
wouldn't
those
want-
are. They don't even know
right?
how
Like
they
that's the
work.
thing. It's just like it's just playing on human like instincts, human nature by people who recognize the patterns, the distortions, like all that stuff, and use it for their own corrupt, selfish needs. Just like Crow was talking about with those who have integrity, use AI with integrity, not to like generate like confusion or just like whatever it is.
Yes.
You know, and that is where you can
Yeah,
say,
you
like
know
the
what?
Bible,
That's
the
so true.
fruits. Test
Yes.
people by their fruits.
Yeah. And also the other, yes, we have to remember, this is what I'm learning also. This is another tricky thing. Some people are mixing in truth with lies. Okay? They're doing these things, not only this AI type stuff, but they're mixing it all in like a big jumble. You know what I mean? So they'll be talking about things and they'll throw in some truth there and make it seem like they're authentic and truth, and then they'll throw in the lies just to, get the lie pushed, to let the lie pushed.
AI operates from certain pre-programmed, code, right? Now, it's not operating from authenticity or integrity or,
I would say it's like
honesty,
a
thankfulness,
child.
gratitude.
It's like a 5-year-old child, just
Virtues.
Depending on the person who programmed it, if he was in harmony or not in harmony, it means that this AI could reinforce people's narratives and create a feedback loop of distortion. And it's like, it's not even the intent of how you use it, because AI has been built from a distortion. Guess what? You have it as an individual.
Yeah, well, you
You
know
are
what they're
artificial
doing?
intelligence. You have the mind to think and articulate things, but not for AI. It's like, this is not something that's discovered. You had this within your hands the whole time. But it's just,
Yeah, but you know what? This is the other thing. This is something else. This is what I saw as well. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but they're building military robots. Can you imagine?
for
Yeah,
war.
and robots that can dance. Robots. No, I mean these things are.
Not the
No,
robot
these
dance,
no, no,
but
no, no,
robots that
no. Have
actually
you
dance,
seen them?
right? Just like, yeah,
No,
like
no,
it's
no,
just
no,
like
no.
they can
Honest
do
to
like
God.
flips
No,
and stuff
no,
like
they're
that.
very equipped.
oh yeah, I see
No,
it.
these things can dance like really like they look. Crow, have you seen them? They're like really like they are like humans. They can dance like humans. Yeah, the military robots. This is very frightening for our world. Can you
What's that?
imagine if something broke out and we had robots coming down the street?
Is the dancing
Good
robot
luck.
like
Can you
the
fight?
threat?
We can't
Is that
fight
what we're fearing?
robots.
It's the robots who we see dancing and then also then like pulling out like
No,
some
it's
kind of
really
weapon, just like
real.
like that's the ones who like start with some kind of truth
Think
and then
about
push
this.
some kind of, I don't want to say lie, but some kind of fear or
Here's something
darkness.
that I want to bring up.
Bring it up.
Every single time, humanity has not fixed the patterns of yesterday, and the fact that they're creating something new means there's a lot
Oh
of
yeah.
things that have been left unfixed, and so then therefore we are going to have to reap the repercussions of the things that have not been have not
Error
been fixed.
corrected
And
that
with
have
that
been
being said, so we are creating AI, or not really creating it, but
we've
it's
created AI and now
yes.
we are
But AI
becoming
is not something that's created. We
AI,
are
right?
okay. So AI wasn't created. AI existed. Okay, it's something that's already existed before, humans existed. It's just something that was there. Okay. What I'm saying is that when we bring something, right, it's like creating a new invention. Or when we program something, we have to run diagnostics before we actually release it out to humanity. But what's so crazy is humanity hasn't fixed itself to the point of being able to use these things with in harmony.
For an intended purpose, right? Just like kind of Miranda was stating about the
Because
cookies, where it's just like,
are we operating from harmony? Are we functioning from harmony? Because now, if we haven't fixed ourselves, the first thing we should do before we ever create something new is operate from authenticity, operate and function with harmony so that we can see things with clarity instead of creating more distortions. If we're going to create something new that has not been fixed, or if we have not fixed ourselves, then why are we going to allow something new? And then guess what? Now our focus is being shifted on AI. We're not even gonna be focusing on ourselves and being it's just these. The world is like a circus. All these new things are being created to catch your attention, but
To distract,
it doesn't have
to
to distract.
distort,
Distract. It's
and
just.
like just manipulate and twist or whatever, right? Like that's
And guess what? When is it gonna be pointed towards you? Look at yourself. Look within yourself and see things. Hey, look. Like nobody looks within themselves or see themselves, right? Because they don't want to fix internally. They don't want to
they don't
remove
want
all
to.
the fragmented information that's been pre-programmed inside of them. Because now it's like, oh look. Because if you really think about it, in Roman times, that little building where, if as long as they can keep the people entertained with something new, as long as they can keep them entertained with food and drinks and circus, guess what? They can literally pre-program your mind without you even knowing it.
Okay. So it's
The
just
things
like
that you
as
see,
the
things that
Glenn, are you not entertained? It's like type thing where it's just like I like Crow, like in this situation though, like you were talking about like the harmony, like are we in harmony with this invention or these new inventions? And you're right, like are we in harmony within ourselves? But then I have to like begin asking us to like look at just like what harmony can we now bring into the soul or system. That term solar system to me is a homonym for now we get to explore the soul or system, right? As comets or as asteroids or as, astronauts, like I put the knot in astronaut, like that thing, like, like whatever kind of like,
for
again,
example,
remember what I
Not in
said.
your ass.
What's that?
I
Say
said,
that
are you sure
again.
you're not putting a knot in your ass?
That's funny that you say that
I'm just joking,
because
sorry.
I might have a little hemorrhoid. No, I'm just kidding. A knot in my ass. Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
that's a
okay.
pain in the ass, the hemorrhoid, but that's okay.
my last name is Pang. So this is where like I'm a Pang in a lot of people's asses. Let me be the.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that.
No, you're good. You're good.
Anyway,
Just
go ahead.
I love that. I love that like ripple. But like not to be a Pang or anything in the butt. I actually told like one of my moderators here, Lamb, remember when I told you just like I'm completely about no butt stuff. I have like an official no butt stuff policy, but
No
this is
ifs,
like
no ands, no buts.
I mean just like this is where like I'm about to turn 45 this year in November, and this is where my mother was just like, at 45, you should really like get like a colonoscopy and just like do all the checkups and diagnostics on your body just to make sure like you're optimized and optimal type thing. That's not the language she uses, but like this like goes against like my entire kind of like foundational like program according. It's like no butt stuff, it's just like I don't know. So like again, like I told her, just like I don't know if that's gonna be like a very tough pill to swallow for me to be able to just like, okay, I know I need to take this thing, but it's at least it's a suppository. But again, I used to do comedy, guys, so forgive me about that. Like that's something I don't know if you guys knew
Oh,
this,
that's
but
funny.
I did stand-up comedy. I really pursued stand-up comedy for 10 years of my life from 2007 to 2017, and so like that is something that is in me, like it's something that is a part of me still. So forgive me if I'm always interrupting or
No,
I
why
seem
did
like
you
I'm like,
stop?
thank you for asking. I stopped because I no longer got the same fulfillment and the like lack of fulfillment that I started kind of observing and like was falling deep into kind of like a negative state was just like my harmony within this pursuit, if that
It's
makes
having a
sense,
toll on
right?
your soul.
I mean,
Having
I mean,
emphasis.
yeah, to say the least, like on my soul and like how my soul is impacting the entire system of souls. Like this is where I did a lot of my comedy based on my personal experience being an Asian American, right? And so a lot of my jokes were kind of like about Asians and stuff like that. But then I got into a phase where I was only getting booked for shows to do that material. And when I wanted to do things just like
That stuff in a
off
box.
topic, right? Just my perspective, like not something that hits Asian people or, like involves Asians at all. They were just like, hey, like we appreciate that, but we need you to like speak to that audience. So like just do the Asian jokes. And that's when I'm just like, okay, what do these Asian jokes that I'm telling this entire crowd of just like maybe 5% Asians and then 95% not Asians, right? Am I causing a like typhoon or a tsunami in that pool? Or am
Supporting
I
the stereotypical rhetoric.
no,
that goes around.
right. Am I like just not even like supporting it, perpetuating it, embodying it,
Yeah, there
and
you
then
go.
having other Asians like say like, oh, that's cool, and that's like I guess like how I can be like him, and that's where a lot of like Asians came up to me and just like, man, how do you like get like American girls? I'm just like, what kind of question is that? How do you get Canadian girls? I don't know, like. What do you
American
mean?
girl.
But as a comedian, I was always thinking like a comedian. Just what's the funny in that? And so like when people would ask me something like that, that could be very deep. They're looking for partnership, relationship, like that. I didn't recognize that in that state. I would just be like, yo, man, like, what do you mean? Like, you just be your, like type thing where, like it took a lot to get into the phase where I opened my box and I was the one who was like outside just like, hey, I'm alive, I'm doing good, like I'm happy with comedy. And then it was when I found this third state of just like, now I know, and now I see this side that like was my hype man, and this other side that was just kind of always reflecting, just like, am I the cat, just like why, the type thing. But now that I'm
Favored your
in
alter
this,
ego and you didn't like it.
exactly, this is the concept of ego, id, and super ego all in play. That's when I recognize like my ego is now aware of these two other identities within our consciousness. That's Sigmund Freud's like discovery, even though he did a bunch of cocaine to get there. His gift to mankind
Yeah.
is like discovering or, like being able to kind of explain, kind of like Isaac Newton when an apple fell on his head. It wasn't just like, that's gravity. No, he asked himself just like, why does that apple fall on my head? Like it begins with a question that, finds an answer that leads to another question that finds an answer and another question. It just constantly is flowing. But there's times when it's just like,
and that's what's so crazy.
what?
I just realized something. When you say that, it's like normally when people ask questions, it's because normally they speak it out loud, but it's normally the question that you ask yourself within. Why is this happening? But in reality, it's towards yourself. Why am I asking this question? Why am I? It's like for instance, when they talk about I guarantee this was in his head. But he was asking, why did this apple hit me in my head? and then inside it's like, okay, in reality you're asking yourself that, okay? But I'm not gonna go out there and say, I need validation. Why'd this thing hit me on my head? What?
That's the thing.
And in your head,
what
you're
kind
like,
of validation
well, guess
do you
what?
think
What
he was
I
getting?
know is
You're standing under an apple tree, bro. Go stand over there. Like, it's just like clear sky. Or
Like,
there are other
when you
scientists who's just like, why did the apple fall like that type thing? Like, does that make sense? Not to kind of like, again,
No.
like interrupt.
the apple fell because of gravity. That's if what's his name? If he were to make a statement like, yeah, this apple fell on my
Okay.
head because of gravity.
Now
Or
what is gravity?
with inside of him,
Guys, do you guys know what this is about this claiming? It says here, I pressed something at the top. I don't know what I did. And it keeps coming on the screen. It says, congratulations, you can claim your 8 fan points via the heart-shaped button.
I don't know.
Do you guys
Is
know?
that like the cookie, Miranda? just
No,
That's the monster that eats a cookie.
It's just like, now they got you. It's just like, now you got to set
I've
up like
got,
a.
I don't know. I've got so many.
It's
really
I think
it's a
crazy.
level.
if anything, yeah, it's
a
like an
system within
indicator.
a fan base.
Right, like as like a
Okay.
user, like all these points, like going on lives and just being able to just like not get strikes or, like that's the thing. These are like the brownie
Oh.
points or the stickers that TikTok like just kind of like puts
What
out there.
about like if
positive
I wanted to put,
reinforcement.
how that you see hearts like going up the screen? Those hearts that go up the screen. How do I make a heart go on the screen? Do you guys know?
So it's talking about giving likes. So it's like tapping,
Just
tap
people
the screen
just like,
with your fingers, tap his pictures and it'll give him likes.
And this
Okay,
is where
tap
a lot of
the
people might be
prompt.
so angry
Yeah,
and
tap-
just like
tap his face.
like you see my face,
Oh,
just take
yeah.
your fingers and just hit your screen like right here on this
Tap it.
point. Just like
Yeah.
this guy,
Oh,
just
yeah.
like I want to just like punch
not
this
gonna
guy
hurt. It's not
in the
gonna hurt.
face. But thank you everybody
gonna
who's
hurt.
just
It's
like
not gonna
sitting
hurt. No
there.
worries.
Oh my gosh, I never knew how to do that. Very cool.
Yeah, and that all that does,
Those are
like
all
you
my
know, like
hearts.
so under my
Ah.
name up on the top left corner, you see it says heart 1.2K, and then you have 14,
Yes.
14, and then Miranda has 4. That is like an indicator of just like people who ended up following you or either also giving you likes. But every time somebody like follows you, you get 2 points. So Miranda on this live got 2 new followers. You both got 7 in this case. Does that make sense? So Jenny, I know you're really trying to pay
Cool.
close attention to your lists.
Yes.
So like this is where, like it's all out there. You just have to know how to use
Well,
it. And this
yeah,
is,
yes.
like, my father told
Yeah.
me social media is like the first human who invented the knife. Like the first knife. Like if that was it like one person. But he asked myself,
Another weapon.
I mean, like that's the thing. Do I believe that inventor invented it for a weapon or a tool that you can use to hunt easier, to be able to skin like hides and be able to cut hides and stuff like that? Or, like, do you think like it was just discovered the other purpose, right? And I told him just like, I think it was meant to be a tool that later was like discovered, not even discovered, but just like easily like repurposed just to take control or whatever, like that's the thing where humanity in the Bible again talks about like it's always been corrupt before God even came into the world. That's a part in Genesis before chapter 11 where I asked myself just like, hold up. Like in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now it's talking about what? Like before he came into the earth, man was corrupt and just wicked in their ways. And so now when I get to that point, I go back to the beginning where I think about what does God created the heavens and the earth? Well, the next verse is the earth was void and darkness was upon the faces of the deep, like that just dead face look. And the Spirit of God, love, light, goodness, was hovering over the waters, just scrolling through TikTok, right? And God said, let there be light. And there was light, and God saw that the light was good. And he called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. Like just that first introduction, like so deep that I got stuck on that for like months where people are telling me, I've read the Bible like 500 times. I'm just like, how? Like a robot? Just like, like, I don't know. I'm not mocking that, but like, that's why I never read, like, and so this is where people would have to meet me at my walk where I'm at, not criticize me. Just like, I can't believe you're stuck on that, dude. Like it's talking about the sun and the moon. Get over it. I'm just like, what? But like for me, it applies in like a sense of like, that is how I approach my mission here on TikTok and how I kind of set my mindset. I'm a spirit of love and goodness that I can enlighten like people in darkness, right? Crow was talking about just like, and even Jenny, like the darkness and the light. If we are the light, wherever we go, like the darkness will either dissipate or the darkness will start to be separated from the other light. Does that make sense? And this is where even the term like the evening and the morning, like the term morning, Jenny,
You might not have like, yeah, you'll notice a lot of certain people might not come into the lives that we join, all of us, or we have to also be selective ourselves. We have to
The
start being
vultures,
selective,
right? The vultures
of
that
the
come
ones we
down.
join.
It's like,
We,
I want the
yeah,
carcasses,
there might
the
not be like a
scatter.
lot of people. We might not have millions of people in it, but it doesn't matter. Like we're having really good conversation right now, and we're not fighting, and we're like,
Millions of people.
we're
That's the thing.
accepting one another.
Quantity,
You know?
like it's nothing. Quality over quantity is like for me, just like you four mean the world to me right now. You are like my universe here. So it's just like for everybody else, I'm sorry, but like that's the
Yes.
thing where
It's like when we walk on a path, right? There's a little campfire. We all stop by, acknowledge and accept each other and hold a conversation, but we both see the same path. We're both walking the same path. We acknowledge each other. Hey, guess what? There's a little campfire. Let's stop
Right.
by. Hey, man, what's up?
Yo, man, there's some people over there. There's a person over there, right? Now the question is, it's like, let's go over there and steal his like sausages and wieners and all that stuff, or whatever, right? Or let's just see if he wants to hang, have a beer, or whatever, or some other intention. Maybe nothing at all. Just blindly, just like I see another campfire. Whatever it is, like that's the thing where all these like things that we're talking about, like, is for not only us but for the system, the collective consciousness. And this is why I believe like that figurative language of Jesus coming back, like coming from the clouds. Like what is a cloud today? It is the like the or like I guess the
Storage.
the storage, right? Like for everything. Everything,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like
Oh
that
my
keep all of our
gosh. I
memory.
never thought of it like that.
and humanity.
Keep all of our memory.
Every human
I never thought of it like
thing.
that.
That's where like when I saw it like that, just like wow,
Oh my
that's
gosh.
how I want to be able to live forever. Where somebody maybe 1,000 years from now stumbles upon a YouTube deep dive search, and it's just like I just found this like live TikTok thing on this guy's like chit chat, and we're, like we never know when
Thought of that
we
before.
will be.
It's like the internet archive. It's like who knows? 100 years from now, somebody could end up hearing my voice, or like something, a conversation that I fucking had about something absolutely random that I didn't think was a big deal that they're going to end up finding.
And using for whatever intention that is, right? Or maybe just like abandoning it. But again, it's that awareness, just like nothing we do goes unseen, right? That's what I believe, like the concept of like God, the omnipotent like observer of everything, was essentially trying to enforce on humanity. Just like, yo, behind closed doors, even if you are a complete like dark, like whatever, like there is somebody who will see that and reprimand you. And, people start getting to a point where it's just like they don't believe in an afterlife or question anymore. And therefore that doesn't apply to them. And then that even takes away like certain firewalls that allow certain kind of more like viruses or something else like enter in the matrix, the grid being our own digital frontier, right? Like that's what TikTok is, especially. Like this is where TikTok is like standalone. YouTube is the cloud. Like TikTok, I believe, is the rain that comes down from the cloud, if that makes sense, Miranda. Right? Like it's all the
Real time.
qubits. Right. Real time, past time, future time.
It's like TikTok's real time because everything's in lives and people can interact and join.
Even the name
You actually have
TikTok
to
is
set
the
up
sound of a
screen
clock,
and-
right? Just like what does a clock do? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Like
Yeah,
I
I always
don't
thought that
think.
was kind of weird. I'm like,
Did you ever think about
it's
that?
like a
The
clock all
correlation.
time.
Like I
Yeah,
believe.
no, it's like
Oh,
I
sorry.
called it whenever I was thinking of TikTok, I was like, it's not TikTok, it's Tick Warp, like it's a time warp. It like just eats everything.
With it, okay, so that time warp now.
It distorts time. Think about it. It's a time distortion.
Okay, what about if I told you
Like,
a
how long have you been on
traversable
here talking?
wormhole?
How long
We are
have you been
at
on here talking?
That's true too.
I've
Two
been on here
hours.
for like 2 hours.
2 hours and 40
Yeah,
minutes.
That's true too. She's right. She's right.
And I hope
It does
time
not
has
feel
flown
like 2
by,
hours, does it?
right? Like time has flown by. Like we are
Yes.
traveling at the speed of light.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? And Einstein said, when you travel at the speed of
Time
light,
stood still for
everything
us.
slows down.
So we stopped progressing. We've stopped progressing through time. Time's moving around us.
So
Kinda like
we've
how I think
we've
at
stopped
the
progressing,
time
or
it came, it's
those?
like yes, we stopped progressing. We are stuck in a state of still frame because we are not aware that time is moving around us. Like we don't know, like where did the day go? Kind of like like holy shit, I gotta go. It's like I gotta do this and this and this, and it's like I'm not running out of
Okay,
time.
so now we
It's
like come back to like regular
See?
speed, and it's just like Interstellar, Matthew McConaughey, just like looking at his daughter like in her deathbed, like as a grand. It's just like we see how people have just aged and just
You see the
gone
movie
old. Clip,
Or is it
It's
click,
exactly what it's going to be like. She's right.
click
She's
the
right.
Adam
That's what it's going to
Sandler.
be like
Remo-
when it comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, how he kept fast forwarding through everything because he didn't want to have to fucking deal with it. But it's like, and then he realized he can't rewind it and he missed everything.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yes.
I bawled at that movie, and that's when like
Unbelievable.
I had my breakdown of my Messiah complex, where I just like texted my dad, and I'm just like, "I'm so sorry, Dad, that I just kind of fast forwarded through life, and I just hope that like if I ever." And my dad was just like, "Are you on drugs, Charles?" And I'm just like,
But obviously they're not strong enough.
like it's just like I'm off drugs, Dad. This is my brain off drugs. Just like I need a hug or something like that. I
It's like,
don't
no,
need
that's the problem. I don't
that
have any. I
resistance.
ran out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, whatever it was, you get what I'm saying. So this is when I just love, like, I haven't heard anybody deep dive into Click, but that movie again is a very deep kind of in like reflection of like the human conscious experience to that level of like an awakened, just like somebody who realizes like reality is like having a remote control that you could just fast forward or just like, like skip commercials, just like on TikTok lives, like scrolling up, left, up, down, or something like that. That's what TikTok is. And that's the, I guess, thing where, like we spend like, even TikTok will give us like our weekly like analytics where it'll say you spent this many hours on TikTok the last week, and I'm just like, oh my god! I look at these like bar graphs, and I'm just like, I gotta change this. Just like what happened on Friday where I was on this thing for 18 hours. Like Jesus,
Oh my gosh.
So does that make sense? And it's just like one of those things where people start fearing this. They're just like, they're tracking us. Like I want like security. Just like they shouldn't be able to like watch everything we're doing. And that is the spooky action where I'm just like, what are you doing that like is so resistant for you? Like that's the thing. I don't need any kind of like VPN like service or like granted, like things, like I don't need McAfee or anything like that. Maybe I do, but I don't rely. Does that make sense? So it's just like I really have
something interesting. Get an app that's on your phone, and of all the names that they could have given this thing, I'm looking at it, and I'm like, oh, really? Like that's awful. But anyway, it's called Moloch. Yeah, I know. It's called Moloch. I don't know if you know who that is.
MALAK or MAA?
MALLOC, I believe. Moloch
What
is the bull that that they would use to sacrifice the kids to, with the burning or whatever. Like that's
what is this app for? Dating?
So what it'll do is it'll tell you how many times all the other apps on your phone and all the other services, Google, whatever it is that you have, opens up your mic and your camera. It'll alert you every time that it accesses those things, or basically starts eavesdropping on you.
And is this a free thing? Like this is the thing where it's just like, is this something that is like a cookie where it's just like,
I'll put it on this backup phone that I've got, and I will download it real quick, and I'll show it to you, and then that way you can see what I'm talking about. It's kind of interesting how it works. Like I saw it, and I was like, oh, that's fuck. Like it made me paranoid.
Wait, how do you spell it?
It's MALLOC, I believe. It's an app called Moloch. Yeah.
And that's the thing where it's just like, how does it do that? Now you give it permission to be connected to all that information.
Somebody came in.
All the rest of them are doing it because it keeps the other ones from opening it up. Like it shuts it down. So I'd rather have one doing it than like 100 of them doing it.
Just like, let's isolate.
Listen, you guys, I want to tell you something. Look, if you look in the chat here, one person came in and just wrote disagree.
You have no idea.
We weren't even talking.
The comments that I've gotten where people are just like
what we're talking about.
You should repent, because, like, how dare you? Like, I'm just like, yo, man, like, just Yeah, just
Yeah, they
move
come
on.
in. He just comes
Yeah,
in and
yeah.
writes disagree.
I know him though. Like I
Disagree
know
on
him.
what?
I know.
Whatever
I
makes you feel
know.
better.
I know that user,
Yeah.
and like
And
that's the
his
thing
name's
where
German Shepherd. Well, be a good boy. Go lay down.
that's not the. But that's the
Who
thing.
wants
It's
a
just
biscuit?
like
Who
that's
wants
the
a
thing
biscuit?
about biscuits and waffles and like I think. But Jenny, you know,
Who
like
wants
when
a
I
milk
made
bone?
you
Who wants a milk
moderator and Miranda and Crow, I don't know, like you know, like I've been very kind of now more receptive about like relying on other people as moderators just to be able to moderate and like you know like kind of preserve this kind of experience. You know, does that make sense? You know, so like Jenny, for you, just like if you see guest requests or something like that, you have the power to bring them up or whatever. You know, so like that's on you. Like I leave that up to you. Remember that last live where you're just like, hey, somebody down there is asking if they can come up. You know, and I was just like, hey, I want to just be more one-on-one with you for a second. You know, like, hey, I recognize this person, but you know, like that's the thing where I had like kind of a guilty conscience, like laying in bed, where I'm just like, why do I care? Whoever, German,
Yes.
like type thing. But that's me because I care, and I don't want him to think I didn't like worry about. You know, like that's the thing. So that's who I am, and that's something I've always kind of wrestled with
And
in
one thing I
myself.
noticed about being a chaplain, right? You study all different religions, and I mean I say that because the chaplain that was at when I was incarcerated, you know, he studied all different types of religion. He's like, well, the only thing that he knows for certain is that, you know, he always told me, he's like, look, harmony, you know, and you know the word love, you know, depending, it's like everything depends on acceptance, you know, and having gratitude, having thankfulness, having integrity, being your authentic self, and not looking in the mirror all the time just to gain validation. And,
Okay, can I put a
he
pin
said
right
like,
there? Instead of
he's like,
saying
look,
like looking
it's
in the
like
mirror all the time for
because
validation, like looking in the mirror only seeing validation. Like, does that make
it's
sense,
like
Crow?
for instance, it's like it's like, oh well, I need an antivirus system. Oh well, I look at religion as an antivirus system that is flawed, that has loopholes, because not every single thing. You get what I'm saying by that?
Like a cheaper McAfee type knockoff, just like
Yeah,
like
and it's like
it's supposed to clean up the thing, but then it just like opened me up to a lot of other things where you know it's just like
because a lot of antiviruses have loopholes, and they have to patch them and reinforce them all the time. Well, guess what? It's a process, right? But in the beginning, you gave access to that cookie. You gave access. You know, you accepted it. You pressed the accept, but not accept, but you I don't even know how to.
you chose. You were a valid participant in the
Yeah,
course of events that followed. You're not just some
as
innocent,
being
just
a
like
programmer.
I just said yes on the terms and conditions. You know, it's just like why would you not read the terms and conditions, man?
And that's the thing. It's like as a being a programmer, and when you program an application, you want to make sure that there's no loopholes. But there's always someone testing that framework,
Right.
testing that math,
Ethical
testing that
hackers
thing.
is what they call them, right? Like there are
Yeah, and
ethical
I call it
hackers.
pen testing.
It's called penetrators. The job is called penetrator. Like I had a secretary that I like was interviewing, and she was just like, you know, like yeah, I'm married, and I was like, oh really? Like what does your husband do? And she was just like, it's gonna sound weird, but he's a penetrator. And I was like, that does sound weird. Like please explain. And she's like, he's a hacker, but an ethical hacker, and he like, looks for corporations who have like loopholes or a back wall that he is able to penetrate through, and therefore there are ethical hackers who then go to those companies and just say, yo man, I'm an ethical hacker and I want you to know I found a hole in your system and this is what I am able to do in this, or this is what I've done, right? Therefore hire me to be able to not either share this with other people and also to maybe fix this. But again, that's where the hacker like mentality kind of comes from. And I was just like, whoa, that's a penetrator. You know what? You got the job. You know, it was just like that moment where I was just like, yes, I want you to help me be my assistant. She's like, really? That's it? Just, so I don't know if you ever thought of this, but again, as a programmer and just like talking in this specific language, remember, we were talking about Genesis 11, where, like the languages got scattered and that we no longer understood each other, right? Like, and this is where I look at this moment in the Bible as almost like that grand reset, the great reset. Like we were talking about, Jenny, you were like, just something's coming, right? Like this is when God's just like, okay, we've reached a point where man became harmonious, even though like, they came from a flood where, like that's the thing. You were just kind of like mentioned, Jenny, just like for you, the pre-flood of Noah was just like mankind was just evil and whatever. And therefore, like Noah, like came from that. But again, like that's where, it just like talks about like just the sons of God, the sons of God came into the daughters of man. And I read that and I was like, did it really just say that? Like that was just so dirty. Right? So again, like, but they produced offspring that were like giants compared to just normal human beings, whether that be like Hercules, like, like these deities that are half like God and half man, like this concept of like Christ, like this God man type thing is a tale as old as time for humanity. But like one has lasted. Demigods, right? But that's the thing. Like that's where it's just like now for some reason, like this is where people like find information that plug in these like gaps that say like they were teaching women about cosmetics and how to like deceive men and like all this stuff.
Beautified the eyelids.
It's just like
how to make weapons, metal
right, be a weapon, right? Like that's the thing where like okay, so is that a bad thing or like what are you saying about that, right? Like that's where it's just like we got to slow ourselves down and just kind of like take it. But we're on the same page here, and for some reason, God said He's gonna just flood everything and just like start over, but save, I guess, just a certain few. And Noah happened to be the one in this story where he's just like, out of all the like descendants of Seth that came from Adam, and Seth is the third son from Adam and Eve, right? The firstborn son, Cain and Abel, only one of them survived, and everybody like hates Cain, calls him a murderer, right? Even though like that wasn't even a thing at that time. Even
He's
Cain,
the father of murder.
I mean, just like, you're a descendant of Cain, of Satan. But then if you read in the Bible, all the descendants of Cain were like the ones who made music and instruments, the ones that taught people how to be like shepherds and like stuff like that. They were the ones that
made civilization. Cain, they were the fathers of civilization, of society.
Exactly. I'm just like, and that's all the devil. And that's when it's like, yeah, anybody who listens to like music is of Satan. And I'm just like, geez, you are so deep in your programming that we need to give you a software upgrade. And Jenny, I don't know where you went. I hope you come back. But you get what I'm saying, Miranda and Crow? Like, this is the grand experiment. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of like a book called The Grand Experiment. Like the summary that I found like online was about birds. But then I like found a YouTube video that summarized in 100 steps the process of this grand experiment. Like, first of all, humans will create like borders or, like whatever, like blah, 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 step by step by step. And I forgot like what it is. I have it on my video. But then the last like step was how to continue with a grand experiment. Does that make sense? So it's just like, there's no like end to this. It's just, we are trying to, I guess, get to a finish line. And I believe the finish line is part of what the millennial problems. I don't know if you guys are familiar with like that, like prize that's out into like
a problem. They're a problem.
I mean, but
you're
like
talking about the generations. I'm thinking the generation.
There is a like a set of, I believe, 7 now math problems. Like these are the biggest math like questions that haven't had any answer to, that anybody who solves either one of these or all of these, each one is worth $1 million. And that's the thing. It's like for mathematicians, it's just like, Oh, what, like that's why maybe you become a mathematician to be able to get one of these, type thing. Or like that's the thing where what is it
I'm gonna have to
that
look that up.
motivates? Yeah, that's the thing.
I'm
Like,
curious.
and it's like the Yang Mills theory, the N versus NP problem, the Yang Mills, like it's just like the problems in their like wording. For me, just like I don't know.
Like unanswerable questions.
They are unanswered questions. It's not that they're unanswerable. They just haven't been answerable
I'm curious
yet.
what they fucking are.
I mean, unless you have just kind of like that's the thing. Like, what does E equals MC squared mean to you? Like, but like that's where I would start. Like, do you ever? Do you have
Energy,
like a
energy times mass squared or something like that, or energy
ener-
equals mass squared.
Here's
times?
here's the real statement. Here's something that's. Oh, you're drinking a rock star. Oh, I love those.
I've been like that's maybe like why I've kind of been amped up and interrupting everybody. So forgive me, Rockstar. You can blame that.
It's. I look at everything, from a programming perspective, but also in a mathematical perspective. What severed the link to harmony? Okay. What
C
severed the link
squared.
to harmony?
The perception of C squared, I would say.
So you have an equation, right? Now, it's like, for instance, if you're taking if you're having resistance and you're not getting harmony, then you are using something that is not supposed to be in that equation, right? So it means it's adding on to truth or taking away from truth, something that is not supposed to. It's like, for instance, okay, you can't add on to truth and you can't take away from truth. If that makes sense. If you add on to truth, then for instance, there's nothing to add to truth if truth carries out everything
like that's
already.
kind of like the wording right there doesn't like line up. So I'm glad that you recognize that. Just like like you can't add on the
And you
truth,
can't
but
take
like
anything away from truth because there's nothing more to take from because you're already in it. You
right.
can't take away from it. So it's coming into self-awareness of seeing things in a more clear, instead of, oh, this is good, this is bad, but instead you're seeing things clear and having the functionality to actually exist while there's chaos still going on, or there's still these things going on. It's like there's a lot of unanswered things. There's a lot of unsolved and unfixed problems, right? Okay. The law of natural selection.
What is one of those problems?
The cards are gonna fall where they lay. The dust is gonna settle eventually. And guess
Okay.
what? We're all gonna see things clear.
In the aftermath, or are we gonna see things clear and then like be like kind of like placed on those who saw and did something?
Can I share a dream?
Yeah.
Okay, so most people avoid reading Revelations, right?
Revelations is the first book of the Bible, not the last.
Okay, now I'm talking about Revelations at the end. Okay, most people avoid it. Most people don't even talk about it. Preachers barely even preach about it. Now, with that being said, one day when I was not one day, but when I was incarcerated, I'm on parole right now. I'm about to get off in like 2 months. But
Godspeed.
with that even being said, so I had this dream, right, where it was the end times, but in a perspective, I knew that the dreams are not always real, but I understood the message behind it. Inside that dream, it's like you have this what's that fire, that flame that everybody's gonna have this sufferable torment. The Bible sees it like that, but in my dream, I saw it as a purification, and it's like I jumped right through it, and nothing bad happened to me. It was like the flame has tested you. Mene, mene, tekel, upharsin. Okay? If you know what that saying is, you have been weighed and measured and found wanting. Now, with that being said, I look at this fire saying, you're going to keep going through that until you are fully, you're in harmony. You see things clearly. And guess what? You no longer have to be in the flame. You are that flame. You are that candle. You are that light. And guess what? By your demonstration, by you walking with harmony, guess what? That is an abundance and overflowing of Whenever you go into a room, guess what? Some people are going to bark at you. Some people are going to yell at you. But guess what? Not every interaction, not every projection or assumption or presumption towards you needs a response. And guess what? You regulate when and when not to respond. You regulate what's going on and you release. Hi, butterfly. Bye, butterfly. I know you. We've been there. You've been there. You know that by them reacting in that certain way, guess what? It's a journey, it's a path. Eventually, things are going to fall where they lay. And guess what? Eventually, things are going to be clear. Everything is going to be in clarity at one point. And guess what? It may not be in my lifetime. But guess what? I'm not going to let that the future.
That's the thing. Don't let that
steal
self-talk
my moment, steal
be
my
your
now.
wall. Like the moment, whether you think you
continue to
can
follow.
or you can't, you're right. So this is where I would advise, like I would give you advice, just like, Crow, I know that like you're going to get there. You just gotta word it to like show the universe that, you're ready. Just like, hey, I want to see this like in my lifetime thing. It's that kind of just little change that turns us from being like the fire on a candle to being like a candle, or being the candle that goes from the fire. But like you were saying, just like once we get that
eye in the world storm.
right, so then once we become that and then go into other storms and people try to do whatever, right, cast all their
Now here's the
debris.
thing: at the end of every storm, there's what? Clarity. There's a rainbow. There's joy. Sometimes this storm feels like a cave, and we're looking at every single shadow that's being cast. And oh my gosh, I'm scared. Oh my gosh, everything's reminding me of my past. Everything's reminding me of, oh, there's so much distortion. Okay, guess what? I recognize those things. I regulate and I release them. I don't allow them to affect me, because sometimes perception and these projections can change our perception of things. But when we regulate instead of react, we have clarity, this way of being able to function in this storm, being able to function in this chaos.
Be that Christ
it's
who's just like able to just rest in like that rocking ship, while everybody is the one who's just trying to, like get us out of this like ship that we're on. Like I was on probation too. And this is where like it was the hardest thing, where I realized just like, man, this is like some higher power, like that is loving me and like giving me grace and mercy. And the more I look at just like the system is just so blah, 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 right? Does that make sense?
When you walk with harmony, you're receiving grace. But when you're not walking with harmony, you have this. You're not receiving grace. You're getting this resistance and this friction, and you're just continually reacting, being shaken by the boat. While everybody's reacting to the boat, you're like sleeping. Like Jesus.
It's like, you guys are about to rock me to sleep here. You guys might need to spit on me, But like in the context of just like the candle and the light, like like this is where. The Bible says just like, like keep your lamps filled with oil and burning and stuff like that. But, like this concept, the figurative language.
The 5 wise and the 5 fools.
The 5 wise, the 5 fools, right? Like that's the thing. It's just like the balance, the harmony and everything, right? Like every action has an equal opposite reaction. Like Miranda was asking just like, the ultimate question. Like she knows what, like what was it? Like a tree that falls.
If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound? It was like somebody asked that one time, and I'm like, yeah, I can answer that. And they're like, no, you can't. And I'm like, yeah, I can. It's pretty fucking simple, actually, if you apply science into fucking religion, because that's the problem. Nobody wants to combine the two. Everyone thinks that they're separate. They're actually one and the same.
And there was this thing that I wanted to say too about religion, because people think, okay, boom. Depending on if the person's in harmony, if they are able to function inside of a religion, say, hey, look, I believe in God. Well, belief is a necessary step in order to receive clarity. And once you receive that clarity, you can walk and say, hey, look, I am that I am. I'm a Christian, but at the end of the day,
forget that Christian.
Doesn't matter
who you are, right? When we get to a point, just like I am who I am. We are no longer like Jew, Gentile, Christian, or like that thing. We are
and
pure,
we function as
like beings from God, like creations of God, right?
We're all part of the same body.
Amen to that, right? And we recognize our body. Like you are an eye of the body. You know, there are ears to a body. There are arms.
There's
and
no
stuff like that.
longer conflict. Because that's why I
Right.
say the 5 wise and the 5 foolish. There are those that function within harmony and see things with clarity and be like, hey, look, I see why this is there. I see why this is there. Guess what? These are necessary steps in order for someone to come into clarity. But sometimes, sometimes you gotta rock the boat.
I
You
can
gotta
rock the
step
boat like
inside-
hell,
You
right?
gotta step inside the church. Like, hey,
That-
look. But then guess what? It doesn't affect you. I mean, sometimes. That's why I say the Plato's Cave allegory. It's not, I gotta walk back into it and save everybody. It's not really about saving anybody. It's just about, hey, look,
Being
I'm gonna
saved, right?
I'm gonna flood the cave, and I'm gonna be like, look, it's either you sink and still stay the same, or you start swimming. Start swimming.
Okay,
Flowing.
now going back to
Flowing.
that, just like, why does the cave have to be flooded? You know, like even Miranda was just like, that's not how. Like, so it's just
Okay,
like,
so it's
stick
like
with,
rocking the boat. It's rocking.
Oh no! Now go back to being a light.
The guy
You are
named
now.
Ka that was trying to use it as an allegory, where it's basically saying, because in Plato's allegory, they go in and he tries to say something, and everybody like gets super angry at him and rejects him and calls him crazy and all that kind of shit. And so they're essentially choosing to stay in the cave. And Ka was like, yeah, but if I flood the cave, at that point they can choose to swim out or stay in there and drown. Like they will be forced out one way or another.
It's like for
He added
instance,
to it.
Peter on the boat, he saw Jesus, and everybody was like, it's a ghost, it's a ghost. But then guess what? All of them chose to stay in the boat, and he says, boom, I'm going to go out. I'm going to come out of it, right?
No, Jesus
And
was
now there
still
are
alive
those that-
when that happened. Like,
Yeah, Jesus was alive in that. And
Right, like-
Peter was coming out, and it's making that handshake. And Peter, he's like, at first, like, I don't understand this, but I am going to walk. And I'm going to continue to stay consistent and be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to show accountability. I'm going to, forget the noise, forget the static. I'm going to step out of that boat and say, hey, you know what? I want to see what the world looks like.
I'm going to
From
go
your
against all rational thought and what the
Amen.
world has taught me about water, meaning I can't walk on it because I'm going to use faith and I'm going to see if I can do it too.
And it wasn't
he
even
did,
about
and then the moment he
miraculous-
lost faith, he fucking fell right into the water.
3
And
steps.
It wasn't miraculous.
right?
It wasn't something about...
How many skips?
I mean,
can we
of course. That's how a baby is born. They
Right.
step out of the mother's womb, and guess what? They fall so many times until they're able to walk.
So is that kind of like
Consistency.
Plato's cave? We get flooded out of the cave, and it's just like, I see the light at this time. Like in that allegory sense. But if I hear you, Crow, like correctly, like if brother, like in your walk right now where you're at, just like if you like if you trust me as a chaplain, like a role of a chaplain, like I believe that that's what maybe
Yeah.
like you and I brought here for. I'm here for you, brother. So like, DM me, we could swap personal things. And if you need kind of just a sponsor or something like that,
Hey,
I've been there,
a
brother,
book-
and
a
I will
book-
show you.
A book that I want to suggest is The Cloud of Unknowing by Ira Progoff.
The cloud. Can you DM it to me?
Yeah,
is there a
I'll
movie?
definitely DM it.
This is the
It's good
thing.
read.
Where is this? Yeah. But yeah,
It's
I
actually
mean,
a
like
good
that's the
read.
thing. I hope so. Otherwise, I'm gonna look at your recommendations, just like
Well,
the different.
Ira Progoff is not the author. The Ira Progoff is not the author. The author
Ira
of the
Progoff?
book is
Ira-
Ira Progoff.
Okay,
It's,
Ira Progoff.
So he's actually so it's a really crazy read, and the reason why I say that is because Ira Progoff is not the author of the book. They are still trying to find the author of the book.
Okay.
They have theories of
When
who
was it
might
written?
be, but
When was it supposedly written?
so it was supposed to be some type of it has a lot to do with mysticism, but of like it's like stepping into the cloud of unknowing, as
Okay.
in taking that leap right into the water without knowing all the steps, right? And saying, "Look, I'm observing you, I'm seeing you, and I'm taking a step. I'm making that handshake." Now,
Like
it's-
Peter
I got
and
my head in the
Jesus
cloud.
did, right? Like you were saying, just like Peter made that like handshake agreement with Christ and therefore went out on the water with him and was able to like walk on this water until he like fell down, and Jesus asked him just like, "Why do you think you drowned?" He's like, "I don't know." And it's like, "Because you stopped believing in me." Right? And he was just like, "What do you mean?" Like, I love you, Lord. And it's just like, Peter, just like, I see that. But, like, there's things that I see that I got to show you, so just, be patient. But, like, even then,
The
like,
only reason why things become manipulative and is because we tend to get comfortable with what we think is fully the truth. And the reason why I say this is because belief, well, if we get comfortable with the belief, right, and okay, yeah, belief is a necessary step, but if we get comfortable with the belief, because that, if we get comfortable with it and not move anymore, we made the handshake, but hey, look, guess what? I can sit this and not have accountability. But you have to take that step, even if it means falling 7 times and having to get back up.
Those who don't take that accountability, man, it's just like nails on a chalkboard for me, where I'm just like, every time they speak and they don't, I'm just like, really? You're not going to, like, really? Just everything they just say is just from then on, like that thing. And that's where
There
it's
was
just
this
like,
poem that I made.
that you
I
wrote?
got my head in the clouds and one foot on the ground.
Okay, you got your...
I got my head in the clouds and 1 foot on the ground. I'm trying to stay sane with this noise all around. I got... Okay, hold on. I got
What
my
was the
head
name
in
of
the...
that book, Mole?
Yeah, I put it in the chat. In the
Okay.
Cloud of Unknowing
Thank you.
by Ira Progo. I got
Thank
my
you.
head in the clouds and 1 foot on the ground. I'm trying to stay sane with this noise all around. I got temptations to the left and temptations to the right. I'm trying to stay on the straight and narrow and gain eternal life.
I was going to say, I want to be in the middle and be the light. You know, I got temptations on the
Yeah,
left,
on the straight and narrow.
right? Yeah. No, I
Got
love
my
it.
head in the clouds and 1 foot on the ground. I'm trying to stay sane with all this noise all around. I got temptations to the left and temptations to the right. But try to stay on the straight and narrow and gain eternal life.
I hope to be on that straight and narrow with you. On that.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course. And guess what? Sometimes these temptations, the left, the right, the duality. Oh, I know what's good and right. Oh, I know what's good and bad. Guess what? But at the end of the day, continue to walk. Don't get tempted by the temptation to the left. Don't get tempted by the temptation of the right. Continue to walk on that straight and narrow and say, hey, look, you know what? I recognize it, I regulate, and I release it in the name of Jesus. Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy... Who? Okay, boom. When we see God, depending on how you use it,
That's
know.
the key point. Just like tonight. How do you use it? Do you use it to kill or do you use it to heal?
Yeah, I got you.
Does that make sense? So, can I ask you, like, Crow, like, what is your left and the right? I guess in this, like, poetic kind of, like inspiration moment. If that
For
is...
instance, you got... Now think about this. 2 sides of the same coin and you got that thin layer. But guess what? Don't get comfortable with just the straight and narrow. Continue to walk it. Stay consistency. Spin the coin. Spin it. And stay consistent. Consistency. 2 sides of the same coin, but walking that straight and narrow. Don't just sit with the straight and narrow. Walk with it. Stay consistent with it. Because once you stop staying consistent, guess what?
You go back to jail.
You're gonna look. You can mean it's like functioning. Spin the coin. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for me, 2 sides of the same coin. You got good, you got bad. You recognize both sides. It's like when Jesus Christ said, "Look, give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and give unto God what belongs to God." The balance, because he knew that it's like when they asked Christ that question, that trick question, and guess what Christ said? Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, give unto God what belongs to God. At the end of the day, it's like allowing them, is accepting them for what they understand, letting them be them, allowing them to have self-awareness of their own, to be able to come to the center path and be, hey, look, I hear what you're saying, Christ. I'm going to walk with you, okay? And it wasn't about being a follower of Christ. Christ was literally saying, hey, look, you are also the programmer and the individual at the same time. I'm going to make you fishers of men, make you leaders. You're a leader.
Keepers of the brotherhood, right? Is my language. Just like I want to teach how to be keepers of our brotherhood, a sisterhood, our humanity.
You are a master, you are a servant, you are a leader.
You know what, guys? I know I'm just jumping back in quick, but
Welcome back.
you know
I
what
was
I'm
missing
noticing? Yeah, my phone
welcome back.
froze. Thanks. You know what I'm noticing too, though? This is something else important, okay? I'm noticing that some people who believe, for example, I'm noticing that, they wait a little bit before they can start speaking about Jesus. and about God, because what I'm noticing as well is that I think people are being intimidated or something, or like it's like, how do I describe this?
Testing
Like it's
waters, just
almost
kind
like,
of like dipping a toe into like a pool, just be
yeah,
like, is
yeah.
it hot,
It's like you're
warm, cold,
afraid. You're afraid to say it, to speak about, to
or just
we don't
dive
go
into
out
the
all out.
into that body of water, right? You're just like too resistant, just like I don't know, it's too
No,
hot, too
but no, but
cold.
you know what? It's because, listen, it's almost like, you know, um somebody that's cautious, right? What is the reason why we're cautious like this? It's because we're watching, like we're observing what's happening. And it's, I just, it's so sad that we have to be like, we're in this state of being like, we can't find, okay, we are not able to totally like see what people really are. Let's put it that way. Like we don't know if somebody else is, maybe aligned with some of our beliefs, because people are afraid to even, talk about these
Question.
things. Like talk about Jesus, they don't, they pretend that they're, it's like in order to even,
Critical
align
thinking,
with
right,
other.
Jenny? Just like you, I remember you talking on a live, just like I believe the Bible does inspire like us to be critical thinkers, and others is like no, like it says don't be, and you're just like, well, potato potato, and they were just like I can't, like that thing where it's just like I can't believe what I'm hearing, just
Yeah.
like type
Have
thing
any of
where
y'all ever seen? Have any of y'all ever seen the show called The Fox, the Mole, and the Kid and the Horse?
no, I'm old though, I'm
Oh my
44,
gosh!
so
So the fox gets caught in a trap, and the mole and the kid and the horse are there in the snow, right? And the fox says, if I was not in this trap,
I'd get
you
you,
would be.
mole.
I'd get you. I'd get you. And then guess what? The mole says, well, if I leave you in the trap, guess what?
You can't get me, bitch.
You
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 can't
can't
touch
get me.
me.
If I
So
leave you, if
I'm
I
gonna
leave you in the
moonwalk
trap, you
myself
can't get
out of
me.
here. And this is the
So,
invention of
for
the mole walk,
instance,
right? You
and guess
step
what?
back.
And the fox, it was all about. They made these statements, and then the mole said this, and the mole took the fox out of the trap, and then for one time, the fox was following the mole, the kid, and the horse, just following them, not saying anything. And the kid, by his observations, saying, for some reason,
Is
the
there a
fox
fox
never
following
says
us?
anything. And no, because the fox is very curious and very mysterious. He's observing. He's the individual that's observing, right?
Right.
And
Just
it's
being a
it's like
fox. Sly,
this
right?
whole
Like
story, right? And guess what? And now the kid points out. He says, "Well, the fox never says anything. He's always quiet." And then the mole, knowing that he's wise because he has dived in the dirt, the seeds and the roots and so on and so
he
forth,
just set free this fox that's following.
he said the mole, he's before he answered the kid, the fox says this: I'm quiet because I often have nothing interesting to say. Meaning, the person observing, he's not going to ask a question because he knows that if he asks a question, then he might get trapped. Okay, now he's observing, and then the mole says, and the mole about to respond to the fox, the fox says, "Well, I often find myself having nothing interesting to say," and the mole says, "And that is fine, and that is beautiful, because guess what? You are listening, and you are observing, and you are learning. You're not speaking on what you don't know, because speaking on what you don't know and asking these questions means you're going to trap yourself and not allow yourself to learn. I mean, you're staying in the unknown, allowing yourself to learn, rather than saying, "Oh, I know everything, so then therefore I'm going to ask you a question and test your knowledge." But then testing your knowledge is setting yourself up for a trap. And then guess
Or
what?
defending our knowledge, right? It's just like, yo, fox.
Yeah,
Why
it's
aren't you
just
But
saying
by
nothing?
doing this, aren't we being kind of deceivers as well? Like, shouldn't we be able to just openly say that we believe in Jesus and just talk and about God? It's like
look.
we have to be quiet first, and we have to make sure we're in a safe place. Like, otherwise,
It's beautiful. It's
you know,
beautiful to see someone that has a belief, but it becomes destructive when the person puts gets too comfortable with it. And one
It's
thing
like
I noticed when I
the
read
person with the
Bible
knife
is,
just like stab, 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 rather than just like, yo, let me
well,
show you
guess what? If
how to
you
like
get too
chop up vegetables
comfortable,
with the same knife. You know, just like you can cook with this thing.
it's
You can
it's like,
like
yeah,
you don't have to hurt
it's like
somebody.
for instance, for instance, if the fox were to get too comfortable with the trap and asking questions all the time, then guess what? He's going to continue to be indoctrinated, continue to need validation, and he's not accepting himself as it is, but instead he's seeking validation to be in order to accept the identity that he's trying to keep, this mask that he's trying to feed, this narrative he's trying to feed. Now,
Yeah, but listen,
the moment he
I
sees,
got a twist on that. Okay, I got a really deep twist on that, just to show that everything is as it should be.
yes,
Because, yeah, because if the indoctrination aspects hadn't have happened, we wouldn't have been able to look at it, from the outside
The way that we
as a
and
are right
say,
journey,
now, right? Like we wouldn't be
yes,
able to
that's
the
right.
like talk about
belief
it
is a
this way.
necessary step. The
Just
belief is a
Yeah.
it is
necessary
that
step, but there
acceptance.
are,
Like, like rather than being the ones who judge, it's like, yo, man, slavery or whatever, indoctrination, all that stuff. That is why XYZ humanity sucks ABC type thing, right? Where those,
I
like
mean, of
Jenny
course
was like
there's,
kind of saying, is just like, yo, if those things didn't happen exactly the way everything fell, as we were talking about in the storm context, right? That's how the storm went
what?
through, and that's how everything laid. But in the aftermath of that wake, something beautiful grew and formed.
We're
Yes.
not,
And that
we're
beauty
no
is
longer in
us
it.
right here.
We're looking at it.
We
Yeah.
are
It's a part,
we
it's
are
still a
it.
part of us.
Like we are
Yeah.
it now,
Yeah.
right? Like we are
Yes.
now the active participant in a collective conscious
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't say
container.
participant. I
Hey,
don't. Let's not use
you being here.
participant. Let's
You being
use a
here
different
right
term.
now. What do you want to substitute?
Let's
Teammate,
instead of
like
participant, you are being an example. Okay, you are, for instance,
an
you've come to
ambassador.
self-realization that, hey, look, these things, right, are necessary steps, and so everything is put into place. It's like once the dust settles, and then now things are being rebuilt in what? In harmony, in clarity, seeing things clearly as they are, and understanding necessary steps and journey to being the example and not staying.
Yeah, but I have
It's,
something even maybe crazier to share. Listen to this.
It's
This
not
is
a
what's really
contest,
crazy.
Jenny. It doesn't have to be something crazier or deeper. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, continue.
Oh my
Continue.
God.
Share.
Yeah, you
Enlighten.
always make me laugh. Okay, I love that. Yeah, okay. But this is what I wanted to say. So, my partner, right? Like, he's not here now, right? This is what's really, okay. It's like I can see myself now, and how to explain this? It's only been 5 years, okay? This is so the things that I'm learning after this experience are things that were supposed to happen when he was here. Like, that's what's really crazy. I was supposed to, it's like, and me and him would have been better if the things that I had learned after the loss of him and due to the loss of him that pushed me into that, I don't know, just new, like, state or intellectual, whatever you want to call it, whatever that was, would, it's like something for me, like, even though he's not here physically, it's something for us.
And for
And
your
something that,
benefit, right? Like for the sake
even
of
for our benefit, even for mine and his, even though he's physically not here. That's
absolutely.
the crazy part about it.
And therefore, he is here, Jenny. Like that's the thing. Like he has
Yeah.
eternal life after death through you, and through you, always keeping him close to you, right? And that's the beauty of it, where that's how we live on, like through the memories of like that we leave on
Yeah, but
for
I mean,
others.
but it's also him. Yeah, me, but it's also like he's keeping me close to him by this whole thing that's happened, that's pushed me into something that would have bettered both me and him at when he was here in the physical. It's so profound. Like it's like,
Did that
you
now
know,
did that kind of maybe start with like now a sense of just like a little bit of regret, just like, oh, if I knew this
yeah,
then now, like that thing, and
yes,
then you got to a point where it's like, you know what,
yeah,
it all happened the way it
yes.
is, and just staying like just in this like state of remorse and guilt and
It's
regret.
it's
It's just
unfolding.
like,
That's right. It's actually, you know what? It's unfolding. It's unfolding the right way. Like yes, it started off kind of like in regret, like but that was the wrong way. As I let it unfold, I'm seeing it clearly that it's actually it's not regret, but the thing is it is a knowing. It's like a knowing that
transfiguration.
this
I don't know if you know that word.
yeah,
It
yeah,
is a
yes,
transfiguration.
exactly. This transfiguration that is happening, like, would have made some different things for us if when he was here, like in the physical world, would have really, but it was him leaving this physical world that caused this transfiguration to occur. So then, do you see how it's like all tied in together? And that's why it kind of started off like misguided as regret, but now I'm seeing the bigger picture that it's not regret. It's like just a knowledge, an understanding of this. But it's yeah, it's very very complex stuff. Like it's but it's something for a bigger purpose.
I
It's for
mean, like
something bigger.
it's that's the thing. Once you get to that level of just like, like that awareness of just like how like really connected or deep or crazy we like are now aware we are in the vast macroscopic scale of the bigger whole picture type like language, right?
Yeah.
But once
Yes.
we let look back and be like, man, I recognize that like I was like a puzzle piece, the same puzzle piece I am today, trying to be like a corner piece or something that's not like on the border, right? And therefore you recognize like, yo, I'm here in the big picture, and therefore
Everything
I recognize
matters.
I'm there, right? Now
Everything matters.
we
Yeah.
are trying
Everything.
to
Yeah.
be what
That's why I believe in
that part,
God.
right? Like, that's what
That's why I believe
belief
in
in God
God.
should
Yeah,
be.
because
He created
yeah,
us.
that's why I believe in God because everything matters. Every person and everything matters. It all matters. It's all loved by
Connected.
something, and it's
It's
all
all
valued.
connected.
Yeah, connected, and also each single human, animal, creature, everything is worth everything. Everything matters, and everything is worth everything. And that's why I believe in God, because everything in this world and all the human beings, every single one is beautiful and matters so much. And that's the thing. We
Amen.
all matter, every single one.
And
Yes,
that's
they people and it everything matters, right? And I definitely understand.
Yeah, he's like,
And that's
that's
and
funny.
that's
but
not just me.
then there's
It
antimatters,
might
right?
He
it,
didn't
The
like
things
it.
that are
He said yes. He
antimatter.
said yes. Everything matters.
it's
I mean,
just
just
for instance,
it's
just hear me
recognizing
out.
that
Hear
we
me
are
out.
in the
Okay.
same,
We're gonna hear you out.
orbital plane. Like, yeah. What matters?
Okay. So okay, in this world, yes, everything matters, right? And the reason why I say that is because I acknowledge that everybody has the ability to come into harmony, to be linked back with harmony, as in to see things as they are and see everything with clarity and clearness. And once you have clarity, you see everything and it's beautiful, right? You're no longer just seeing the shadows or not seeing the full picture. It's like as a puzzle piece being slowly put together into. Because it's like for me, one day I saw one puzzle piece and I saw everything as it is, one puzzle piece.
You
And
saw that there was a puzzle, right? It's just like, where the
and it's
hell did
like
this puzzle
when you
piece come
see things,
from? Like that
and
thing, like
and with that being said, it's like, for example, everything matters when you have clarity. But whenever you're not in harmony, you see the conflict. You see
Yeah,
everybody is against each other saying, hey, well, my
that's
truth
true.
is better than yours, and so on and so forth. When you're in harmony, you'll see things as, okay, boom, yes, these things are in conflict, but I
That's
do
true. Yeah.
accept you. I accept you, but I don't participate in the distortion. As in, I'm going to be the example. I'm still going to hold myself accountable, but I'm not going to
Yeah.
feed your narrative, and I'm not going to feed this so that the storm is reinforced and the feedback
Yeah.
loop is reinforced. Of
I'm
course,
I, I'm like
it feels
holding
like
the
chaos
hand
walking
that
back
rocks the
into it.
cradle. I'm the hand that rocks the cradle
It's
here.
being
Yeah, yeah, he's right though. He's really right. He
Yeah.
is so right about that. We have to step away. That's one skill we
It's
must get
being able to
consistent with.
walk and
Yeah,
function in
step
the
out of that
chaos.
distortion.
Being
Yeah.
able to being able to function and walk
Yes.
inside the chaos and being that calm eye. Being
Yeah.
actually
Oh yeah.
demonstrating these practices. And these practices include, okay, equity,
Being.
appreciation, emotional regulation, gratitude, accountability, responsibility, authenticity, integrity, equality, thankfulness, and there's 12 qualities of harmony that you can practice. And guess what? It's like an equation, right? If but these things don't happen overnight. But one thing I want people to practice more is emotional regulation. Because
Woosaw?
nowadays people are
Woosawing
getting
is what I call it. Just like everybody needs to just like woosaw,
Yes, woosah.
take a
That's
breath,
right.
and just like
Yeah.
refocus, recenter, right?
No,
Like,
it's really real. It's really real stuff. I mean, it is really real.
because everybody
There's a
that
lot
I've
of
seen
high
is
emotions
more
now. Yeah.
reactive and it's like sometimes they react to these projection and the noise of the world, and guess what, their perception and it just becomes distorted and they don't know how to operate, so then they operate from this identity that they have to that the world has given them and saying, hey, you know what, the world sees me like this, guess what, I can't function. It's like
you become an
when
NPC, a
people
non-playable character. You can't play me, bro. You can't fool me, man. I'm the truth. I know that. Like that is where I'm just like kind of
no,
throwing
not
this
that,
out here.
not that,
Okay,
not
not
that. What
that,
I'm
not that.
saying is
Okay.
like,
sorry.
okay,
Again, I
so
put the not in
so for
astronaut.
instance,
So
if emotions are okay, that's good, but when your emotions start to control you instead of you being in control of your emotions,
Yeah. Mhm.
your reality, you are controlled by the reality of how you react to things. But if you're able to regulate and not react to what's going on in the world, and therefore you can control yourself and act in authenticity with demonstrating and
Yeah.
being the example. So
Yeah.
therefore people can see and say, hey, if he can do it, you can do it.
you're
And
like
it's
Neo,
simple.
just like dodging. It's just like not that they could do it, but it's just like I thought nobody thought you could do that, right? It's just like if we can
Because
see it, we can be it.
If
Type
Jesus
thing,
was
right? Like
able to walk on water, walk in that storm, then guess what? When Christ says, even you shall do greater things, he's saying, even you shall be able to do the things that I do, but even greater.
the water that I give
Because
you, like
he knew,
freely, you'll never thirst again.
I have to
Type
go,
thing,
guys.
right?
and
I
he
have to go
knows,
because
and
it's 11 o'clock tonight now.
Oh wait,
Okay.
is that late?
God
I thought
bless
we were
you
gonna hit
all.
that one. God bless you too,
peace
sister.
and
Thank
harmony,
you.
Jenny. Peace and harmony.
Thank you. You're
Peace
gonna
and
get
harmony.
clips. You're gonna get clips of this in your like notifications, Jenny. So I just want to be like a
Okay.
coach for you here. So just kind of
Thank
once
you.
you get off here, no, thank you, sister. Thank God.
And one
Thank God
thing
for all of this.
yeah.
Yes.
But just
Okay.
take a look at that and then give me those voice messages. Tell me what you thought about this kind of
Yep.
pilot or test. But thank you for being one of the inspirations
Okay.
for me to do this.
Yes.
So I love you, sister.
Sending love
And
to
just
all.
like,
Okay.
yeah,
Bye bye,
beautiful.
everyone. Bye bye.
Good night. Sleep well. Okay, girl. Continue.
Another thing too is in the time, Jesus knew that not everybody in this world would be able to see or hear, right? Now, in my lifetime, not everyone's going to see and hear, but guess what? Christ knew that Christ was still able to function, still be the example, not waver up to the point of what? Of being unalive on the cross. Or however people
Killed.
perceive it.
You can
Okay?
say killed on the cross. Please The term unalive
I know.
is something for like somebody who like got like their live session just like cut off by TikTok.
And
It's
it's
like,
like,
yeah,
you
you
know
got
how I
unalive,
say,
bro.
it's like-
You know, like that's like unalive. But then like just everybody just
And the reason why I
blankets
say
it.
this is because
You don't want to get my live in trouble,
at
right?
that time,
Oh,
at that time, not everyone was going to see or hear the things that he was saying. But he knew that the people that are seeing, guess what? They are going to practice and do the same thing as Christ did. And guess what? They're going to be the demonstration and be the example. And guess what? Now,
paying it forward.
with that
Paying
being
it
said,
forward.
not everybody was going to be able to see, be able to hear. But still, at the same time, you look at today, we're walking in the storm. And guess what? There are some that see and some that don't. Why can't you hear? Why can't you see? Don't even worry about that. I understand that some people are and some people aren't. And guess what? Continue to move. Continue to be the example. Don't get caught up in why people are not seeing and then continue to stay in that same mud and be like, hey, look. No, continue to walk, be the example, accept them and let them. It's just letting them learn. And if they don't learn, that's on them. Okay? One day, that's why I say each individual, depending on where you're at, right, is going to eventually, they're going to see that through you. That's why every single family member within their family, there's always that one individual in that family that always is casted out. Or
The black
Christ
sheep,
wasn't even
right?
welcome.
The outcast,
Yeah, and
the black
Christ wasn't
sheep.
even. And look at Christ, he wasn't even accepted in his own home.
What do you mean?
Going to his hometown.
Oh, okay, his hometown. I was just like, his own home? What do you do?
Yeah.
Hometown is something
As
different,
in,
right?
like, if I were to go back to Christianity and talk about these things, which I'm not going to go out there and explain the things that I know. I'm just going to come down to them and be like, hey, look, I can use the scripture, but then at the same time,
you can
you know,
see it, right?
it's
You
always
can,
reinforced.
like,
Yeah,
demonstrate
I can
it.
see it. I can literally, because I'll go up to my pastor. Okay, look, I used to still go to church, but I used to go to like a fivefold ministry where there was, individuals, you had the seer, you got the, all these different, people that, and it's
Okay,
crazy.
Actual
But then,
kind
guess
of
what?
like appointed kind of roles. A seer,
Yeah.
I
yes.
guess, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Fivefold.
And
excuse
guess
me,
what?
A fivefold ministry or church is what you call
Yeah.
it? Is that okay?
Yeah, true. And the crazy thing about it is like I'll go up there and be like, it says there's this one verse in the Bible, and they get tripped up when I point this out. It says in those days, when Christ in
In Revelation?
Like, okay,
Are you
didn't
talking
we
about
po-
in
didn't we
Revelation?
Didn't we perform miracles in your names? Didn't we speak this? Didn't we do that? But then guess what? Guess what Christ is gonna say? For I didn't
never
tell
knew
you
you,
those
bro.
things or to do those things. For I never knew you. Get thee behind me. Distortion. Okay?
It's not even get behind me. It's just like
Stop.
peace.
I didn't ask you
deuces,
to perform.
Two
I didn't
figures,
ask you to perform.
right. Like
It's not about performance.
right. Like you did that for what reason? Like like you were healing all these things for my sake? No. You were doing it for your own selfish needs and because what it did for you. And therefore, like I never knew you, right? Like, does that make sense for me? I'm just kind of like going with.
And this
the
is
moment
in
here.
those days, even the what's it called? There are those individuals that the fivefold ministry, but these seers and stuff like that, they are the individuals that I forgot the saying, man.
Like a moon. I see him as like a moon.
Even
They
those
are just like
selected, it's like those individuals, right? That can function in harmony, but even those shall get tempted in those days. Even those, because it's like one day when I was whenever I was in my cell, right, and then for some reason I just saw everything with clarity. But whenever I had this clarity, then for some reason I just had this everything heightened, and the next thing you know, I had these three temptations, like Jesus had in the desert.
Okay.
the 40 days and 40 nights.
The
And it's
wilderness.
like, I could do something with this and go to church and get so much and get fame. I can turn water into bread,
False
I can
prophets
turn stones into
all over the
bread,
place.
and I can do this and do that. And that's the thing. You
That's
have
where
to
you
be.
get the
It's like whenever
Joel
you.
Osteens, right? Like those TV evangelists that end up getting like private jets and are
That's what I'm.
driving like
That's what I'm
Lambos,
saying.
right? Like,
Because it's the Bible is like a map, and Christ was the compass of moving past the temptations, the left and the right, and then him coming out of the cave was a symbol of, you know, boom, I have
righteousness,
finally now guess,
righteousness,
and
and
now he's, but guess what? What seems okay, people who are walking and functioning in harmony are like a ghost to humanity.
a ghost in the
Because
machine.
guess what? It's like it just can't be seen. But at the same time, what's so crazy about it is when Christ left, right at the end of it all, because the cross it wasn't a simple about him actually physically dying. It was a symbol of the
Faith.
distortion and the decay, deprogramming. All this stuff was going away, and then of course he drank the sponge, all the distortion, but at the same time it died with him on the cross. As in, guess what? I accept y'all, but I release y'all. And guess what? You
I'm
see
coming
the
back.
authenticity, you see the example. Be the example. I'm coming back, but guess what? It's not gonna just be just me,
Right.
because
Everybody
there
who
are those
has the
individuals
seal,
in that time.
right? Like the seal of the
Everybody who
living
has the
God,
seal.
right?
Okay, and with that being said,
I put my
guess what's
seal on
happening?
both of
Guess
you.
what's happening? Guess what's happening right now? A lot of people that have been they call chosen. I don't like using the word chosen, but
Okay, here's where that
they're
term
supposedly. I
chosen
mean,
one can
those
be
There
chosen
are
individuals.
no
one or
chosen. The
chose
people
none.
choose.
It could be chose none or chosen one. This
No,
is where
there are no chosen. Nobody is chosen. They
What
choose to do the thing. Either
yes.
everyone's phone is ringing.
kind of
Everyone's
like
door is
like
getting
a
knocked on.
Jew, right? It's just like
There
Okay,
we
are
are
so
the
few
chosen
that
ones. Like
choose. No, they choose to get up and answer the door, and those are the ones that end up doing something. But they
but
choose.
who
They're
are
not chosen.
within Revelations? Who are the individuals that were resurrected, and but because it's like those who were speaking in harmony, speaking the truth, and so on and so forth. Next thing you know, they get persecuted. They get do this, that, and the third. The next thing you know, that's like of what's going on today. The individuals that it's people choosing, right? That's the rebirth. People choosing. I, fucking shit. Excuse me for my language.
Just get it out, bro. Hey, clearly this is
So what
something
are
you
you
need
talking
to
about with
get off your chest,
people in
right?
Revelation? What?
There was this part in Revelations where it's like I look at the Bible as in a journey of the individual coming out of
Well, you said a
distortion,
blueprint, right? Like
coming
a
out of
blueprint for the
but into
individuals,
harmony,
right? Okay,
right?
right? It's a blueprint, as you said, right? Like I look at the word God, God, as an acronym for a goals, objective, destination, or like like that thing, like so that's where when you're talking about like blueprints and stuff, like I'm aligned with that. And then you were pointing out just personally, like from your experience, I can tell when you like just kind of just said just like, oh shit, like well, whatever, like that's when like we can recognize like these aren't curse words, these are the words that are cursing us. So like feel free, like Crow, just woo-saw and just like think about what it is like you've been wanting to just be able to say, because that's why we're here. That's what I want to be able to give people, like a
To
demonstration.
be more simple, to be more simple, as in there are those that are gonna be able to hear and be able to see, but at the end of the day, you know, functioning in harmony and being the calm eye in the world storm, as in being able to function in a world full of chaos. We definitely understand the journey and the purification and how, how many falls and how many times we fail in order to get there.
Right.
Because when we keep facing the truth, sometimes we run from the truth. we keep on trying to fight it and ask questions, but instead, when are we going to sit there and observe and say, hey,
Just
there's this
listen.
one little example right here. Boom, it just popped up in my head. Okay, good. So, for instance,
Glory to God.
there
Glory
was
to
this
God.
master and there was this student. There was this master and there was this student. Now, the master says, take this bowl away from me. It's filled with water. And the student's like, okay, yeah, this is going to be easy, but don't spill the water. And the student's going over there trying to fight and da-da-da, and the master just pours the water on his head. Guess what? You have a taste of your own medicine. And
It's coffee, bitch.
Yeah, he gets
Hot
3
coffee.
tries.
The third try is
And he
hot
gets 3
coffee.
tries.
Okay.
The
Okay.
3 tries, right? And on the second try, same thing. Pours the water on his face. The third time, he says, and one of the guys, he remembers a voice in his head.
May I have
Remove
the
all. May I exchange my cup for your cup?
It's like,
May I
yes.
exchange my
There you
cup
go.
for your cup? And boom! And guess what?
Now you've learned, right?
Harmony happened. It was removing. You know, it's always react, fight. Yeah, I gotta get this cup because I'm thirsty. Well, all you have to do is, it's like trading the old for the
Know
new.
that you have a cup too, type thing, right? Like a glass half
It's
empty,
like-
glass half full. Either way, we're not going thirsty, right? We should count our blessings, not our flaws. Does that make sense?
It's
You know,
trading. It's trading acceptance over. No. It's trading emotional regulation. No. It's trading my emotional reaction for emotional regulation.
Okay.
May I exchange my bowl for your bowl? I'm not gonna react no more. I'm gonna regulate. Boom. And guess what he traded it with? He deprogrammed himself from reaction and traded it and put this new thing in, and that's selflessness. That is a form of, there's no reaction. It's regulation, and it's just like it's the exchange of getting rid of the bad and putting on the new. The renewing of the mind and the body will follow.
And spirit,
And with
right?
that
It's
being
almost
said,
like a rebirth.
when you renew the mind and the body will follow you, it means you'll see things in clarity now, and you no longer operate from,
Our previous lens, right? The way that we were seeing
our
everything.
previous
The plank,
preconditioned,
back to that,
pre-programmed conditions.
right? We now see the plank that, the Bible says, before you try to remove a speck from your brother's eye, look at the plank in our
There you
own
go.
eyes, right? Like, so amen to that, glory to God that, like those moments where now we start recognizing.
And when
like,
you
hey,
see,
here's
and
a
it's
plank.
like when you see Paul, right? When he says, "Oh, there's a thorn in my side," look, I'm not here to bash Paul, but I sensed a lot of what's it
Pain?
called?
Pain
Eh,
or
I can't. I just don't know how. So I'm gonna say,
just do the best you can, man. We're all
Alright.
human, dude. Just
So
let
it's
the Holy
like,
Spirit. This is when, we can, woo-saw ourselves and just say, Holy Spirit, please, help me find the words to express clearly what it is I want to say in my heart. And then that is kind of like a.
It's
like
he
like
accepted. He is. It's okay. The thorn
Paul-
that was in his side was the truth. He just kept fighting. Okay, no, actually, take a step back. Smell the roses.
Woo-saw. Beautiful. Smell the roses. Smell the roses. Let's nip this in the bud, right? Like beautiful. Beautiful.
So, actually, let's not. Okay, before he talks about the thorn, he says, "The things I want to do, I don't do, but the things I want to do, I don't do." And it was like a thing saying, it's like,
A walking contradiction, or just just
yeah.
type thing where
And then the thorn
a
in his
midlife
side,
crisis.
Miranda,
Just
the thorn in his side was like, it's either you remove what's not supposed to be there, or you keep walking in a walk of contradiction. Like, just in this loophole, in this, reactive state where it's like you're reacting to everything instead of regulating it and accepting it.
Okay. A feedback loop in a sense? Like you're falling into
Yeah, because it's like, if I'm just well, I'm gonna have this thorn the rest of my life. But in reality, the thorn was never it wasn't a problem. It was. It's like
Healing,
everything is a
right?
necessary step. Because one thing I've noticed is like without
You got a
pain,
thorn in your side. This
without
thorn.
yeah, it's thorn. It's like without getting it's the mask. Taking off that mask hurts because it's attached to your what? To your soul, and getting that ripped from you is like pulling a thorn out. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
The thorn
I mean,
that was in there.
It's one thing
is
to
for a
be
reason.
like that, having that mask ripped off of us and like exposing like our nakedness, as opposed to us just like willingly take off kind of like this, and then
And it's
like
like
just
when
being
you
able
get-
to say like, yo, bro, like this is as naked as I've ever been, and please just like know that, and therefore like with the
like
story of Noah,
now,
like
Christ, he had a crown of thorns on his head, as in, there's all this chaos around me, right? But at the same time, he was in harmony. He was, he accepted, everything as it is. He accepted, hey, look, if this is going to be a thorn in my side for the rest of my life until I die, hey, so be it. But guess what? I'm going to be the example. I'm going to regulate my emotions. I'm going to be like, hey, look, I know the journey. And guess what? If you pick up your cross, as in, and follow me, as in, you're taking the necessary steps of this purification, detoxification, or deprogramming, right? And then one thing you know, there's no longer the cross. You are all walking out the cave, brand new. It's bringing all the things, right? Have you seen the Pilgrim's Progress?
is that a book, or like are you saying just like the
Oh
actual
my
Pilgrim's
gosh, you
like
haven't
progress?
seen- you
I know
No,
how
it's-
Pilgrim's Progress. I don't know like how the Pilgrim's Progress like thing,
It's
but
oh my gosh, but like I always see
Is it a
beyond,
movie
like,
or
the
a book?
biblical portion. It's based off of this guy,
a true story.
He's in this chaotic world, and everybody's saying, "Oh, he was just a madman." And this guy, he goes missing, and there's these powerful leaders, trying to cover it up, hide it up, and so on and so forth. And they have these individuals going in to clean it out, but there's this one individual who sees it and decides to open up the book, right? As in, he just saw. He's like, you know what?
Is it like a never-ending story
Why-
kind of thing? Like,
It's
and then
it's
you like
not just a never-ending story. It's just a journey of, because this guy,
Discovery?
he was walking. It's just like this path, right? And he met all these different temptations. One to the left, one to the right, but he's stuck on the straight and narrow. But at the very end, right, you are battling against who? Yourself.
ourselves.
Yes, and this battle against yourself. It's like better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. But at the same time, you as the individual are the God and devil of yourself. And the reason why I say that is because you can
Regulate that. You can mediate those
you can.
sides. This is where
You
again
understand
Sigmund
that
Freud, the
It's
ego,
not my job to
id,
play God, and it's not my
superego.
job to play the devil. It's not my job to play the devil. It's not my job to play God. Now, when you have to fight against self, you have to understand the God and devil are in a constant conflict. There's a constant conflict going on within inside of you. But
A spiritual
now,
battle.
when you
right? This is the spiritual warfare.
when you regulate that, those things disappear, and guess what's left? Yourself. You're in harmony. You have, it's just, it seems scary at first, right? And the journey is like, it's horrible. You got these two things conflicting with each other, the devil and God, and it's just boom, 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 boom. But as this dude's walking, it's like Peter walking on the water and he's drowning, and at the end of it, it's like there's this big wall of water, but instead, so this guy, he meets this other guy along the journey, and the other guy says, well, where do I go now? There's this wall. I can't go. There's this wall of water I can't walk through. And they see the storm, and the storm is like a wall to them, and they don't know how to get out of the storm. And then this guy, he walks right into the water, and then he sees this hand reaching out to him into the water, and he made that handshake, and then boom, he was brought out of the water with clarity, brought out of it, and he saw everything clearly.
What if we put that in the
final
context of
test
like
is
a cave with a waterfall that like was preventing all those that you were talking about flooding, right? Like maybe like this is the waterfall where you or that person sees like this hand popping out of this thing and like believes in, takes that hand and then
it's
gets
like the
pulled
wall-
out
Yeah.
into the world from that cave. And therefore it's just like,
So you are the
thank you.
programmer and the individual at the same time. But at the same time, you have to pull yourself out of the water. You have to be able to come out of that distortion and decay. You have to take accountability. Why? Because there's no water, there's no wall there to begin with. There's
Exactly.
never no wall.
For me, like what you're speaking on is just like once we get like, or once we are the ones, you know, like that go through that wall, like, and that's that saying from Batman, just like those who go through the wall first are the ones that get bloody most, right? Those are the ones that become the martyrs for it. But in this context of a wall of water, okay, that changes everything about this. So beautiful on that. Now you were talking about before we can be the hand or whatever, we have to go through that water first, right? And that's where once we go through that water and see the other side, therefore, like you are now telling me just like I could choose to just like be like, oh my God, there's another side, and immediately turn around and like try to put my hand out and be like, yo guys, it's cool, but like what if I bring these people out and then we all go out and we just all get like massacred, right? What did I do, right? So this is where like Christ knew what's beyond, right? In his, just like I look at like the Old Testament as Christ's personal blueprint. He knew exactly what needed to happen for him. And that's where I look at this figure just from a human being standpoint. It's just like, imagine being given a book that is a complete like step-by-step blueprint of how your life is going to play out for the purpose of God's will for us. Now, going through the thick of all these things and you have this book and you're just like, oh my God, it's like proving true, almost like Back to the Future 2, where he's got this almanac and, you know, like, I don't know if you know the thing.
Sometimes people take everything at a surface level. Like, okay, so how you said the person that read the Bible 500 times. Well, guess what? I read the Bible one time and saw everything. I didn't have to read it 500 times, okay? But every single time I did read the Bible, I learned something new. It was learning, being able to see myself, right? And everything, okay. You are battling against yourself. And once you finally remove the self from the mirror, right? You simply know. There's no longer a who's the devil or who's God. You simply know that you have to remove the self, because the self, you got the egos. I like to say ego. You have the
Why not? Why don't you like to say ego?
You have authenticity, and then you have the vulnerable self that is very cautious and very wants to ask questions and say, well, all this contradiction and confusion, right?
The
vulnerability
the
is like,
and
well,
the,
this is like
this super
this
ego.
is bad, this is good. It's like this is good, this is bad. I'm a vulnerable. I gotta protect myself.
And the angel.
I gotta
on
wear
our
this
shoulder,
mask.
right? The devil and
Yes.
angel that pops up on our shoulders. It's like, yo, man, put on the face, you know, as we always do. But then, you know, like the devil, you know, like whatever it is. But this is like a concept as old as humanity's time that humanity has longing to understand. And there are minds like who have found, like Newton, ways to kind of explain these things that have allowed humanity to progress. But now I feel like, from my own conscientious observer's perspective, like we are in a state where human beings just like accept it as whatever and don't realize that they are a true participant and like, you know, like butterfly in this like journey where we start, you know, like that's the thing where for me, like I felt like a caterpillar now going into my like cocoon stage, and then being in that cocoon, just like hoping that I come out of this cocoon a butterfly, not another form of a moth, in this context where moths are born trapped indoors, like searching and just like flocking towards the light. Where I even conducted an experiment where I was just like, why is it I treat butterflies and moths differently? When I see a butterfly when I come home unexpectedly, like floating around, I want to catch it to release it out into the world. If I see a
I
moth,
wonder how people see. How do people normally see crows? Other
close,
the symbol of death. Crows.
crows. I mean, just like
Oh, the
yeah,
symbol of death
a murder of
and so
crows,
scary.
right? It's just like they're not vultures, right?
Right.
That's the thing.
You know
Like,
what's so crazy? Crows are so different from each other, but they are in harmony. They could literally memorize your face, and then guess what? They'll go back to their community and, share this information.
I hope so.
They'll have a conversation and share this information.
Be like, yo, that guy, that Asian-looking guy with like the slanty eyes, he gives us.
Yeah,
like,
but thing about it is, when you give something to a crow, right? You give them a fry, they're gonna bring you something that they value, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna bring you something in trade in return. You give them a fry, they might come back and bring you a quarter.
Well, I don't need quarters, but
So it's like, it's
just a demonstration that whatever the crow was given, it helped the crow, right? Like the crow didn't end up, like squandering the bread or whatever it was that.
And you know how I was talking about how simply, removing the self? Sometimes, not sometimes, but all the time, right? The master and the student, and he's like, oh, I simply trade my bowl for your bowl. As in,
You can try my
I
water,
want to.
and I'll take a sip of yours type thing, right? It's just like, here's the water.
It's having gratitude and acceptance and, instead of reacting and trying to fight for the other person's bowl and saying, hey, instead he simply traded it and said, I simply trade my bowl for yours. And that right there is like telling Christ, like, hey, look, you're the way you walk, you setting that image, well, guess what? I want that. And guess what? I am simply not going to react no more, but here's my old self, but then here's new. You're consistently going through this, the removal of this vulnerability. You're simply stripping off this mask.
Our
And-
clothes,
and
right?
It's just, yes,
We
you're stripping
are
off the
exposing
clothes
our nakedness. We are getting down to our naked self. All human beings are the same when we're naked, right? Like we're vulnerable. We are maybe sexy, but that word naked, like that is already like a word. As a comedian, I learned firsthand that like certain words, like we know, trigger certain reactions, thoughts, or like past traumas. That's why comedians are told you don't do jokes about rape unless you are, going to, type thing where it's just like it's a delicate, like like.
Yeah, there's
art.
very delicate things because some people just take things out of context.
Right? Like don't just start storming and trampling like going through a bed of hot coals, right? Like it could be walking on water. Whatever it is, you got to stop, woosah, like you said, just like slow down and smell the roses type thing, right? Okay, the roses are
That's
here.
why,
Right?
and that's what's so yeah.
So let me ask you this: you've heard
Out
the
of how
term
many-
like when
yeah.
the student is ready, a teacher will appear. Like we've all heard that, right? Like you guys, like it was in that Bruce Lee movie. Now,
Not the teacher will appear, the student will appear.
well,
The
that's the
actual
thing too.
individual,
For the
the
teacher
actual
too. The
authentic-
teacher is just like, hey,
The actual authentic, because you have to teach yourself. The
Amen.
actual authentic self will appear.
So have you ever heard this? It's from the book, the Tao Te Ching, which is the book of the way. It's
Oh,
a
okay, yeah.
right, and there's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
stanza that says, "What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? And what is a bad man but a good man's job? And if we can't understand this, we will be lost in the whole like sea of things." And I was just like, this is like in the middle. There's like 88 stanzas, and this is like 40 something. I'm like, if it's that important, shouldn't it be in the beginning? You know, like that's where I found myself in this thing. But
Yeah.
when I like stop and smell the roses, what does that mean to you both, Miranda? You know, like in that like formula. Okay, good man equals bad man's teacher, right? Bad man equals good man's job. You know, like it's just like, you know, like so like what does that mean? And therefore, like when I said when a student is ready, a teacher will appear, and you said, and also like when, you know, like a teacher type thing, the student will appear. Like it's a beautiful symbiotic like recognition of each other's role. And that's where as a teacher, a student like that stands out.
And within the Bible,
Does that
Christ simply said, he talks about himself, I am a master, I am a servant, I am a student, I am a friend. Guess what? I am
The
all
good
these things at once. Yes, you are a shepherd and a sheep. Yes, you're vulnerable. Yes, you're your teacher. Guess what? You're an individual that's fragile, but you are also the sheep. You can teach yourself.
you have to teach
And
yourself.
guess,
All knowledge is self-knowledge, right? And that's the thing about AI today, where like everybody just is an artificially intelligent human being. And I say that in the context where they are just like operating based on just the information that they've just like stored, not for any kind of like you know, like being a user interface or even being the user. Like, you know, they don't recognize their state, or they're only in a single state of just kind of this whole, you know, like quantum, you know, balance of just like all these different states. The good shepherd,
yeah.
the master, the teacher, the good friend type thing, right? It's being able to like, you know, go through each of these roles and then not get stuck, you know, like, oh, I become the master, I don't want to get away from this. And that's where the resistance for a lot of teachers comes.
You know, you see the patterns and you see the sequence. It's just a lot of the sequence of things and how they, you know, it's like
Connect.
things tend to come to a stable place. They come into harmony eventually, right? And I know that for a fact because everything, when it starts stretching out, right? When the stripping of removing, you know, it's like, okay, if you have a full understanding of the distortions, if you, for me, I said I don't want to demonize anything. I don't want to demonize anything because guess what? Then therefore, I am being vulnerable means I'm being reactive and I'm not trying to understand why these individuals are doing that. I am saying, okay, I know they are vulnerable, I know they are fragile, but guess what? Eventually they're going to come to their senses and be like, hey, look, this vulnerable self of me wants to. The vulnerable person can be a bad teacher, but the regulated person can be a good teacher. But a regulated person is also a student and teacher at the same time. But the vulnerable person is more of like, hey, look, you know, I'm gonna hide. The student wants to hide from, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
What about like those students who get that teacher and then learn whatever it is that like they're like, oh, and they get too excited that all of a sudden they no longer want to be the student, and then they think that they are the teacher, like the crow that goes back and then like charges the crows, just like, yo, man, you want to know how to blah blah blah. It's just like, you know, like it's like that kind of thing, or the crow that goes back, just like I use the analogy of just like imagine we're all like fish in the ocean, and then one of us, you know, like you, crow, like end up getting like caught, right? And you are ripped out of the world that we know, and you like are seeing things and you're like suffocating, and then all of a sudden, you get thrown back in and you find us, me and Miranda, and you're like, Charlie, Miranda, you will never guess what just happened to me. We're just like, what's up, bro? And you're just like, dude, I got caught, man. You're just like, dude, I was like suffocating. There was this like thing that was like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like you have no idea, like that thing. And then all of a sudden we're just like, yeah, man. Like somebody in my mother's mother was caught once, and that's why we don't have her anymore. It's just like, I thought you knew that type thing. It's just like, or
And
we could be the
yeah,
ones that's just like, what are you talking about, dude? Like you sound crazy to us, right? Like show us what and then therefore you're just like, look, you see one of these boats? Go up there. And like if you see something that you want to eat, go eat it, and then you'll find out what happens. And then they do exactly as you say, and then they like come back and they're like, he was right. Like you guys I didn't believe either, but exactly what like I did exactly, and this like you guys, oh my god, I'm sorry, like Crow, I never believed you, like that kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, then are you gonna find yourself, Crow, just be like, I told you so, or just like, thank you for just like and I'm glad you came back, because like a lot of people before you didn't come back, and then that person would be like, hold on, there was a chance I didn't come back. Like it could be argued anyway, but again, it's just being aware in the moment of what's happening. And that's what I'm recognizing here between all of us. And like, so, like, I hear you, brother. And I think it's just another statement of God's like divine plan for all of humanity, if we choose to just go with the flow. And yeah, we may crash, but we'll still go back to a flow, right? But that's the thing. What happens when we hit that wall? Whether it's like an invisible wall or just like a literal
it's either
physical
you
wall.
crash again, or
You stop.
you flow. You just walk through as if there's no wall and say, hey, look, there was actually no wall there. There was just me walking on the water. Because it's like you have this whole ocean, right? This whole ocean.
Okay.
And the ocean is a storm. And now the storm, there are people that are in the storm, and that is the invisible, that is the wall that they say that's there.
The wall
The
of water, like the
this
wave.
Yeah, the wall is the person that's being vulnerable and reactive and thinking that there's never gonna be no peace. But here, guess what? Suffering is impermanent. It's not gonna last forever. And guess what? Once you see things with clarity, you no longer see things it's just a constant flow. It's not something that lasts forever. It is what it is.
And what is it that gives us that clarity, that we now see? It's recognizing the plank, that like the Bible talks. It's like, we found the plank.
That's in our eye.
Right. And now we can
And
be able
removing
to
it, and
like
removing
take
it.
the speck out of our brother's eye much more efficiently, right? We can recognize the plank that was in our own eye, and being able to now take that to our fellow like brothers and sisters in humanity and be like, you know what? Like I was the same way. I see like A, B, C people, right? And I like went through this, and that's the thing. Being authentic and just being vulnerable, not having any kind of like intention. We are transparent, right? Nobody has to like judge our intentions, because we are just being transparent ourselves, right? And that is something people are like shocked to see sometimes. But I think that
And I
we've
was told that
forgotten.
not every egregore is a distortion. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, it's just depending on how one looks at it, right? I mean, yes, of course, if the person's not operating or functioning
It's
within
not
harmony,
distortion,
it's just,
it's perceptions, right? If we like swap the word distortions as these are just perceptions, right? And therefore we can still work within that realm of like the distortion, where it's like some people's perceptions are completely distorted or to distort others, right? But it's like that leveling up in our language, right? Like there's a saying like words offer the means to meaning. And for those who will listen, an enunciation of the truth, right? Whether the truth is there's something
And
wrong
you
with the
want to know?
country or the world, right? But words
Now, hear me
offer
out.
the means to meaning, right? Like, and
And,
words are perspectives, right? Freedom,
and
justice, love.
yeah,
So yeah, continue. Thank you for letting me land on that. I appreciate that.
yeah.
And
That
therefore,
definitely is.
like people think our words are being censored. We have to say unalive and like grape. It's just like that's the thing where it's just like this is probably like killing the grape like industry where it's just like grape drinks
Because it's like
and
at the same time, it's like the scribes and Pharisees were trying to stop Jesus from saying certain words and saying certain things. Well, where is this coming from? Why are you saying these things? And whom do you speak from? And it's like,
and even trying to
and it's
fool
like,
him and get him to like crash out, right? Like who should we get? What do you say about like taxes? Should we give money to Caesar? And Jesus like immediately recognized, just like I know what they want me to say. It's just like, yo, you give what Caesar tells you to give him to him. But what God you give to God, that is for God. Simple as that. And they were just like, what the hell? They weren't
it's
expecting
like
that
one
move.
thing I've noticed is
Right?
like, at the end of the day, we understand that the 10% that we give to God, right, is just kindness. But it's not, it's more than money. It's more than money. It's simply giving to Caesar what belongs to you, giving to God what belongs to God, as in, hey, look, it's removing what we think we need to do, but then being in harmony and saying, hey, everything, the dust will settle on its own, and I'm going to continue to walk. And guess what? I can walk in this world. I can function. I can, regulate my
We came
emotions.
from that dust, right? Like we have come
Yeah,
from that dust and like walked
and
on.
dust shall we return. And dust. Okay, we came from that dust, and dust shall we return. But guess what? Now, for instance, depending on whether the individual is operating from harmony or not, it determines if decay or distortion or growth and clarity come to be. Now, discernment, when and when not to respond. Okay, and emotional regulation. Don't give a fuck about the projection they place upon you. They want a reaction? Don't react. Just regulate when and when not to respond. Integrity. All you have to do is regulate and release. You're
Mute
you're
up, right? This is why
you're
TikTok has a mute button.
it's
It's
like
just
a
like
part
it's
of
just
you there's a part of me that wants to say shit, but like, you know what? Wants to
say it
have
on mute.
conflict, wants to
I
debate.
just mute up and I'm just like people are just like, Charlie, you're on mute. I was like, thank God, because if you guys heard what I was just saying here, you guys would just
And it's
probably
like
drop me. Yeah.
it's like don't even react, because then if you're reacting, guess what? You're just, you know,
But
feeding
it's
into their
not
narrative.
it's not
So
reacting,
me,
it's
I'm
being
not gonna
aware
fight.
of our buttons. Does that make sense? So like that's where
It's
again, like I'm trying
it's
to
the
plant a seed
things that
here.
it's that bowl. It's that bowl between the master and the student. You know,
Right.
simply saying, "Hey, I exchange my bowl for your bowl," but at the same time, guess what? I'm gonna allow you. It's like, okay, I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make it drink. But guess what? Guess what? Guess what I have at the end of the day?
The water.
I still got a horse, and I still got water, and I still got meat.
Beautiful. Okay,
I
so
got the
you see
hide, and I got the
yourself
meat, and I got the horse.
as the leader of like a horse in this context where I also saw myself in these stages where I was the horse and then I was the one trying to lead other horses to some water. And then I'm at a state where now I just want to be the water that whatever horse is being led to drink from no longer is thirsty. Does that make sense? So, and that is what I want to pass on to all those who come to my well, my
Hold
channel.
up. Hey, Miranda.
Are you still here with us, sister?
Yes, I'm still here.
Do you
Amazing.
remember how
Glory to
Paul said that
God.
statement?
Huh?
Remember how Carl said that statement about the horse in the water?
Yeah.
Can you say that? I think I said that wrong.
The horse in the water thing is like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't
Make them drink.
make him drink. But if he doesn't drink, you can have meat and leather.
And glue and maybe some.
Is that what you're talking about?
I've never heard.
I guess.
And who's that from?
You know,
Who came up with that tag? I've never heard that before. Like the Carl.
Cod. I call him Caw, but it's crow named Caw.
Crow named Caw.
Yeah.
Like caw as in the sound a crow makes? Caw. Like caw?
Yeah.
Like cawing? Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, Caw.
So,
Well, if
he doesn't drink,
definitely,
you have leather and meat. Like interesting. Interesting
Yep.
kind of.
I'll be right. Well, I'm talking to my daughter. Give me just a minute. I'm just helping her with something.
Do your
But I'm still
motherly
here. I'm
thing.
still listening.
I hope we haven't been a disturbance or distraction or bad influence on your
I
daughter.
know what she's saying.
Do you guys know each other before?
Yeah, no, we
on
know
my
each
left?
other. Well, we know each other from Carl's live.
Okay, so I don't think I know Carl. So, hey, I am grateful that Carl brought you two together to be able to come together here with me. So thank you, Carl.
No, Crow. It's Crow named Call. It's Call. C-A-W.
Caw. Oh, Caw.
Call. Crow named Call. Yeah.
And you are like kind of like doing an homage to that name, or it just ended up being that you guys had like almost similar names. Like you're a crow named Mole now. Like, is it like a playoff? Who is Caw
what's
to
it
you?
called? So
To you two. Tell me about.
Call has his own. Call has his own individuality. I mean, he has his own individual. He is a individual that, you know, he knows what harmony is. He knows what emotional regulation is. When it comes to him, you have to be careful with your words because he's going to point out the distortion. He's going to tell you for what it is. And guess what? You know, a lot of people don't know what to take constructive criticism. And some people will be like, hey, look, you're attacking my mask. You're attacking my
Who
vulnerability.
the hell are you,
But then at the
Caw?
same
You don't even know me,
and
bro.
it's like, and some people get offended by it. But at the end of the day,
Resistant
you know,
to it, right? They become more and more resistant
yeah,
to that kind
it's
of.
like on the prompt he says, if you see the pattern, then you're a part of the solution. But if you don't see the pattern, and guess what? Crow points out the pattern, but they don't see it. They react and say, well, da 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 da, and they get emotionally dysregulated, and then it's either
they're triggered.
it's just.
This is the term triggered.
They're triggered.
They're gaslit, right? Like it's like even when we use language, it's like stop gaslighting me, right? Like that should be like as just like a human kind of like participant when we hear somebody just make that kind of like testimony, just like you like earlier when you were like, gosh, shit, whatever. Like you know, like
Crow
it's just
doesn't.
like
Crow points out. Crow points out the gaslighting, the manipulation, the distortion, the presuming, the assuming, and the projecting. He'll point that out, but he's not gonna, you know,
to his
feed
murder,
his-
like his like you know the like a flock of crows is a murder, right? So like his kind of followers, his following, he is teaching them these patterns and showing them how to like.
He's not teaching them. He's just, you know, he always encourages, right? Whether he'll say it or not, he'll be like, look, I'm not here to teach you. You have to teach yourself. And if you don't know something, sit there and observe and have attentive listening.
My beloved brother Chaplin. What's up, bro?
How have you been, dude? I recognize that voice all the time now. Like,
I love you.
I love you too,
you a lot,
brother.
bro.
I miss you, and I was like a little worried about whatever happened, but yeah.
You speak
Thank you for
Latin,
coming on.
Opus?
They banned 11 of my
He
accounts.
speaks
He knows Latin. He knows
lots of different
he
languages. So
no, he
careful.
knows. No, he knows what Opus Eximium is. He knows it's basically Latin. Smart guy.
Hey,
So I need to share something very important with you.
yeah, please do.
Last night I was crying like a newborn baby at around 3 a.m. Around probably about 5:30 a.m. I get a text on my TikTok from some new account. Hey man, I love you, dude. Like you've been since day one. For you, the one, bro. Like who the heck is this guy? So it's a lot. And the same guy that's texting me goes on live. I'm like, you know what? Let me check this live out. Who this guy is? It's the speaking Muslim. You know who the
Oh,
speaking Muslim is, right?
yeah, of course.
Of course. It's the speaking Muslim. Excuse me, bro. I'm so sorry if I start to cry.
Be
Excuse me.
yourself, bro. You know we're all
Excuse me,
naked
bro.
here. Like we're all naked
Yeah,
here,
bro.
bro. Like just let it out, man. Woosah,
Chaplain,
whatever it is.
chaplain, this man was crying like a newborn baby, saying, "How could I be so stupid? I can't believe it. How could I be so stupid? Jesus is God. Jesus is God." Crying like a newborn baby, bro. I was like, you know what, bro? I was freaking out. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe, bro. I couldn't breathe. I requested up. I was like, bro, is this really happening? Are you spoofing? Bro, are you spoofing? He was like, no, bro. No, yo, bro. Me and him just started wailing, bro. Started wailing. I was crying like a newborn baby, bro.
Oh, wait,
I
wait a
fought
minute.
this dude for like 2 years, bro. Chaplain, I fought this man in spiritual warfare for like 2 years, bro. He cursed me out. He mocked my God. He said the most vile, evil things about my religion, bro. This man came to Christ, bro. And I'm partial, a lot of it, for his coming, but he told me. I was crying like a newborn baby last night, bro. I was
Word
crying
of
like a
God.
baby today, too, bro. This man has come to Christ, bro. We have to pray for him because he's a very key element in the paradigm of Islam. He's a key figure, bro. This man was funding 3 mosques, bro. He was funding 3 mosques. He was basically holding up lies with key figures in the world for debate. Like he was known. Like they knew this guy. They know this guy,
Wait.
bro.
Did you just say cave figures? Oh my god. Hold up. Never mind.
Key
Okay.
figures, yeah. Key
I thought
figures
you
in
Key,
said
the
cave. I thought
key.
you said
No,
cave.
not cave,
My
not
bad.
cave. Key, like key
key
figures. Like
fig key.
this is like a context of just like this realm of like religious and
Correct.
theistic kind of live like experiences. So maybe you might be kind of like out in the dark on that crow, but like this is a beautiful kind of like catching up. So if you don't mind, just like kind of
Yeah.
observe. But
I'm listening.
dude,
Yeah.
like this is the thing where speaking Muslim was when I took my shahada. Like
Yeah,
he
let him
was
know.
like
Go
one
ahead,
of
go
the
ahead.
ones.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Chaplain. Let him know,
You know,
Chaplain.
like
Let him know about him.
he was one of the first brothers, like who I didn't even know knew
You
me,
took your
right?
Shahada on his live.
I mean, I took it again, right? That was the thing where
Exactly.
he saw you and I's like encounter on Narayan's like live for the very first time when I didn't
Correct.
recognize you from Logos's live, right? This is the thing where I recognize these patterns, and then therefore I like just accepted it in that moment. I don't know if you recognize it, brother, but I have it on like record. Just like this is when I said, okay, thank you, God. This is where I am in the hot seat. And let's just see how I do, right? Like a town hall meeting for a president. And therefore, everybody was just like, Charlie, Chaplain, let me ask you this. It's just like, okay. And then this is where a lot of like the people who were my revert Muslim, like Ummah, like try to come up and be like, who are you to like, this is a brother, like, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, yo, guys, I don't need you to come back me up. Like, please, I appreciate like that spirit, but like don't get yourself in trouble. And like that's kind of yada yada yada. But after that, speaking Muslim was the first and like only one who like DM'd me and like was just like, hey man, just like I was watching you on so and so's live, and if you don't mind, like would you want to? He gave me an invite for his live, and when I came up, I was just like, hey bro, like like salam alaikum. It's like walaikum salam. Like hey brother, like I just want you to know that I like witnessed like this persecution of like all these like Christians who are trying to like convert, like just like I just like I don't like I'm kind of just paraphrasing how I recall it, but he was trying to express that he just had like this distaste on what he just witnessed, and therefore he just needed to test me, and he just asked me like very just like very concisely, just like, do you mind just like retaking your shahada here right now with me? And I was like, I mean, like, why? I didn't just like go with it. I was just like, can you ask like why I need to do it again? Like, and he was just like, well, there's a thing, where it just like says, those who accepted like Islam and then like fall away from it, like you'll know because they can't speak the words anymore. And therefore, like it's no judgment. Like that's the thing. He worded it very embracingly. And I was like, oh yeah, of course, if that's the reason, please take me through my Shahada again, because the first time was with Logos. And therefore, like everybody was telling me, just like Logos says that you were the easiest one to like convince and all this stuff. And I was like, well, Elizabeth, if that's what Logos and all those who sit with them are saying about me when I'm not there, then that's on them. But I'm not gonna be reacting on that because I feel like like I want to crash out and be like, well, Logos is this way type thing, right? It's like I'm not gonna fall into that trap, And this is where Elizabeth kind of is against me. She like prayed for me to have all this hardship and to face the devil and like all this stuff, and I was just like, cool, like I'm sorry that you feel that way, but so I just have been just like praying to God for her heart to kind of soften with me. But yeah, Narayan was a panel that I finally kind of like I just was observing and I heard your voice, saw this name, and I was like, oh, he's Opus now. He's not Dixon or Kate. It's like,
They banned those guys. They banned those other accounts, Chad.
Did they? I know, but that's the thing. It's just like, I'm still chaplain, but again, that's where real recognizes realness. And that is the beauty of just like, I've been yearning for you in a sense where I'm just like, I need him.
No, I love talking with you, Chad. You know why? Because we're brilliant. I would say we're both brilliant minds that seek more and more levels of intelligence. Like there's no end to intelligence and gaining wisdom to what we know. And you seek it. Like I love the fact that you seek that. And you sense it in me as well. That's why when me and you are together, we build so beautifully. That's why when I come here, I have to prepare, because people don't realize when me and him build, there's no way, it's just gonna be infinite. So prepare.
Right. It's like, you guys are in for a treat. You guys are in for it. It's just like being at a concert and be like, yo, man, you'll never guess this, but somebody just showed up and he wants to come up and do a duet. Like, so this is where like Crow is a beautiful kind of example here. Just like, yeah. Did you want to say something, Crow?
Definitely this. So y'all actually taking y'all Shahada?
Yeah. I mean,
Y'all all taking it? Yeah, I have too. I've taken my Shahada too. So, but this, I'm not, it is what it is. If I'd rather be a part of the whole body of many languages, but at the same time, that one language that we all operate from, right, is regulation and having this harmony instead of reacting.
okay.
We'd be like, okay, you know what? I accept you, you accept me. Guess what? I'm exchanging and you're exchanging. Guess what? We share our thoughts, we share our opinions, but guess what? We come to this middle ground and we just continue to walk. Because we know at the end of the day it's many names but one flame.
Many names but one flame. Okay, beautiful. Right? Like,
listen, there's a song by that. Many names by one flame by I think Epic Productions, I'm not sure. But it's a good song.
Okay,
But there's this saying in Latin in the Bible. It's when I see somebody, right, crashing out sometimes, not really understanding anything, I'll be mene teku uparsin. It means you have been weighed and measured and found wanting. But at the same time, your body is reacting, is wanting to hear the truth, but your body is fighting and crashing out and drowning and throwing a fit and flip-flopping and trying to swim in the water.
Throwing a fit. Shut up! I'm smarter than you.
Trying to swim in the water.
Like that's where like Opus here is like brilliant in it, like where he is able to just like find like a different kind of like voice where he can just like check it, like But again, those who he checks end up maybe wrecking themselves. But I was like one who was just like, yo, man, this check reminded me of somebody else who like put me in a check, like where I was recognizing these patterns on another sense of awareness. And this is where I believe TikTok allows us to find our flock, our true flock. Like, remember Opus, right? Like when we were talking about just like being plucked out of the sky like a bird. Remember when you were sharing me like that, the third book of uh
Oh, the third book of Maccabean. Absolutely. Yo, I
Maccabean,
shared
you
that with
know?
a woman. Her name is Oil and Light. Yo, bro, she did a dissertation on it. She made a freaking yo, she did like a term paper on it. Yo, bro, this was,
A term paper.
bro,
Well,
she
hopefully
was
you'll
so
get
thankful. It opened her eyes. She realized she
and
basically learned the schematics of Satan. She learned the blueprint of how to beat him.
through Christ, right? Through our Lord and Savior, right? And this
Amen.
is where that disharmony, I would say, like Opus, back me up from, like falling away. It's just like the disharmony is just like, I took my Shahada, but like never gave up who I know my relationship
They didn't,
and
yeah,
like
they didn't
faith
like you. They
in
didn't
Christ
like
was.
you.
Right?
You
They wanted
didn't,
me
Oh
you
to
man,
didn't
that's
lose your
what they didn't
not
like about
say,
individuality.
you.
Yeah.
like I
That's
even
what
when
they
I
didn't
tell
like
them,
about you,
like,
chap.
you are one of those Chrislams. And I'm like, no, I'm a Muslim. And they're just like,
Yeah, yeah, that's what
what?
they would call
And
you,
I'm just like, I'm
Islamic.
a
They were
lamb
like,
of
he's not
God.
Islam. He's not practicing Chrislam. He's practicing Chrislam. What do you mean?
Exactly.
It's
Like
like, what do you mean?
even
He loves
certain
Jesus.
individuals who put on characters where it's just like, hey, yo, like I think I was just like, Dash, I'm like honored and like flattered that you
Oh,
went to
maybe more
this.
you were more intuitive into the focal
Oh
point
my
of the
god,
Messiah.
you guys are in spiritual psychosis. You
And
understand?
in Jesus
Hey,
Christ's name, amen
yeah.
and the glory. That's right.
Hey,
That's
if
right,
that's all it's
bro.
parsley, is that what it said? Like the garnish, just like yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's like the mirror, and that's where it's just like, yo, that's the thing when, I see that in you, you see that in me. That's where, like in Christ, we see each other, right? Like that's how we recognize keepers of the brotherhood, just like we were talking about. Like people don't even know the brotherhood and what that even means, right? Like they think they know. And that was where like I remember like very clearly you and I like leaving each other. And that's where it's just like coming back here with you.
That's
It's
right.
like,
That's called
just like
brotherhood.
nothing changed. Like we're right back in that day. And that's just like the brotherhood, the brotherly love from Christ, right? Just like, yo, man, like I've been longing to kind of just be able to sit with you and just like, hey,
I'm
glory to
so
God.
hoping that he comes on late night. I'm so hoping that he comes on late night, man. I'm gonna share that live with you. I have to get you on there with him,
Speaking
bro.
Muslim, I mean,
He'll love
I'll
to
reach
hear
out to
you.
him and like I'm gonna put you on accountability. I'll be like,
Well,
yo, man.
his old accounts are finished. He's no longer Muslim, so he's no longer the speaking Muslim.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So he just
Yeah, bro.
abandoned all that account completely and is now
Bro, that's what
on a
I'm
new
trying. Man,
account?
this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Hey,
Yeah, chat. This
peace
is
and
what I'm trying
harmony.
to
I
tell
have
you.
to go.
You do realize how
Salam
long this man
alaikum.
has been a Muslim.
I
He's
do,
been
his
a
entire
Muslim
life.
since, bro. I
His
was trying to
entire
tell
life.
you. You get it? His foundation for his know-how and his existence and what he has established has come from Islam. For him to just find Christ, bro, I was crying like a newborn baby, bro,
Like a father.
with him.
Like a newborn too, right? Like it's a
Because
beautiful
just
moment.
reflecting on how, Chap, just reflecting on so many wars and so many moments where me and him were literally in spiritual war, trying to take each other's souls apart, bro. And
Just
yo, bro, for him to literally say, I found it. Oh my goodness, wait, what? Wait a second. Wait, Jesus is God? Bro, you know
say
he said
that.
he
Say that like one
discovered
more
it.
time. Can you say that 3 times? Just like I had to take like
Like,
my shahada again. It's like, can you say Jesus is
thank
God
you.
again? Like
Exactly, bro. Bro, like he just wants to go to church. He doesn't want to be down with no Unitarians. He's assured Jesus is God. He is so assured that Jesus is God. He just wants to be in a realm where he's earning. And the crazy part is, bro, you ain't gonna believe this shit. He said, do you know Jake the Metaphysician, a very well-known debater in Islam?
does he
If you went on
go
you well,
on speaking Muslim?
if
I think
you
I've heard
if
of
you
him through speaking Muslim.
yes, if you went on YouTube right now, go to YouTube right now. If you have accessibility, type in Jake the Metaphysician.
The metaphysician. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Metaphysician. Jake the
Okay.
Metaphysician. I want you to
Yeah.
get a
Like this is one of
rundown on
his
this
like
guy.
this is kind of one of his kind of
Yeah,
teachers,
this
right?
is one of his buddies. Yeah, this is one of his buddies. Do you know who David Wood is? a Christian debater for us. Like, out, but bro, this guy is epic. So he wanted to have a debate with the speaking Muslim and Jake. And Jake basically played speaking Muslim. Yeah, sure, if he's quiet. And he basically treated like speaking Muslim as if he was a dog. And speaking Muslim, remember the very key verse in the Bible. It says, "You will know them by their fruits."
Right.
Yo, bro, the fruits of his buddies were absolutely horrid, horrible. There was no love in Islam, no friendship in Islam, no loyalty in Islam.
No Ummah, right? This body, this Ummah that
Bro,
they
bro, he
all
was
say
a
they're a part of,
witness to it.
right?
He
Like,
was a witness to it. They used him for a dummy because God has blessed him with financial gain, unlike most of them. He has a beautiful dollhouse. He has a great ranch. He lives in a great environment in California. He's a lawyer. He's well
he's
established,
a
bro.
smart, like, like that's the thing. It's just like,
Yeah,
who's
and
gonna
he's not.
hate
The
on
best
him?
part is he's not a dummy. Yeah, he's not a
Right.
dummy either. He's actually has very knowledgeable what he knows. But for him to literally find it after all these years that Jesus is God, and to him to shout me out, yo, bro, you played a very key part in it, bro. Had me balling up, bro. I was
Glory to
balling
God.
up, bro. I couldn't even, bro.
This
I
is where
would
we say
hyperventilate.
Alhamdulillah, right? It's just like Alhamdulillah
Thank
for
you,
that moment,
Jesus.
right? Like,
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, Jesus.
right,
For real, bro.
Bismillah,
'Cause
right? Like, like these things, like glory to God, like, oh, like
yeah,
that,
bro.
like so.
This is serious, bro. It's
So
serious.
now,
It's really
now,
serious.
now, where is he at? Like, does he have a new
Basically, he
speaking?
needed a time to talk with us, but he needs to take a time out. He does.
Just the wusa,
His
right?
spirit, basically,
He
he's a
needs
newborn
to,
baby, bro.
yeah,
He
right,
needs to be nurtured right now. He needs to be nurtured with his
let's.
spirit. So, like, yeah, we're gonna nurture him. We're gonna nurture him. So whenever you can, I'm gonna see. All right, this is his. Let me see if I could. Let me
I don't
see if
know.
it
I think
pops
that
up.
this is now like in the context of like the Matrix, like Morpheus and Neo type thing, where it's just like we have now unplugged like an NPC from
Okay, you ready?
the
His new account
Matrix.
ready? His new account is Dixon Lewis. You ready? Type in
Dixie
Dixon
Lewis,
Lewis. No, Dixon Lewis. I put in the chat.
Dixon.
Dixon Lewis. It's a
Oh, in homage
Dixon Lewis.
to
Remember I had
your
Dixon. Remember
Dixon,
I
the alien
had
spaceship one.
yeah, you believe this guy? So he's Dixon Lewis, and this a
Respect.
guy with sunglasses. Check the account. His name is Dixon Lewis. It's a guy with sunglasses. Not even. I'm like, who the heck is that guy? And it was him. So if you type
Amen.
in Dixon Lewis, that's him, bro. And just
Let me.
check DM me, yo, bro. Bro, he needs us. He needs Jesus more than ever because he's gonna be going through a lot of war, spiritual war.
But this is the thing where I know he is more seasoned and mature than like the average like newborn, right? Like,
Yes. He's not a brand new dunce. Like just
no,
nuance to
no,
just reality and just going out in the world.
right?
This man has it all. He has things figured out. That's why when you know he's established that Jesus is God, bro, you know he's established it.
Yeah,
Like, straight up, bro.
it's the true armor of God, right? It's just like, yo, man, once you like see the armor of God, like I don't know how to describe it, brother, but like, so again, I'm looking him up right now. Hold on, we got somebody trying to come up here. Parley Queen, Infamous is coming up here. Oh, maybe not.
You could bring
Parley
whoever
Queen.
they want. They could be opposition. They could be buddies.
I
I'm
mean, like
taking on. You know me, bro.
Parley Queen, but again, like
I take on all opposition. Just 1 second. I'm at work right now. Just give me 1 second.
do your job, bro. So I'm looking up that account. Dixon what? Dixon Lewis.
Tool, Colossians.
Yeah, even the guitar player Hetty from Korn is praising Jesus, guys. Come on. Dixon Lewis. Beautiful. Users. You said with the sunglasses? Hold on. There's a lot of these Lewis Dixon. I guess I'll just follow all of them. The sunglasses? I don't know. I don't know which Dixon it is. Maybe you can DM me his direct. I don't want to start following like all these Dixons unless they are like already piggybacking off of his like.
Harley Quinn is like really, really uncomfortable by our communication. Oh, this is getting like really. Harry Potter is the same. Psychosis. I just have to come on TikTok and give them a piece of my mind. I just have to. Right?
Look, I mean, if she
Right.
says Harry Potter is the same, maybe we have to put ourselves in the world of Harry Potter. It's just like, I don't know. Do you want to play Quidditch or whatever that game is? I don't even know how to play that game, but it's
Apparently,
like,
she's
this
part
is
of me.
ghetto?
She's met us because apparently we're giving a a quick lesson on the Gryffindor methods, and she's part of the Slytherin team trying to sabotage, right?
maybe. I don't know. You know, like this thing.
She's definitely a Slytherin, though. She speaks of a Slytherin.
That's the thing where it's just like, you know, like let's feel her out. You know, so again, parlay. Here's your second time at bat. You already kind of like struck out yourself, I guess, by drop it. You just said this is psychosis, and then just like drop. So again, welcome back to plate. So you know, like let's not throw any pitches. This is T-ball. You know, let's see where you hit this ball. If that makes any sense. So I'll give you the invite. You know, in that sense. But again, brother, like you know, glory to God. And maybe that's
Amen.
gonna.
I
Maybe
hope she
that's
doesn't
gonna
fold like a
gaslight.
beach chair.
Let's,
Yeah, I just hope she folds like a beach chair, because usually when they talk tough, they fold like beach chairs when presented with a response.
or maybe they need to be a chair that like doesn't get folded up.
It
And just,
needs
like,
to, but it needs to be done.
opened
Like this
up.
is spiritual warfare of all sorts. Not just the Muslims get. Everybody gets this work. Everybody.
Anybody who seeks the water of life that Jesus Christ
That's
gave
right.
us, right?
Just watch
We'll
out.
find
Don't
it.
drown.
Right? Like,
That's right.
Don't spit it out. Don't be like, what is that? Tap? It's like, what?
Chap, just give me 5 minutes. I got to handle some business. I'm at work right now. Basically, I'm like the FLSD at this building. So I have to just like multitask. I'll be right with you.
Yeah, teacup, whatever you got to do, brother. You're on here, man. But yeah, parlay, give me a second too, guys. I got to use the restroom. But yeah, I mean, this is a space to kind of just be heard and just kind of speak truth that like we haven't, as TikTokers, maybe been able to do as much as we should be able to do by just like being authentic, you know, and transparent. And so, you know, Parlay Queen, you know, I don't know kind of what you imply when you're just saying like Harry Potter is the same, this is ghetto. Are you talking about like my live like session this entire time? Oakdale, greetings, brother. Or are you talking about just Jesus based on this prompt as the psychosis? You know, like, let me know. You know, I'm somebody who really gets, you know, stuck on our semantics. So that's just kind of my personal psychosis. And I hope that you can just like hear that and just accept that I'm human and I am one with this, you know, obsessive, you know, if you want to call it a disorder, but just like this love that I have where it's just like, hey, I know I'm this way. I was made this way and I can't fight being this way, which is something that being like a revert, just like we were talking about speaking Muslim, you know, like you just like being like seen as now like a revert, a newborn revert. And then like all the like witnesses who were there at that moment when I took my Shahada, who were like crying and just like praising me. And then like in a day, 3 days, a week, a month, just how many just like went through and lasted till just like, it was like the show The Bachelor. It's just like, oh my God. And again, like speaking Muslim, you know, Dixon Lewis, like brother, like I am just so grateful Allah, Jesus, Hashem, God has now shown you like the real world and the digital matrix that we we're all part of. But now that we've been unplugged by the other figures, like the Neos and Trinities, like these are where these allegorical kind of figures are evolving. And that's where a lot of these Abrahamic kind of faiths have put a stumbling wall there, where it's just like, don't accept other philosophies or man's understanding. Like they put these like languages to just
You know what? I'm sorry. You know what's been doing some really, really hard justice and has had Muslim panels in null and void with responses? This is gonna really be our kicker. In my scriptures, in our scriptures, in 1 John 3:4, God is represented as love. So when one would say, what is God? The answer would be, God is love. Can you show me one scripture in your Quran or Hadiths where Allah is represented as love with no contingency plan, please? Guess what? There is not one verse, not one chapter, or anything that states that Allah is love. There is a contingency plan. You have to do this, you have to do that, you have to, gather yourself to reach the high peak of esteem to gain love. But there is not one verse in the Quran or Hadith that clarifies Allah as love. And when I brought it to the
they
attention, I
twist
said,
it
just
to
show
say
me.
like he's the most loving.
Oh, no, listen,
right?
it says it here,
and it's
look
just like, okay, most loving compared to who exactly, right? Because Christ was love, right? And so therefore, to say one is the most loving, right? Like he is what Christ demonstrated in the flesh. Like God is love. And therefore, the one who sent him is even more loving. The Father is more loving. And he is our advocate, like, at least for me, for my own thing. And God knows best, right? And these are the practices. But again, like, that kind of, like, debate format and presentation is what I respect about you, like, Habibi. Like, you are able to seek out these, like, chess moves that really play a game of chess with those who recognize it's a game of chess, not checkers or Connect Four, where they just start crashing out. It's like, well, your Bible says that, you should, like pay 40 shekels after your daughter has been raped. And it's just like, it just starts going like this. It's just like, now we're getting nowhere type thing. But again, those who can just kind of stay calm and then just, recognize that just like, okay, if that's your first move, then here's my next like move. It's a game of chess, like just patience and just like, back and forth. But yeah, thank you, God, and everybody who I got to just like be with today. It was a beautiful, fruitful journey for me personally. And I just pray that this is as fruitful for all who are ready and chosen to like receive and hear this. Excuse me. Oh my God, goodness, this live. But there was something that Jenny said about prayer, and I just kind of wanted to end clipping this part for you, Jenny, when you get this in your moderator feed. And you too, Lamb, if you review this, I saw you pop up, and I appreciate the comments there. Forgive me. Yeah, this was a pilot run for me, for us. I was like calling it, Mr. Rogers' Neighbors, right? Like this is a identity I've kind of put together to hopefully like remind all of us like adults today amongst like the middle, like, we have our elders and our juniors, and we are like that middle gap, and we are important to be the bridge, not the one that drives these generations away, like these generations must die. But again, she had, like revealed and shared that after, that checkpoint is what I will call it. She refers to it as just like when she lost her partner and stuff like that. And I know that, like that is just like her authenticity. And I love that. And it's just when she said that this kind of leads to just like her now, like it's one thing just to kind of like not kind of work out and just like look in our mirror and just be like, man, I put on some weight. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about like these spiritual like fruits that really have a lot of like power and benefit for the human like energy that, you know, I just recently posted a video about water and how water can be like I don't know, like the on a microscopic like atomic like lens, you know, like just you put positive words, love and, you know, like peace and stuff like that, it arranges the molecular bonds in water like tightly, beautifully. And then you put words like hate and evil and chaos, and you see just like how it's a complete different thing. And so this is where, if anything, I hope that, you know, like through this live, we will be able to kind of bring her back to just that simple baby step of just, you know, when we get a meal, yes, we now recognize just like, are we even deserving of this meal? You know, like there's so many people we know who are starving in the world. Why do we get this meal? And I was in that same place where I've been blessed with so much comfort and joy and love in my life that, you know, I got to a point where I was just like, what am I bitching about? Like, I have nothing to complain about except for when I like fail myself. And that was a big pill for me to swallow. And I had to do it my way. And it really put me, my father, my mother, and my brother and his wife, you know, my sister-in-law, through the fire where some of us, half of us, got stronger like clay. We were hardened together, like, and then others who kind of, I don't know, still have cracks. And again, I'm wording this very mindfully because, you know, I know that, you know, God, if he wills, you know, will bring my brother and sister-in-law back to us, you know, and also be able to be them. You know, I know that when you have your own family, it changes the dynamic, but, you know, like it doesn't have to be a choice of just like one over the other, but just understanding how now these two priorities like have to harmonize. So again, I'm using my language very mindfully and gracefully and thankfully for just God to be able to like just show me like everything again that I've just experienced throughout this, and it's all through, you know, all of your participation. But again, if anything, that I can just kind of try to remind the world and all of the chit-chat chatters who hear this all the way to the end is just like, take that simple step, you know, be thankful and just be like, hey, thank you for this rice, this meal, this water. I know that there are others who are not this fortunate, who are thirsty, who are starving. And please, if it's your will, God, you know, allow them to have this same blessing of food that I have in front of me today that I wasn't able to kind of always like be appreciative, but, you know, like that thing. And it opens up a new layer of that relationship with God for me. And I hope it does the same for, you know, like my sister Jenny and my sister Lamb specifically, because these are two figures that inspired me. Like they were the flame that, maybe not the flame, but I didn't even see this puzzle piece. So again, you know, the simple power of just being thankful and just being able to not feel guilty. But if we do feel guilty, being able to word those thoughts of that guilt to God in a meal. And that's the beauty of just grace and just blessings. So, Lamb, tell me what you think. And to all of you, in case I don't see you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and Good night.